Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to ask that you mute your mics.
Good morning.
This is your first appearance hearing. A first appearance hearing has four purposes and four purposes only. First, I will advise you of the charges that have been filed against you. Second, I will ask if you have an attorney representing you. If you have hired counsel and they are present, they will speak on your behalf. If your attorney is not present, you will have the option of proceeding forward with your hearing today or postponing it until tomorrow. If you postpone the hearing, it is your responsibility to contact your attorney to let them know you will have court tomorrow. No one else will do that for you. If you wish to move forward without your attorney present, we can do that. If you do not have an attorney, I will ask if you can afford one. If so, we will make note of that and move on. If not, and you qualify, I can provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you pending you filling out an application. You have a right to have your attorney present before and during any questioning. You also have a right to communicate with counsel, family, or friends, and if necessary, you will be provided reasonable means to do so. Third, if there are any challenges to probable cause, I will address those. Finally, I will review your bond and/or release conditions with you to determine if any changes are necessary. Be aware if this court places you on pretrial release today, regardless of whether it is straight pretrial release or a condition of your bond, the conditions announced in court today go into effect immediately, meaning even while you remain in custody. So, if you are given a no contact order, it is in effect immediately. If this condition is part of your pretrial release, when you leave the podium, you will step to your left to the kiosk where you will sign acknowledging that you have been placed on pretrial release today and that part of that is a no contact order with a victim and/or witness. Throughout this entire process, you have a constitutional right to remain silent. If you choose not to remain silent, anything you say can be used against you. Everything that is being said where I am located, as well as where all of you are located, is being recorded. There is an assistant state attorney present listening to everything that is being said. So do not say anything about the crime itself. Please keep these rights in mind as we go through the process. For those of you that are appearing virtually, if you are a non-lawyer, you are to keep your device on mute during the entire time you are present. In addition, you are not to turn your video feed on at any time. For the lawyers present, please keep your device muted. However, please do turn on your video so the court is aware you are present. For all of those present, pursuant to the rules of judicial administration, this meeting is not to be recorded in any form unless you are the press and you have prior permission from court administration.
Esta es su audiencia de primera comparecencia. La audiencia de primera comparecencia tiene solamente 4 propósitos. Primero, le informaré sobre el cargo o los cargos que se han presentado en su contra. Segundo, le preguntaré si cuenta con un abogado que lo represente. Si ya ha contratado un abogado y éste se encuentra presente, entonces será el abogado quien hable en su nombre. Si su abogado no está presente, usted tendrá la opción de proceder con su audiencia de hoy o posponerla hasta mañana. Si decide posponerla, será su responsabilidad contactar a su abogado para informarle que deberá presentarse a su audiencia. Nadie más hará esto por usted. Si usted desea continuar sin que su abogado esté presente, puede hacerlo. Si usted no tiene abogado, le preguntaré si tiene los medios para contratar uno. De ser así, tomaremos nota de esto y continuaremos. Si no tiene los medios y califica, el juez asignaría provisionalmente la oficina del defensor público para que le represente, sujeto a que usted llene una solicitud para estos servicios. Usted tiene derecho a que un abogado esté presente antes y durante cualquier interrogatorio. Asimismo, tiene derecho a comunicarse con su abogado, familiares o amigos, y de ser necesario, se le proveerán los medios apropiados para hacerlo. Tercero, si hay alguna objeción en cuanto a motivo fundado, estas se abordarán inmediatamente. Finalmente, revisaré su fianza y otras condiciones de su puesta en libertad para determinar si es necesaria cualquier modificación. Tenga presente que si el juez lo pone hoy bajo libertad condicional, ya sea de manera directa o como condición de su fianza, Las condiciones que se anuncien hoy en esta audiencia entrarán en efecto inmediatamente, aunque usted se encuentre aún bajo custodia. Entonces, si se le ordena no tener contacto con determinada persona, esta orden entrará en efecto inmediatamente. Durante todo este proceso, usted tiene el derecho constitucional de permanecer en silencio. Si decide no permanecer en silencio, todo lo que diga podrá ser usado en su contra. Todo lo que se diga donde yo me encuentro, así como también donde se encuentran ustedes, está siendo grabado. Hay un abogado de la Fiscalía presente escuchando todo lo que se dice aquí, así que no diga usted nada sobre el delito en sí. Por favor, tenga presente estos derechos durante el transcurso de este procedimiento. Para quienes comparecen de manera virtual, si no son abogados, deben mantener su dispositivo en silencio durante todo el tiempo que estén presentes. Además, no deben activar su cámara en ningún momento. Para los abogados presentes, mantengan su dispositivo en silencio. Sin embargo, por favor, activen su cámara para que el juez esté al tanto de su presencia. Para todos los presentes, conforme a las reglas de administración judicial, esta audiencia no podrá ser grabada en ninguna forma, a menos que usted pertenezca a los medios y tenga autorización previa de la administración del tribunal.
This is Judge Gibson. Is the Spanish interpreter present? All right. We have a new start time that just started this week, and so Spanish interpreter's not here and the public defender's office isn't here. So we're going to try to get them here. If y'all be patient, please. I know our interpreter has joined us. Can you please raise your right hand? Keep the video up.
Good afternoon, Judge.
Good afternoon. Can you put your, there we go. Do you swear that you will truly and correctly translate English into Spanish and Spanish into English here today?
Yes, I do, Judge. Elias Lopez, staff interpreter present.
Thank you. And I apologize for the delay, but we're waiting on someone from the Public Defender's Office to appear. All right, all staff is present now. And the first case we're going to call is the case requiring the assistance of the Spanish interpreter is Jean Martin Gonzalez. Be at Central.
Hey, Jean Martin, go. How you doing, roll call?
All right, sir, did you see the video recording that was played at this first appearance hearing today? And do you understand the rights explained in the video recording?
Señor, usted vio el video, la grabación de video que fue reproducida antes de la audiencia de primera comparecencia de hoy, y si la vio, ¿la comprendió usted los derechos que se explican en esa grabación de video?
Sí.
Yes.
You're here because you have a warrant out of Orange County.
Usted se encuentra aquí hoy porque tiene una orden de arresto proveniente del condado Orange.
For aggravated battery on a pregnant woman.
Y esto por un cargo de agresión física con agravantes sobre una mujer embarazada.
And 2 counts of domestic violence.
Y tiene 2 cargos de violencia intrafamiliar.
And those 2 charges are for domestic violence battery.
Y esos 2 cargos son por violencia intrafamiliar, agresión física.
Because it's an Orange County case, they cannot appoint a Polk public defender to represent you.
Debido a que es un caso del condado Orange, yo no puedo asignarle un defensor público para que le represente.
But I have reviewed the arrest report and the warrant confirmation teletype. I do find probable cause for all the charges.
Yo ya he leído el informe del arresto y la confirmación de la orden de detención, el teletipo de la orden de detención. Encuentro que hay motivo fundado para los cargos en su contra.
Orange County has set your bond status at no bond.
Y el condado Orange ha manifestado que el estatus de su fianza es que no tiene fianza.
If you are still in our custody and Orange County has not picked you up by September 1st at 1 o'clock at 12:45 p.m., then we'll bring you back here to our first appearance in Polk.
Si usted sigue bajo custodia, o sea, se encuentra todavía en la cárcel y el condado Orange no le ha venido a buscar para el día 1 de septiembre a las 12:45 p.m., entonces le traeremos de regreso a la audiencia de primera comparecencia de aquí, del condado Polk.
Thank you.
Gracias, señor.
Mr. Lopez, I was told that's all the folks who require the assistance of the Spanish interpreter, but will you make a quick announcement just to make sure that's correct?
Of course, Your Honor. ¿Alguien más necesita asistencia en español? Levante la mano ahora, por favor. I see no hands raised, Your Honor. May I be excused?
You may. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
All
Judge.
right. Are there any private attorneys on Teams? Any private attorney on Teams? All right, I don't see any private attorneys, so let's go to South County Jail. And the first case is Donald Burns. After that will be Stefan Chansey. Mr. Burns, did you see the video recording that was played at this first appearance hearing, and do you understand the rights explained in that video recording?
Yeah,
All right. You're charged with resisting or obstructing an officer without violence. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you, or are you going to hire your own attorney or represent yourself?
no,
I couldn't hear you.
I said no.
No, you don't want me to appoint the public defender?
You may,
So you do want me to appoint the public defender, is that correct?
you may, yeah,
All right, I provisionally appoint the public defender's office to represent you in this case. I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for this charge. In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $1,000. Once you are released, you must report immediately to pretrial release services office in person in Bartow at 1745 South Highway 17. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, twice a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the event location from this case. Additionally, you may not use or possess an accelerant. An accelerant is a fuel or oxidizing agent such as an ignitable liquid used to initiate a fire or increase the spread or growth of a fire. You have an arraignment hearing set in the M6 Division on September the 11th at 8:30 a.m. Thank you, sir. The next case is Stefan Chansey.
I'll ask to be heard on this one. Your Honor.
Yes, sir. All right, Mr. Chansey, you are charged with burglary with assault or battery and shooting a missile into a dwelling, vehicle, building, or aircraft. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you, or are you going to hire your own attorney or represent yourself?
you can't appoint one to me.
I provisionally appoint the public defender's office to represent you. Did you see the video recording that was played at this first appearance hearing today, and do you understand the rights explained in the video recording?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
All right. The state has asked to be heard.
Your Honor, presuming a finding of probable cause, the state will ask the court to hold the accused no bond. The charge before the court, but one of them is burglary with an assault or battery. That is of a dwelling, so it is an enumerated dangerous offense, qualifying for a motion for pretrial detention. That it is a punishable by life felony also gives the court discretion to hold the accused no bond because of the level of the charge. State is requesting the court hold the accused no bond pending further proceedings. If the court is not so inclined, then I will request 24 hours to file that motion. Thank you.
Is there anything the defense wants to tell me?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for all of the charges. In this case, regarding the shooting missile into dwelling charge, I am going to require pretrial release with GPS electronic monitoring and bail as conditions of pretrial release. You may not be released until the GPS electronic monitor is affixed to your person. Once you are released, you must report immediately to pretrial release services office in person in Bartow at 1745 South Highway 17. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You may not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives, and you're prohibited from having any contact with the victim. You may not contact the victim directly or indirectly. You may not contact the victim in any manner whatsoever. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's residence, vehicle, place of employment, and school at all times. I am going to grant the state's request and hold you no bond on the burglary with assault or battery charge at this time. And you have an arraignment hearing set in the A2 division on September the 29th at 8:15 a.m. Thank you.
What was the bond on the shooting?
$15,000. Thank you, ma'am. Brandon Cole. All right, Mr. Cole, you're charged with possession of drug paraphernalia and possession of methamphetamine. Did you see the video recording that was played at this first appearance hearing today, and do you understand the rights explained in that video?
Yes, Your Honor.
Would you like for me to appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you on this methamphetamine and drug paraphernalia charge?
Yeah.
I provisionally appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for the charges. In this case, I'm going to require a pretrial release with bail as condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $6,000 on the methamphetamine charge and $2,000 on the remaining charge. Once you are released, you must report immediately to Pretrial Release Services Office in person in Bartow at 1745 South Highway 17. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, twice a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays. You also must submit to random urinalysis that you're required to pay for. Thank you. Ben
Are you-
Firm,
You tell my next court date?
you have an arraignment hearing set for September the 29th at 8:15 a.m. in the A2 division. Thank you, sir. Ben Furman? Mr. Furman, it looks like you have a warrant out of Highlands County. It says it is for COC non-support with a cash purge of $1,000. Did you see the video recording that was played at this hearing, and do you understand the rights explained in that recording?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And I cannot appoint a public defender to represent you in this matter, but I have reviewed the arrest report and I do find probable cause for the charge. If you're still in our custody, Highlands hasn't picked you up as of September the 1st at 12:45 p.m., then we'll bring you back to first appearance here. Thank you, Mr. Furman.
Yes, ma'am.
Timothy Haas. And after that will be Willie Lotz. Mr. Haas, did you see the video recording that was played at this hearing today, and do you understand the rights explained in that video recording?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you're charged with domestic violence battery. Would you like for me to appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you, or are you going to hire your own attorney or represent yourself?
Represent myself.
All right, the clerk will note that down. Do you feel confident representing yourself in this criminal case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, have you had any formal legal training?
No, I haven't.
You still feel comfortable representing yourself?
I mean, does that mean it's going to trial?
I don't know. This is the first step, so I have no way of knowing what will happen along the way. But the state
Okay.
is represented by counsel, and they understand all of the applicable rules of criminal procedure and all of the case law that applies in these cases. And I presume, since you're not an attorney, that you don't know those types of things. Do you still feel confident representing yourself?
You can appoint me one. I'm not really familiar with this stuff.
All right, I provisionally appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you in this case. I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for the charge. In this case, I'm going to require a pretrial release with bail as condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $5,000. Once you are released, you must report immediately to Pretrial Release Services Office in person in Bartow at 1745 South Highway 17. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You may not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. And you are prohibited from having any contact with the victim. You may not contact the victim directly or indirectly. You may not contact the victim in any manner whatsoever. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's residence, vehicle, place of employment, and school at all times. I'm going to allow you a one-time return to the residence and one time only. However, you must be accompanied by law enforcement, and that must occur within 48 hours of your release from custody. The purpose for that one-time return is for you to quickly gather essential items. Additionally, you may not possess or consume any alcohol or enter into any bars or lounges, and you must submit to random breath tests that you're required to pay for. You have an arraignment hearing set in the M6 division for September the 11th at 8:30 a.m. Thank you, Mr. Haas.
Thank you.
Moving on to Willie Lotz. And after that will be Axel Montalvo. All right, Mr. Lotz, did you see the video recording that was played at the hearing today? And do you understand the rights that were explained in that video recording?
Well, I'm about these charges here. I'm not gonna say nothing. I'm about these charges, so I'm not gonna say nothing. So I just think to myself, I'm about these charges that.
All right.
So,
Okay, Mr. Lotz, I heard you, but just so you know, you do, as was stated in the video, you're not required to say anything, and if you do say anything, it may be used against you. You have the right to counsel, and if you're financially able to afford that, then the court will appoint it, and you have the right to communicate with counsel, family, or friends. And if necessary, we will provide reasonable means to do so. All right, in this case, Mr. Lotz, you're charged with possession of cocaine and use or possession of drug paraphernalia. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
You got to do. Just you one who votes to have the charges, y'all get together and y'all get together.
All right, I provisionally, based upon what I'm seeing, the behavior I'm seeing today, I provisionally appoint the Public Defender's Office to assist the defendant in this case. I have reviewed the KPS, the information, and the complaint affidavit. I do find probable cause for all of the charges. In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $6,000 on the cocaine charge and $1,000 on the remaining charge. Once you are released, you must report immediately to Pretrial Release Services Office in person in Bartow at 1745 South Highway 17. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, twice a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and you must submit to random urinalysis that you're required to pay for. You have an arraignment hearing set for September the 15th at 8:15 a.m. in the A2 division. Thank you, sir. Axel Montalvo. Thank you, Mr. Lutz. You're finished. Mr. Montalvo, you're charged with 5 counts of violation of probation from Polk County case number 20 CF 5492. Would you like for me to appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you?
Yes, ma'am.
I provisionally appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. I have reviewed the corrected violation of probation warrant and the corrected violation of probation affidavit. I do find probable cause for all the charges. Your bond status at this time is no bond, and you have an arraignment hearing set in the F7 division for September the 22nd at 8:30 a.m. Thank you, sir. Efren Nunez Alcantar. Sir, you're charged with 2 counts of violation of probation from Polk County case number 2021 CF 1203 and 2021 CF 8491. And you're also charged with trespass on property other than structure or conveyance. Would you like for me to appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you?
Yes, ma'am.
I provisionally appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Did you
No,
see the
ma'am.
video? Did you see
What-
the video? Did you see the video recording that was played at this first appearance hearing today? And do you understand the rights that were explained in that video?
Okay. No,
No, you
I
didn't
didn't-
see it, or no, you
no, I
don't
didn't see it.
understand?
I don't understand. I didn't understand it.
Okay, well, let me explain to you what the rights were that were explained in it. You're not required to say anything, and anything you say may be used against you. If you're unrepresented, you have the right to counsel, and if financially unable to afford counsel, counsel will be appointed, and the defendant has the right to communicate with counsel, family, or friends. And if necessary, reasonable means will be provided to do so. All right, I already provisionally appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Is that correct?
Okay.
All right. I have reviewed in this case the arrest report. I do find probable cause for all the charges. As to the new charge of trespass on property other than structure or conveyance, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $3,000. Once you are released, you must report immediately to Pretrial Release Services Office in person in Bartow at 1745 South Highway 17. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, twice a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays. You are prohibited from having any contact with the victim in this case. You may not contact the victim directly or indirectly. You may not contact the victim in any manner whatsoever. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's residence, vehicle, place of employment, and school at all times. You must also stay at least 500 feet away from the event location from this case. The bond status on the 2 violation of probation charges is no bond at this time. And you have an arraignment hearing set on the trespass case on September the 11th at 8:30 a.m. in the M6 division. And you have, on the VOPs, you have a hearing in the F7 division for September the 22nd at 8:30 a.m. Thank you, sir. Philip,
Okay.
Craig Phillip. Craig Phillip. All right. Mr. Phillip, did you see the video recording that was played at this first appearance hearing today? And do you understand the rights explained in the video recording?
Yes.
You're charged with resisting or obstructing an officer without violence. Would you like for me to appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you, or are you going to hire your own attorney or represent yourself?
Yeah,
Yes to the public defender?
yeah.
I provisionally appoint the public defender's office to represent you. I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for the charge. In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $2,000. Once you are released, you must report immediately to pretrial release services office in person in Bartow at 1745 South Highway 17. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, twice a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays. You have an arraignment hearing set in the M6 Division on September the 11th at 8:30 a.m. Thank you, Mr. Phillip. All right, Donovan Rosary. Sir, you're charged with possession of drug paraphernalia, keeping a structure for drug activity, possession of cannabis with intent to sell or deliver within 1,000 feet of a church, and possession of weapon or ammunition by a convicted felon with a gang enhancement. Did you see the video recording that was played at this first appearance hearing today, and do you understand the rights explained in the video?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you like for me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you, or are you going to hire your own attorney or represent yourself?
Public defender.
I provisionally appoint the public defender's office to represent you. I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for all of the charges. In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with GPS electronic monitoring and house arrest as conditions of pretrial release. You may not be released until the GPS electronic monitor is affixed to your person. Your bail is set at $1,000 on the drug paraphernalia charge, $5,000 on the keeping structure for drug activity, $25,000 on the possession of cannabis with intent to sell or deliver within 1,000 feet of a church, and $40,000 on the possession of weapon or ammunition by a convicted felon with gang enhancement charged as a first-degree felony. Once you are released, you must report immediately to pretrial release services office in person in Bartow at 1745 South Highway 17. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, 7 days a week. So every day of every week. I'm also imposing house arrest conditions. However, you may attend your own court hearings, you may attend your own attorney appointments, and you may attend your own medical appointments. You may not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives, and you also must submit to random urinalysis that you're required to pay for. You have an arraignment hearing set for September the 29th at 8:15 a.m. in the A2 Division. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Remy Samuel.
Sandra Smith, Public Defender's Office. I have a probable cause challenge and I want to be heard regarding bond.
Yes, ma'am. All right, Mr. Samuel, you are charged with 2 counts of resisting or obstructing an officer without violence. Did you see the video recording played at the first appearance hearing today, and do you understand the rights explained in that video recording?
I do understand, because the first time I wouldn't know, in July, I have a court. No one take me to the court. And
All right.
yesterday
And just so
I
you
was,
know, sir, we're not there
no,
yet, okay?
yesterday I was in my room, look at this, so the police officer come get me, dump me, whatever, for no reason, because I already know what's going on. Because if I got to go to court, I got to know what day I have to go to court.
All right,
That's
Mr.
why.
Samuel, just so you know, I heard you do understand, you did see the video and you understood the rights that were explained in that. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you?
I already have one when I was on a court the first time. I don't do the same one, because I was in a court on July, because
All right,
they
thank you,
take me
Mr.
on July.
Samuel. Based upon what I'm seeing, I am going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you on these 2 charges. Ms. Smith?
There's several issues.
So you can see a lot
Mr.
of,
Samuel, hold on a second.
Well, number one, I'm challenging one of the probable cause challenge on one of the resisting, since there was 2 different officers. This occurred at the jail. 2 different officers at the same time. I would ask for no probable cause to be found on one of the resisting without violences and him to be ROR on that charge. On the other charge, I would ask for ROR as well, as he was just found incompetent to proceed on August 18th in case number 2026 CF003388BA by Judge Pinkett. The court minutes from the competency hearing indicate she found him incompetent to proceed and that he meets the criteria for involuntary commitment, which means he is now he has a hold for DCF. If he has any bond on either one of these charges, that will hold him up from being sent to the Department of Children and Families to the hospital where he needs to go. That's why I'm asking for ROR on both charges.
What says the state as to both issues?
With regard to the first, state's position is you can find probable cause for both counts, because the state's position is you can find probable cause for both counts. However, that being said, I do not oppose a release on recognizance on one of the counts. With regard to the case before the court, the state's opposed to an ROR on the other count. The finding of incompetence has not been filed in this case at this time.
All right, so I'm a little confused about your first point. So you're saying there is probable cause for both, but you don't oppose on one of the counts, the court releasing him on his own recognizance only on one of the counts is what I'm hearing you say. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you are opposed to the court releasing him on his own recognizance on the remaining charge?
Yes, ma'am.
I just would point out that's going to hold him from getting to the hospital because he has a hold from DCF on the Polk County Sheriff's website. And I think he has a status hearing on that case later next month to make sure that on September 22nd, that date is usually a status hearing to make sure he's been transferred to the hospital. So I don't know when the hospital is going to come to get him, but it will hold him up. And eventually, obviously, we can file a motion point committee findings based on this case and then get him ROR'd at that time. But just because we can do that later, I just feel that it'd be best interest for him to be ROR'd now so he can get to the hospital faster.
I'm certainly sympathetic to the situation, but I also know when motions are filed of that regard, and at least in front of me, I do it the same day. So it's not like it's something that's there is a process that is not unduly burdensome. So in this case, you do find probable cause for both counts. I am going to set bond in the presumptive amount of $1,000. And I understand that Public Defender's Office I understand the Public Defender's Office is well aware of this history and will file the appropriate motions if they think there are motions that need to be filed. Sir, you have an arraignment hearing set for September the 11th at 8:30 a.m. in the M6 division.
And is he going to be ROR'd on the one count?
I found as to both, and I set $1,000 on each.
Okay, so you set a bond on each one?
I did. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Moving on to Corey Shalin. Mr. Shalin, did you see the video recording played at this first appearance hearing today? And do you understand the rights explained in the video recording? I can't hear you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Is there anything the defense wants to tell me?
I'm Mr. Shalin. One moment.
Regarding the reading of the charges.
It's just a failure to comply with registration. I mean, it's no specific one.
I mean, it is, but.
I mean, if it was, I would wait the reading of the specific one, but with KPS just says failed to comply with registration law.
No follow-up document to say more, but sir, are you aware of what you're charged with?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Would you like for me to appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you?
I'm gonna have a conflict of interest with the public defenders.
Okay, so you're going to hire your own attorney or represent yourself?
Okay.
If I take a public defender, I mean, the one that they had appointed to me was Douglas Jackson. And
So I'm
Yeah,
not
then-
asking what your thought process is. I'm asking, do you want me to appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you? Or are you going to hire your own attorney? Or are you going to represent yourself?
you can hire, I mean, you can appoint a public defender.
All right, I provisionally appoint the Public Defender to represent you. If y'all could hold it down, please. You're becoming the presenter when you're talking that close to the speaker.
Yes, Your Honor, we're trying to adjust this.
All right, thank you. I have reviewed the CAPIAS, the information that was filed in the arrest report. I do find probable cause for the charge. In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with GPS electronic monitor and bail as conditions of pretrial release. You may not be released until the GPS electronic monitor is affixed to your person. Your bail is set at $15,000. Once you are released, you must report immediately to Pretrial Release Services Office in person in Bartow at 1745 South Highway 17. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Additionally, I'm imposing condition number 25. You may not possess, access, or use any computers or other electronic devices with internet or intranet capabilities. You have an arraignment hearing set September the 8th at 8:15 a.m. in the A2 Division. Thank you, Mr. Shalen. William Snively? Mr. Snively, you're charged with violation of probation from Hillsborough County. And because this is a Hillsborough County charge, it cannot appoint a Polk public defender to represent you. Did you see the video recording played at this first appearance hearing today? And do you understand the rights that were explained in that video?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I have reviewed the arrest report and the warrant, the warrant teletype in this case. I do find probable cause for the charge. Because it's a violation of probation, your bond status is no bond. But if you're still here in our custody on, let's see, on, does he have local charges still pending? Okay, so you still have local charges pending, so those will have to be resolved first.
He had actually bonded on those charges, so I would ask for a status hearing on September 1st, if we're still doing that, a weekly review on that, or whenever that is now.
All right, Mr. Snively, what was it? Did he bond? Well, Ms. Smith was here, so she would know. So assuming that you
Yes, ma'am.
bonded on those local charges, then we'll bring you back here. If you're still in our custody, we'll bring you back on September the 1st to first appearance at 12:45, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Courtney Stanhope. Mr. Stanhope, you're here because you have a fugitive from justice warrant out of, it looks like Pasquotank. I'm going to spell it Pasquotank, County, North Carolina, for a felony probation violation. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you see the video recording that was played at this first appearance hearing today? And do you understand the rights explained in the video recording?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I provisionally appoint the public defender's office to represent you. I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for the charge. Right now, your bond status is no bond, but you have a hearing set on this matter September the 1st at 8:29 a.m. Thank you, Mr. Stanhope.
Thank you, ma'am.
Christopher Vigil. Mr. Vigil, you're charged with unlawful use of a two-way communication device and grand theft of a motor vehicle. Did you see the video recording played at this first appearance hearing, and do you understand the rights explained in that video recording?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you, or are you going to hire your own attorney or represent yourself?
No, the public defender's office.
I provisionally appoint the public defender's office to represent you. I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for the charges. In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $7,000 on the grand theft of a motor vehicle charge and $5,000 on the remaining charge. Once you are released, you must report immediately to Pretrial Release Services Office in person in Lake Alfred at 200 Government Center Boulevard. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You're prohibited from having any contact with the victim in this case. You may not contact the victim directly or indirectly. You may not contact the victim in any manner whatsoever. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's residence, vehicle, place of employment, and school at all times. You have an arraignment hearing set for September the 29th at 8:15 a.m. in the A2 Division. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Who's the victim?
Can you pull it up, please? Yes, ma'am. Hold on, I'll get the name for you. The victim is Melinda Davis.
Melinda
Thank you,
Davis,
sir.
okay. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Corey Breland.
Request to be heard
Yes,
on
ma'am.
this.
Mr. Breland, did you see the video recording played at this first appearance hearing today? And do you understand the rights explained in the video recording?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you are charged you're charged with 3 counts of domestic violence battery on a person 65 years of age or older, resisting or obstructing an officer without violence, tampering with a witness, and fleeing to elude officer in a marked patrol vehicle with lights and sirens active, as well as domestic violence aggravated assault. Additionally, the arrest report, and maybe you all have something different. Sometimes when I get to first appearance, others have different affidavits than I do. But at least on the arrest report I saw, he also had a charge of refusal to accept and sign citation, a second-degree misdemeanor. Has that charge been dealt with, and was he booked in on it?
I see it on the affidavit. I do not know if he was booked on it, but the state's position is he should have been, and it should appear on the docket.
All right, and do you see now it is on the, while it wasn't on my printed docket, it is over here on my screen that the clerk's office has, so the clerk's office does have that charge.
Yeah.
All right, so you are also charged with refusal to accept and sign citation in this case. As well as pretrial services says that Mr. Verland has open cases of 2026 CT 5659 and 2026 MM 5786. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you, or are you going to hire your own attorney or represent yourself?
The public defender.
I provisionally appoint the public defender's office to represent you, sir. I have reviewed the arrest report and citation. I do find probable cause for all of the charges. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the state would respectfully request the court consider an elevated bond on each of the charges before the court. I would note that the cases in which the accused was on bond when these crimes were alleged to have been committed included reckless driving in the CT case and resisting an officer in the MM case. Also, I would respectfully point the court's attention to the specific factual allegations, especially with regard to the aggravated assault. The state's position is that that is a particularly concerning set of facts and allegations, so we are requesting an elevated bond. Thank you.
All right. Is there anything the defense wants to tell me?
Would ask for reasonable bonds to be imposed on the new charges.
In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $10,000 on each of the 3 counts of domestic violence battery on persons 65 years of age or older. Your bail is set at $1,000 on the resisting or obstructing an officer without violence charge, $5,000 on the tampering with the witness charge, $5,000 on the fleeing to elude, the felony fleeing to elude charge, and $15,000 on the aggravated assault charge. Once you are released, you must report immediately to pretrial release services office in person in Lake Alfred at 200 Government Center Boulevard. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You may not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. And you're prohibited from having any contact with the victims in this case. You may not contact the victims directly or indirectly. You may not contact the victims in any manner whatsoever. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victims, their residences, their vehicles, their places of employment, and their schools at all times. I'm going to allow you a one-time return to the residence and one time only. However, that must occur within 48 hours of your release from custody, and you must be accompanied by a law enforcement officer. The purpose for that one-time return is for you to quickly gather essential items. Additionally, you may not possess or consume any alcohol or enter any bars or lounges, and you must submit to random breath tests that you're required to pay for. You have an arraignment hearing set for September the 29th at 8:15 a.m. in the A2 division.
What was it on the refusing to accept the signed summons?
Oh, I'm sorry, $250 on the refusal to accept or sign summons. Thank you, Ms. Smith. All right, next case is
Judge, before we move on, if I may, I apologize for interrupting. I'd ask to be heard on the bonds in the 2 open cases.
Okay, yes, sir.
With regard to CT 265659 and MM 265786, state is respectfully asking the court to revoke the bond in each of those cases and hold the accused no bond in each of them pursuant to Parker v. State. Thank you.
All right, so the state is asking that I revoke your bond in your 2 open cases and hold you no bond pursuant to Parker v. State, and that is what I'm going to do. So your bond is revoked in both of those cases, and you're to be held no bond pursuant to Parker v. State. Does Mr. Breland have counsel in those 2 cases?
Yes,
Is it the public defender's office?
yes.
All right, the public defender's office is already appointed to represent you on those 2 open cases, and they will continue to represent you, Mr. Breland. Thank you. Moving on to Jakeem Williams. Mr. Williams, did you see the video recording that was played at this first appearance hearing today? And do you understand the rights that were explained in that video recording?
Yes, ma'am.
You're charged, it looks like the state filed a direct information and charged you with felony battery with prior conviction. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I have reviewed the capias and the information in the complaint affidavit in this case. I do find probable cause for the charge. My understanding is that you and the alleged victim do not live together. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $7,000. Once you are released, you must report immediately to pretrial release services office in person in Lake Alfred at 200 Government Center Boulevard. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You may not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives, and you're prohibited from having any contact with the victim in this case. You may not contact the victim directly or indirectly. You may not contact the victim in any manner whatsoever. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's residence, vehicle, place of employment, and school at all times. You have an arraignment hearing set in the A2 division on September the 15th at 8:15 a.m. Thank you, sir. Let's go to the females at Central, and the first case is Asaria Adside.
Yes, ma'am.
You're charged with battery and domestic violence battery. Did you see the video recording played at this first appearance hearing today, and do you understand the rights explained in the video recording?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you like for me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you? Or are you going to hire your own attorney and represent yourself?
I have an attorney.
Okay, a private attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, the clerk will note that down. Do you live out of state?
No, I live in Jacksonville, Florida.
All right. In this case, I'm going to require pretrial. The reason I was asking about out of state is one of our standard conditions is people can't leave Florida. So I just wanted to make sure if you were out of state that we address that. But thank you for letting me know about Jacksonville. All right. In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $2,000 on each count. Once you are released, you must report immediately to pretrial release services office in person in Bartow at 1745 South Highway 17. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You may not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives, and you are prohibited from having any contact with victims in this case. You may not contact the victims directly or indirectly. You may not contact the victims in any manner whatsoever. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victims, their residences, their vehicles, their places of employment, and their schools at all times. I'm going to allow you one-time return to your residence and one time only. However, you must be accompanied by a law enforcement officer, and that must occur within 48 hours of your release from custody. The purpose for that one-time return is for you to quickly gather essential items. Additionally, you must submit to random breath tests that you're required to pay for, and you may not use, possess, or consume any alcohol or enter into any bars or lounges. You have an arraignment hearing set in the N6 division on September the 11th at 8:30 a.m. Thank you, ma'am. The next case is Kayla Bosk. Ms. Bosk, did you see the video recording that was played at this first appearance hearing today, and do you understand the rights explained in the video recording?
Yes, ma'am.
You're charged with possession of methamphetamine, tampering with physical evidence, and use or possession of drug paraphernalia. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you, or are you going to hire your own attorney or represent yourself?
a public defender.
I provisionally appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for the charges. In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $5,000 on the methamphetamine charge, $5,000 on the tampering with evidence charge, and $1,000 on the remaining charge. Once you are released, you must report immediately to Pretrial Release Services Office in person in Bartow at 1745 South Highway 17. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, twice a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and you must submit to random urinalysis that you're required to pay for. You have an arraignment hearing set in the A2 division on September the 29th at 8:15 a.m. Thank you, ma'am. Next case is Ashley Fernandez Newman Lowry. Ma'am, you're charged with possession of cannabis resin, driving while license suspended or revoked, and possession of drug paraphernalia. Did you see the video recording played at this first appearance hearing today, and do you understand the rights explained in the video recording?
This is my first court appearance. I never had one this morning.
Well, this afternoon, when we first started, we played the two videos. Did you see the video?
Yeah.
Did you understand the rights that were explained in that video?
Yes.
All right. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you on these charges? Are you going to hire your own attorney or represent yourself?
Public defender.
I provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you. I have reviewed the citation and arrest report. I do find probable cause for all of the charges. In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail as condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $6,000 on the cannabis resin charge, $250 on the driving while license suspended or revoked charge, and $1,000 on the remaining charge. Once you are released, you must report immediately to Pretrial Release Services Office in person in Bartow at 1745 South Highway 17. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, twice a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays. You also must submit to random urinalysis that you're required to pay for. And additionally, you may not drive without a valid driver's license. You have an arraignment hearing set for September the 29th at 8:15 a.m. in the A2 division. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rebecca Gorley. Ms. Gorley, did you see the video recording played at first appearance hearing today?
Right.
And do you understand the rights explained in that recording?
Yeah.
All right. You're charged with possession of methamphetamine and use or possession of drug paraphernalia. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
Yeah, I do have a public defender.
I provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you in this case. I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for the charges. In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail as condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $5,000 on the methamphetamine charge and $1,000 on the remaining charge. Once you are released, you must report immediately to Pretrial Release Services Office in person in Bartow at 1745 South Highway 17. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, twice a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays. You also must submit to random urinalysis that you're required to pay for, and you have an arraignment hearing set for September the 29th at 8:15 a.m. in the A2 division. Thank you, ma'am. Kimberly LeBron. Thank you, Miss.
She's reading.
I couldn't hear you.
She was reading the caption.
Okay.
Yes, I understand.
Thank you, ma'am. You're finished. I appreciate it. All right. Kimberly LeBron.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. LeBron, you're charged with driving while license suspended or revoked, and pretrial services says you have an open case of 2026 CT 6100 from July 8th of this year. But as to this new charge, would you like for me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you, or are you going to hire your own attorney or represent yourself?
Public defender.
I provisionally appoint the public defender's office to represent you. Did you see the video recording that was played at this hearing today, and do you understand the rights that were explained in the video?
Yes, ma'am.
I have reviewed the citation and the arrest report. I do find probable cause for the charge. In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $500. Once you are released, you must report immediately to Pretrial Release Services Office in person in Lake Alfred at 200 Government Center Boulevard. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, once a week on, what days? On Tuesdays. Additionally, you may not drive without a valid driver's license. You have an arraignment hearing set for September the 11th at 8:30 a.m. in the M6 division. Is there anything anyone wants to tell me about the open case?
Judge, from what I could tell, that was a UTC that was issued as a notice to appear. From what I can tell, it does not qualify for a Parker detention.
Thank you, Ms. LeBron.
Thank you.
Moving on to Tracy Price. Ms. Price, you're charged with culpable negligence, inflicting actual harm and false report to a law enforcement officer. Would you like for me to appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you, or are you going to hire your own attorney or represent yourself?
Can I have the public defender, please?
Yes, ma'am. I provisionally appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Did you see the video? Did you see the video recording played at this hearing today, and do you understand the rights explained in the video recording?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for the charges. In this case, I'm going to require a pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $2,000 on the culpable negligence charge and $1,000 on the remaining charge. Once you are released, you must report immediately to Pretrial Release Services Office in person in Bartow at 1745 South Highway 17. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You may not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. You have an arraignment hearing set in the M6 division for September the 11th at 8:30 a.m. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Ashley Shields.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Shields, you're charged with domestic violence assault and domestic violence battery. Would you like for me to appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you, or are you going to hire your own attorney or represent yourself?
Public defender, please.
I provisionally appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you in this case. Did you see the video recording that was played at this hearing today, and do you understand the rights that were explained in the video recording?
Yes, ma'am.
I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for the charges. In this case, I'm going to require a pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $5,000 on the domestic violence battery charge and $1,000 on the remaining charge. Once you are released, you must report immediately to Pretrial Release Services Office in person as soon as you're released at 1745 South Highway 17. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You may not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. You are prohibited from having any contact with the victim in this case. You may not contact the victim directly or indirectly. You may not contact the victim in any manner whatsoever. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's residence, vehicle, place of employment, and school at all times. I'm going to allow you a one-time return to the residence and one time only. However, that must occur within 48 hours of your release from custody, and you must be accompanied by a law enforcement officer. The purpose for that one-time return is for you to quickly gather essential items. You have an arraignment hearing set for September the 11th at 8:30 a.m. in the M6 division. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Jamie Lynn Thompson. Ma'am, you're charged with 2 counts of use or possession of an ID of another without consent, as well as use of credit card to obtain goods 2 times over $100, and petty theft. Would you like for me to appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you, or are you going to hire your own attorney or represent yourself?
Public defender, please.
I provisionally appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Did you see the video recording that was played at this hearing today, and do you understand the rights that were explained in that video?
Yes, ma'am.
I have reviewed the arrest warrant and the complaint affidavit. I do find probable cause for all the charges. In this case, I'm going to require a pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $5,000 on each of the 2 counts of use or possession of ID of another without consent, $5,000 on the use of credit card to obtain goods charge, and $250 on the petty theft charge. Once you are released, you must report immediately to Pretrial Release Services Office in person in Bartow at 1745 South Highway 17. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, 2 times a week on Tuesdays and Tuesdays and Thursdays. You are prohibited from having any contact with the victim. You may not contact the victim directly or indirectly. You may not contact the victim in any manner whatsoever. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's residence, vehicle, place of employment, and school at all times. You have an arraignment hearing set for September the 29th at 8:15 a.m. in the A2 division. Thank you, ma'am. Danielle Thompson?
Yes, ma'am.
I do want to waive the reading of the charges she's here for violating her probation on.
All right, Ms. Thompson, you're here on 2 counts of violation of probation for Polk County case number 2025 CF 414017. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you?
Yes, yes.
I provisionally appoint the public defender's office to represent you. Did you see the video recording played at this hearing today, and do you understand the rights explained in the video recording?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I have reviewed the arrest report and the teletype. I have reviewed the arrest report. In this case, I do find probable cause for the charge. Because there are violations of probation right now, your bond status is no bond at this time. But you do have a hearing set in the F7 division for September the 22nd at 8:30 a.m. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Candace Turner?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Turner, you're here because you have a warrant from Hillsborough County for grand theft, $750 through $5,000. And because it's a Hillsborough County case, it cannot appoint a public defender to represent you. Did you see the video recording played at this hearing today, and do you understand the rights explained in that recording?
Yes.
I have reviewed the arrest report and the warrant confirmation teletype. I do find probable cause for the charge. Right now, Hillsborough County has your bond status, your bond set at $2,500. If you are still in our custody and you haven't bonded out, or they haven't come to get you by September 1st at 12:45, then we'll bring you back to Polk here for our first appearance hearing. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, Cheryl Udachak,
Yes, ma'am.
ma'am, you're charged with battery. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you, or are you going to hire your own attorney or represent yourself?
I'd like you to appoint a public defender, please,
All right.
if it makes it that far.
I provisionally appoint the public defender's office to represent you in this case. Did you see the video recording played at this hearing today, and do you understand the rights explained in the video recording?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for the charge. In this case, I'm going to require a pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $1,000. Once you are released, you must report immediately to Pretrial Release Services Office in person in Lake Alfred at 200 Government Center Boulevard. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You may not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. Additionally, you're prohibited from having any contact with the victim. Do you all live at least 500 feet away from each other?
I honestly don't know. I don't even know this woman. I don't even know her name.
All right, so are you guys not, all right, hold on, ma'am. Are you all not next door neighbors?
She lives catty-cornered behind my trailer.
Okay, and you
So
don't.
I
know-
don't know how many feet that is, or
All
I
right.
don't know.
All right, and you're prohibited from having any contact with the victim in this case. You may not contact the victim directly or indirectly. You may not contact the victim in any manner whatsoever. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's residence, vehicle, place of employment, and school at all times. I've appointed the public defender's office. If they learn that your residences are less than 500 feet, then they will file the appropriate motion to modify this pretrial release condition.
Excuse me.
Hold on, ma'am. You have an
Okay.
arraignment hearing set for September the 11th at 8:30 a.m. in the M6 division. Yes, ma'am.
I am really sick. I have a really bad chronic illness, and I have to go to the hospital when I leave here. I don't understand. I don't know what pretrial release is. What does that mean?
It means to get out of jail, you have to comply with pretrial release conditions, and your attorney can explain more. I've explained pretty fully what the conditions are, and your attorney can explain them to you more. And there's certainly nurses and doctors at the jail, and they can assist you with your healthcare issues, okay?
Well,
Thank you,
I
ma'am.
asked him, yeah. Thank you.
Moving on to the males at Central County Jail. The first is Christopher Sean Allen. Mr. Allen, you're charged with possession of cannabis not more than 20 grams and use or possession of drug paraphernalia. Would you like for me to appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you?
Yes, ma'am.
I provisionally appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Did you see the video recording that was played at this hearing today, and do you understand the rights explained in the video recording?
Yes, ma'am.
I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for the charges. In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $2,000 on the cannabis charge and $1,000 on the remaining charge. Once you are released, you must report immediately to Pretrial Release Services Office in person in Bartow at 1745 South Highway 17. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, twice a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and you must submit to random urinalysis that you're required to pay for. You have an arraignment hearing set for September the 11th at 8:30 a.m. in the M6 Division. Thank you, Mr. Allen. Marcellus Brooks? Mr. Brooks,
Yes,
you're charged with driving while licensed suspended or revoked as a habitual offender. Would you like for me to appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you on this felony matter?
Oh, I would like to hire my own attorney.
Okay, the clerk will note down that you're going to hire your own attorney. Did you see the video recording played at this hearing today, and do you understand the rights explained in that recording?
I have,
All right, is that a yes?
yes.
Okay. I have reviewed the citation and arrest report. I do find probable cause for the charge. In this case, I'm going to require a pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $6,000. Once you're released, you must report immediately to Pretrial Release Services Office in person in Bartow at 1745 South Highway 17. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, once a week on Tuesdays. You're prohibited from driving without a valid driver's license, and you have an arraignment hearing set in the A2 Division on September the 29th at 8:15 a.m. Thank you, Mr. Brooks. John Brown? Mr. Brown, you're charged with domestic violence battery. Would you like for me to appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you?
I'm going to hire my own attorney.
All right, the clerk's office will note that down. Did you see the video recording played at this hearing today, and do you understand the rights that were explained in that video?
Yes.
I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for the charge. In this case, I'm going to require a pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $5,000. Once you're released, you must report immediately to Pretrial Release Services Office in person in Lake Alfred at 200 Government Center Boulevard. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You may not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives, and you're prohibited from having any contact with the victim in this case. You may not contact the victim directly or indirectly. You may not contact the victim in any manner whatsoever. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's residence, vehicle, place of employment, and school at all times. I'm going to allow you a one-time return to the residence and one time only. However, that must occur within 48 hours of your release from custody, and you must be accompanied by a law enforcement officer. The purpose for that one-time return is for you to quickly gather essential items. You have an arraignment hearing set in the M6 Division for September the 11th at 8:30 a.m. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, one thing I do want to state is that since we share a lease for our apartment, she does not reside in the home anymore. She's already removed all of her belongings and does not reside there anymore. Would there be able to be anything that can be put in place for that? Because I reside there still, and we still haven't broken the lease.
I've said you can have no contact with her. If she doesn't reside there, then you can stay there. But the problem is, at least when I read her statements, as of today, she's planning on moving out, but she has not moved out. So that provision is in place as it stands right now. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
All right, moving on to Eric Bryan. Mr. Bryan, you're charged with loitering or prowling. Would you like for me to appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you, or are you going to hire your own attorney or represent yourself?
Public defender.
I provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you in this case. Did you see the video recording played at this hearing today, and do you understand the rights explained in the video recording?
Yes.
I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for the charge. In this case, I'm going to require a pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $250. Once you are released, you must report immediately to pretrial release services office in person in Lake Alfred at 200 Government Center Boulevard. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, twice a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the event location from this case, which is 3090 Pollard Road in Winter Haven. I am also imposing a curfew from 6 p.m. until 6 a.m., 7 days a week. You have an arraignment hearing set in the M6 Division on September the 11th at 8:30 a.m. Thank you, sir. Lonnie Carter. Mr. Carter, you are charged with career offender failure to register or provide information. Would you like for me to appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you?
Yes, ma'am.
I provisionally appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Did you see the video recording played at this hearing today, and do you understand the rights explained in that recording?
Yes.
I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for the charge. In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with GPS electronic monitoring and bail as condition of pretrial release. You may not be released until the GPS electronic monitor is affixed to your person. Your bail is set at $15,000. Once you're released, you must report immediately to pretrial release services office in person in Lake Alfred at 200 Government Center Boulevard. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You have an arraignment hearing set in the A2 Division for September the 29th at 8:15 a.m. Thank you, Mr. Carter. Michael Cheney.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Cheney, you are charged with driving while license suspended or revoked. Would you like for me to appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you?
Yes, ma'am.
I provisionally appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Did you see the video recording played at this hearing today, and do you understand the rights explained in the video?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, in this case, sir, I have reviewed the citation and the arrest report. I do find probable cause for the charge. I'm going to require a straight bond in the amount of $350, and a condition of your bond is that you may not drive without a valid driver's license. Thank you, Mr. Cheney. And if I didn't say it already, you have an arraignment hearing set for September the 11th at 8:30 a.m. in the M6 Division. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Christopher Cochins. Sir, you're charged with trespass on property other than structure or conveyance. Would you like for me to appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you, or are you going to hire your own attorney or represent yourself?
I'm going to represent myself.
Dawson.
All right, and do you have any formal legal training?
No, ma'am.
Okay, do you understand that the state is represented by an attorney who understands all of the criminal rules of procedure that apply and all the case law that applies? And that puts them at an advantage and you at a disadvantage. Do you still want to represent yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. The clerk will note that down. I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for the charge. Did you see the video recording played at this hearing today, and do you understand the rights explained in that video?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. In this case, I'm going to require a pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $1,000. Once you are released, you must report immediately to Pretrial Release Services Office in person in Bartow at 1745 South Highway 17. Additionally, you must stay at least 500 feet away from the event location from this case. You have an arraignment hearing set in the M6 Division on September the 11th at 8:30 a.m. Thank you so much. Moving on to Richard Dawson.
Sanderson Public Defender's Office. I do want to waive the reading of his one misdemeanor charge that he has, first degree misdemeanor.
All right, Mr. Dawson, are you aware of what you're charged with?
No, I just know one, but I don't know if they added more.
Okay, and if you have a wheelchair behind you, feel free to sit there if you want to in the wheelchair. You don't have to stand at the lectern. If you want to sit in the wheelchair, you can, okay?
I just stand for a little bit.
Okay, is the bailiff there? Is there a bailiff right there? Can you show him can you show him the docket, please?
I can't read it. I don't have my glasses.
All right, we'll hold him till last then. I'm gonna have to recall you and we'll have to take you last, Mr. Dawson, okay? We'll be right back with you in just a few minutes. Tyler Edwards?
He refused.
All right, let's try to bring him back tomorrow, please. Was this his first refusal? Was he here yesterday? All right, let's bring him back tomorrow. Okay, that brings us to Ramses Gonzalez Pena.
Jonathan Johnson.
Sir, you're charged with violation of probation from Polk County case number 2026 CT 2096. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you?
Yes.
I provisionally appoint the public defender's office to represent you. Did you see the video recording played at this hearing today, and do you understand the rights explained in that video?
Yes.
I have reviewed the violation of probation warrant and the affidavit of violation of probation in this case. I do find probable cause for the charge. Because it's a VOP, your bond status is no bond, but you have a hearing set in the M4 division for September the 23rd at 12:45 p.m. Thank you, sir. Jonathan Johnson?
No.
You're charged with resisting officer with
Michael
violence.
Johnson.
Would you like for me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you?
Yes, ma'am.
I provisionally appoint the public defender's office to represent you. Did you see the video recording played at this hearing today, and do you understand the rights explained in that video?
Yes, ma'am.
I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for the charge. In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail as condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $5,000. Once you are released, you must report immediately to pretrial release services office in person. This is.
Baking soda. I got baking soda.
Once you are released, they're getting me the location, so if you'll bear with us for 1 minute.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I heard you said it was on 17.
Yep. Once you're released, you
ma'am.
must report immediately to pretrial release services office in person in Bartow at 1745 South Highway 17. Thereafter,
ma'am.
you must report by phone every week, twice a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And you may not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. And your bond is set at $5,000. You have an arraignment hearing set in the A2 division on September the 29th at 8:15 a.m.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Michael Johnson?
Yes,
ma'am.
Office, I would call the bus challenge.
All right. Mr. Johnson, you're charged with petty theft, $100 to $750. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you, or are you going to hire your own attorney or represent yourself?
Public defender, please.
I provisionally appoint the public defender's office to represent you. Did you see the video recording that was played at this hearing today, and do you understand the rights explained in that video?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Ms. Smith, what do you want? Hold on one second, sir. Hold on one second, sir. Ms. Smith,
Yes.
Ms. Smith from the public defender's office is here, and she has a probable cause challenge.
He
Yes,
is
ma'am.
charged with the first degree misdemeanor over $100. The allegations are that he took approximately $78.38. So there is not probable cause for the first degree misdemeanor charge.
That was going to be my question to the state as well. What says the state?
The dollar amount seems clear on the affidavit. I think we have the information we would have, Judge.
So
So I
is the state conceding that?
concede that, yes,
All
ma'am.
right, so sir, I do not find probable cause as to a first degree misdemeanor. I do find probable cause as to the lower crime of a second degree misdemeanor of petty theft in this case.
Ma'am,
Is there yes, sir?
I just had a few major surgeries, and if there's any way possible, because I haven't worked in over a year, my wife and I, we have a 14-year-old son. If there's any way possible, I can get on RR because we don't have the $100 to get me out of here.
In this case, I have reviewed the arrest report. I did find probable cause for a second degree misdemeanor, and I'm going to require bail with pretrial release as a condition. with bail as condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $250. Once you're released, you must report immediately to pretrial release services office in person in Lake Alfred at 200 Government Center Boulevard. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, twice a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays. You're prohibited from having any contact with Walmart stores. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the event location from this case. You have an arraignment hearing set in the M6 Division for September the 11th at 8:30 a.m. Thank you, sir.
But ma'am, is that 250 cash?
Sir, you can talk to your attorney about how the various ways that you can post the bond. DeDwayne Lanier. All right, Mr. Lanier, you're charged with 2 counts of domestic violence battery. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you?
Yes.
I provisionally appoint the public defender's office to represent you in this case. Did you see the video recording that was played at this hearing today? And do you understand the rights that were explained in that video?
Yes, ma'am.
I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for the charges. In this case, the victims do want to have contact with you, so I am taking that into consideration. I'm going to require pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $3,000 on each count. Once you are released, you must report immediately to pretrial release services office in person in Bartow at 1745 South Highway 17. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You may not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. You are allowed to have contact with the victims in this case because they are asking to have contact with you, but you are prohibited from being physically or verbally threatening, violent, or abusive in any manner whatsoever. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you have an arraignment hearing set in the M6 Division for September the 11th at 8:30 a.m. Thank you, Mr. Lanier.
Okay, thank you.
Joshua Meistick?
Yes, ma'am.
The flood defender's office want to be heard regarding bond.
Yes, ma'am. Sir, you're charged with trespass on property other than structure or conveyance. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you?
Yes, ma'am.
I provisionally appoint the public defender's office to represent you. Did you see the video recording that was played at this hearing today, and do you understand the rights explained in that video?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And I am aware that Mr. Mike Dix has a open case, an inmate at this time.
He may have 2. I just had him ROR at first appearances over the weekend on another case that's not showing up in stack. I would ask for him to be ROR'd on this case also. The trespasses, he was just county competent proceed on 2026 and then 3859BA on July 23rd, which is not that far away.
All right, what says the state?
Judge, I oppose those findings in first appearance, or I oppose ROR first appearance, Judge.
All right, I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for this charge. In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $500. Once you're released, you must report immediately to pretrial release services office in person in Bartow at 1745 South Highway 17. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, twice a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays. You are prohibited from having any contact with Walmart stores, and you must stay at least 500 feet away from the event location from this case. You have an arraignment hearing set for September the 11th at 8:30 a.m. Thank you, sir. Michael Niebley?
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, sir. You're charged with unlawful use of a two-way communication device to commit a felony and written electronic threats to kill or bodily harm another. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you, or are you going to hire your own attorney or represent yourself?
If you could appoint a public defender for me, Your Honor.
I provisionally appoint the public defender's office to represent you. Did you see the video played at this hearing today? And
Yes.
do you understand the rights explained in that video?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I have reviewed the arrest warrant and the complaint affidavit. I do find probable cause for the charges. In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $15,000 on the written threats charge and $5,000 on the remaining charge. Once you are released, you must report immediately to pretrial release services office in person in Bartow at 1745 South Highway 17. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You may not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives, and you are prohibited from having any contact with the victims in this case. You may not contact the victims directly or indirectly. You may not contact those victims in any manner whatsoever. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victims, their residences, their vehicles, their places of employment, and their schools at all times. You have an arraignment hearing set in the A2 division for September the 29th at 8:15 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Elijah Patton. Mr. Patton, you're charged with possession of cannabis not more than 20 grams, grand theft of a firearm, and use or possession of drug paraphernalia. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you?
Yes, ma'am.
I provisionally appoint the public defender's office to
Smoke
represent
weed
you.
every day.
Did you see the video recording played at this hearing today? And did you understand the rights explained in the video recording?
Yes, ma'am.
I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for all the charges. In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $6,000. Once you are released, you must report immediately to pretrial release services office in person in Bartow at 1745 South Highway 17. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You are prohibited from having any contact with the victim in this case. You may not contact the victim directly or indirectly. You may not contact the victim in any manner whatsoever. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, Bobby Washington, from his residence, his vehicle, place of employment, and school at all times. We talked about your bail set at $6,000 on the grand theft of the firearm charge and $1,000 on the remaining charges. Additionally, you must submit to random urinalysis that you're required to pay for. You have an arraignment hearing set on the A2 division for September the 29th at 8:15 a.m. Thank you, Mr. Patton.
I got a question. He towed my car, and I don't know where it's at, so I'm gonna bond out today. And
I don't know what your question is. That doesn't sound like something I can help you with. All right, but I did appoint the public defender to help you. All right, the next case is Gabriel Polanese. Sir, you're charged with violation of probation for Polk County case number 2025 CF 1089. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you?
Yes, ma'am.
I provisionally appoint the public defender's office to represent you. Did you see the video recording that was played at the hearing today, and did you understand the rights explained in that video recording?
Yes, ma'am.
I have reviewed the corrected violation of probation warrant and the corrected affidavit of violation of probation. I do find probable cause for the charge. Because it's a VOP, your bond status at this time is no bond, but you have a hearing on this matter in the F7 division on September the 22nd at 8:30 a.m. Thank you, sir.
Amen.
Cole Ragland. All right, Mr. Ragland, you're charged with solicitation for solicitation for purchase of methamphetamine, possession of cannabis under 20 grams, unlawful use of a two-way communication device, possession of drug paraphernalia, and maybe some, can you pull up the arrest affidavit? Maybe somebody has paperwork that I don't have. That at least on my docket, there's a charge of possession, I'm sorry, solicitation for purchase of alprazolam, and I did read the initial contact that the officer says that he had with the defendant, but I don't see that actually charged unless somebody has an updated affidavit that I don't have.
One that has the charge included of solicitation to sell.
Solicitation to purchase alprazolam.
I have an affidavit that has that charge, if I may
I don't have
approach.
that one, so let me see that one.
Handwritten in one.
Right. Again, this computer is a little late to scroll. You have to use 2 fingers on the touchpad itself.
All right,
and it weighs about 12 pounds.
sounds great. All right, let me read the updated affidavit. And so, Mr. Ragland, you also have been charged with solicitation for the purchase of alprazolam.
What is that? Is that a felony or what?
It's a third-degree felony.
That's crazy.
Hold on. All right, thank you. I have reviewed that. I would ask that you make sure that the updated affidavit gets to pretrial services so that it can go in the court file.
Bullshit, bro.
Or however the magic
fuck
occurs to
that.
make sure. Sir, you're not going to sit here and cuss in court. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I get it. Nobody's having their best day here, but you don't want to have a worse day, okay?
All I'm saying is this is crazy. I wasn't,
All right,
these
I'm
people
not asking
texted, the police texted me to sell me drugs. What is it? What, that's crazy. That's crazy.
All right. I've told you what your charges
Police are drug dealers now?
Sir, you're
Right.
not going to, Mr. Ragland,
What? What?
you're interrupting the hearing.
Okay.
You don't want to get a contempt of court, right?
No, ma'am.
Okay, let's get through this process. All right, would you like for me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you in this matter?
Yes, ma'am.
I provisionally appoint the public defender's office to represent you in this case. Did you hear the video recording that was played at this first appearance hearing today, and do you understand the rights that were explained in that video recording?
Yes.
All right. I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for all of the charges. In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail as a condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $1,000 on the drug paraphernalia charge, $1,000 on the cannabis charge, and $5,000 on each of the remaining charges. Once you are released, you must report immediately to Pretrial Release Services Office in person in Bartow at 1745 South Highway 17. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, twice a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays. You also must submit to random urinalysis that you're required to pay for, and you have an arraignment hearing set in the A2 division for September the 29th at 8:15 a.m. I appointed the public defender's office, and you can certainly talk to them about any defenses that you think you may have, okay? Thank you, sir. Moving on to Jason Reeves.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Reeves, you're here because there's an order regarding pretrial release that was issued in Polk County case number 2025 CF 2254.
Yes, ma'am. I'm currently in prison and represented by Angela Rodriguez. I have a rocket docket day scheduled for the 27th of this month.
Does the clerk's office show he has appointment of counsel already?
Yes.
Okay, and that's a private attorney?
That's public defenders Angela Rodriguez,
Okay.
and I'm in contact.
And the clerk is confirming that what you're saying is exactly right, okay? So they
Yes,
will
ma'am.
continue to represent you on this case.
Thank you.
I have reviewed the capias and the order regarding pretrial release that was issued in this case. I do find probable cause for the charge. And as we said, you already have counsel. Did you see the video recording that was played at the hearing today? And do you understand the rights that were explained in that video recording?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Right now, the judge who issued the previous order and the previous order has your bond status at no bond, but you'll have a hearing on this case. It looks like it's going to be a 5-day hearing in the F2 division
The
on
27th.
August 27th at 9 a.m. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a blessed day.
You as well. Urson Rodriguez. Sir, you're charged with 11 counts of violation of probation from Polk County case number 2025 CF 1729. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you?
Yes, Your Honor.
I provisionally appoint the public defender's office to represent you. Did you see the video recording that was played at this hearing today, and do you understand the rights explained in that recording?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I have reviewed the violation of probation warrant and the affidavit of violation of probation. I do find probable cause for all of the charges. Because they're VOPs, your bond status is no bond, but you'll have a hearing in this matter in the F7 division on September the 22nd at 8:30 a.m. Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez.
I have a question as well.
Yes, sir.
Is this a technical violation or is this a violation with new charges?
right, the allegation states that you changed your residence without first getting permission from your probation officer. Okay, thank you,
Okay,
sir.
thank you.
Moving on to Michael Rogers.
Yes,
Sir,
ma'am.
you're charged with 2 counts of violation of probation from Polk County case number 2026 CF 2919. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you?
Yes, ma'am.
I provisionally appoint the public defender's office to represent you. Did you see the video recording that was played at this hearing today, and do you understand the rights that were explained in that video?
Yes, ma'am.
I have reviewed the VOP warrant and the affidavit of violation of probation. I do find probable cause for the charges. Right now, your bond status is no bond, but you'll have a hearing on August 31st at 8:30 a.m. in the F7 division. Thank you, sir. Robert Ruiz.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Ruiz, you're charged with burglary of an occupied dwelling and criminal mischief. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you?
Yes, ma'am.
I provisionally appoint the public defender's office to represent you. Did you see the video recording that was played at this hearing today, and do you understand the rights explained in the video recording?
Yes, ma'am.
I have reviewed the arrest warrant and the complaint affidavit. I do find probable cause for the charges. I'm going to require pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $10,000 on the burglary charge and $250 on the remaining charge. Once you are released, you must report immediately to pretrial release services office in person in Lake Alfred at 200 Government Center Boulevard. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You're prohibited from having any contact with the victims in this case. You may not contact the victims directly or indirectly. You may not contact the victims in any manner whatsoever. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victims, their residences, their vehicles, places of employment, and schools at all times. Additionally, you may not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. You have an arraignment hearing set in the A2 division for September the 15th at 8:15 a.m. Thank you, Mr. Ruiz. Angel Sanchez.
I'll request to be heard on this.
Hello, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Sanchez, you're charged with possession of weapon, firearm, or ammunition in violation of a risk protection order. Additionally, pretrial services says you have an open case in case number 2026 CF 7805 that you're out on pretrial release on. But as to this new charge, would you like for me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you? Or are you going to hire your own attorney or represent yourself?
Judge, me and my family are under attack, and I was just requesting if we can get some type of protective custody.
Okay, sir, that's not the question I asked you. My question is,
Yes,
are you
please.
going to hire your own attorney? Or are you going to, or would you like for me to appoint the public defender? Or are you going to represent yourself?
May I please have a public defender?
I provisionally appoint the public defender's office to represent you. Did you see the video that was played at the start of this hearing? And did you understand the rights that were explained in the video?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for the charge, and the assistant state attorney, hold on a second, sir. The assistant state attorney asked to be heard.
Judge, I'm showing that the accused is out on bond and pretrial release supervision in CF 267805. I would note that the charges in that case are culpable negligence and shooting into a building with a firearm. I would ask the court in the case before today to take that into consideration with regard to the bond and with regard to the previous case to revoke that bond and hold the accused no bond for Parker. Thank you.
Is there anything defense counsel would like to tell me?
I would ask for reasonable bond on the new charge.
All right.
I was defending my family. I was defending my family from being murdered, ma'am. I only was trying to protect my family as well as myself. We have been under attack and cyber hacked. I've been trying to get this through to the sheriff's department. It's been an ongoing situation. And the bullets that were in the home, my wife contacted August 5th, the detective, to pick them up. I have not been home. They were already inside the home.
All right, sir, I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for the charge. In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $20,000. Once you are released, you must report immediately to pretrial release services office in person in Bartow at 1745 South Highway 17. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, 3 times a week, on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You may not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives, and you have an arraignment hearing set for September the 29th at 8:15 a.m. in the A2 Division. The state has asked that I revoke your bond in your open case and hold you no bond pursuant to Parker v. State in case number 2026 CF 7805, and that is what I'm going to do. So your bond is revoked in that case, and you're to be held no bond pursuant to Parker v. State. Does Mr. Sanchez have counsel in that case?
Yes.
All right, is it the Public Defender's Office?
Yes.
All right, the Public Defender's Office already represents you on that open case, and they will continue to represent you. Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Jordan
Is there any way
Shapiro.
to, is there any
Thank
way to
you,
get,
sir. Jordan Shapiro.
Ma'am?
Mr. Shapiro, you're charged with trespass on property other than structure or conveyance, and pretrial services says you have an open case, case number 2026 MM6655. But as to this new charge, would you like for me to appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you?
I would like you to appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent me. And the case number, the 2026 M665, that's for what, I'm sorry?
I'm saying you have an open case on that. I provisionally appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Did you see the video recording that was played at the hearing today? And do you understand the rights explained in that video recording?
I saw the video and I understand the rights, ma'am.
All right. I have reviewed, I do provisionally appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you in this case. I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for the charge. In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $2,000. Once you're released, you must report immediately to pretrial release services office in person in Bartow at 1745 South Highway 17. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, twice a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays. You also must stay at least 500 feet away from the event location in this case. And you have an arraignment hearing set for September the 11th at 8:30 a.m. in the M6 Division. Is there anything anybody wants to, council wants to tell me regarding the open case?
As best I could tell with regard to the previous open case was that it was a notice to appear case.
All right. All right, thank you, sir.
Ma'am, in the notice to appear case, Lakeland PD advised me that before a warrant was issued, that I can turn myself into Lakeland PD. I tried doing that. They refused to take me without a warrant. There's court tomorrow morning at 8:30. So if I have that open case, can I please get booked in on that open case as is tomorrow? Because there'll be a capias for a failure to appear.
Sir, stop. All right. The only reason I'm talking about that open case is because pretrial services noted that it was open. That goes to issues regarding bonding and other things. I don't have anything in front of me to know whether you have been booked in on that or not.
I have not. It was just a notice to appear, man. I tried
Okay.
turning myself in yesterday morning.
That's the situation, and I'm sure you'll go to court on it, okay? But your attorney can help you with that as well. I did appoint an attorney to help you with that. All right, thank you, sir. Moving
Thank you,
on
ma'am.
to Darius Thompson.
Sandra Smith, Defender's Office, I do want to waive the reading of his third-degree felony charges.
Yes, sir. Mr. Thompson, are you aware of what you're charged with in this case? Of
Yes,
the
Your
4
Honor.
counts that you're charged with?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Would you like for me to appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you see the video recording that was played at this hearing today, and do you understand the rights explained in the video?
Yes, ma'am.
I have reviewed the arrest warrant and the complaint affidavit. I do find probable cause for all of the charges. In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $15,000 on each charge. You may not be released until the GPS electronic monitor is affixed to your person. Once you are released, you must report immediately to pretrial release services office in person in Bartow at 1745 South Highway 17. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You have an arraignment hearing set in the A2 Division for September 29th at 8:15 a.m. Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
Yes,
Stephen
ma'am.
Watson.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Watson, you are charged with armed trespass, possession of drug paraphernalia, and possession of methamphetamine. Would you like for me to?
With oral trespassing.
Armed trespassing, yes, it says, they said you had a knife. Possession of drug paraphernalia and possession of methamphetamine. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you?
Yes, ma'am. But
I provisionally appoint the public defender's office to represent you in this case. Did you see
but the
the
knife,
video?
the knife wasn't longer than 6 inches long. It wasn't considered a weapon.
Did you see the video recording that was played at the first appearance hearing at the start of our hearing today? And do you understand the rights explained in the recording?
No, ma'am.
You didn't see the video that we played at the beginning?
No, ma'am.
All right. Well, I want to inform you of some important rights that you have. Let me ask the bailiff, was he in this room with everybody else when the video was, or did y'all bring him in late?
He was asleep. He was
Oh,
asleep.
okay. So you were asleep. All right.
Yeah.
Well, just so you know, you are not required to say anything, and anything you say may be used against you. If you are unrepresented, defendant has a right to counsel, and if you're financially unable to afford counsel, then counsel can be appointed by the court. You also have the right to communicate with counsel, family, or friends, and if necessary, will be provided with reasonable means to do so. All right, so do you want me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you?
Yes, ma'am.
I provisionally appoint the public defender's office to represent you. I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for the charges. In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $5,000 on the methamphetamine charge, $5,000 on the armed trespass charge, and $1,000 on the remaining charge. Once you are released, you must
What charge? I only got 2 charges.
Sir, you have 3 charges. Hold on. Once you are released, you must report immediately to Pretrial Release Services Office in person in Bartow at 1745 South Highway 17. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, twice a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays. You must submit to random urinalysis that you're required to pay for, and you are prohibited from having any contact with Citrus Connection. You have an arraignment hearing set in the A2 Division for September the 29th at 8:15 a.m., and I did appoint counsel to assist you with these 3 charges, okay? Thank you,
What
Mr.
charges do I
Watson.
have?
The ones I already told you about, the armed trespass, the possession of drug paraphernalia, and the possession of methamphetamine. Okay? Thank you, sir. Cal U. White? Mr. White, you're charged, it looks like you're charged out of Hillsborough County. You have a warrant for violation of probation. And because it's Hillsborough County, I cannot appoint a Polk public defender to represent you. But I have reviewed the arrest report and the warrant confirmation teletype, and I do find probable cause for the charge. Did you see the video recording that was played at this hearing today, and do you understand the rights explained in the video?
What video?
Was he in the room today when the video was explained?
He was.
I don't remember seeing a video.
All right, well, let me tell you about some important rights you
It's my
have.
first time in
Sir,
this room.
hang on. Apparently you were there, but I don't know why you didn't see it. So let me explain to you some important rights you have. You're not required to say anything, and anything you say may be used against you because everything's being recorded. If you're not represented, you have the right to counsel, and if you're financially unable to afford counsel, counsel will be appointed. And you have the right to communicate with counsel, family, or friends, and if necessary, reasonable means will be provided for you to do so. All right. I have reviewed the arrest. Report and the warrant confirmation teletype. I do find probable cause for the charge. And Hillsborough's got your bond status at no bond. If you're still in our custody and Hillsborough hasn't picked you up by September 1st at 12:45 p.m., then you'll be brought back here to first appearance in Polk. Thank you, sir. All right, that brings us back to our recall. Let me get there. Mr. Dawson. All right, are all the other inmates out?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Dawson, you're charged with exposure of sexual organs. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you?
What was that? Sexual
You are
organ?
Yes, you are charged.
Oh, exposed. Oh, she is.
I'm not asking for your feedback.
So
I'm telling
is
you.
that the only charge, right?
Okay, you keep interrupting me. So you're charged with exposure of sexual organs. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you?
Yes, please.
I provisionally appoint the public defender's office to represent you. Did you see the video recording that was played at the start of this hearing, and do you understand the rights explained in the video recording?
Yeah.
In this case, I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for the charge. I'm going to require pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $5,000. Once you are released, you must report immediately to pretrial release services office in person in Bartow at 1745 South Highway 17. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You have an arraignment hearing set in the M6 division for September the 11th at 8:30 a.m. Thank you, sir.
I can't do that.
All right, we are concluded our hearings. Thank you. Log out.
Step Feliciano.
And we'll take whoever you have.
So just in order?
Yep, whoever you want to give us. We don't need anybody specific
We
today.
have no victims, no interpreters.
Okay. So I'm gonna give you a rundown.
Good morning. Morning, sir. What's your last name?
Coolidge.
Coolidge. We'll be right with you. Morning, Mr. Coolidge.
Good morning.
We're going to go ahead and get started with your case.
Okay.
Good morning. My name is Officer Shamroy. Today is Tuesday, August 25th, 2026. And this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record. Certified, I have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Deborah Smith Palmieri. Good morning, I'm Panel Member Barry.
Good morning, panel member Rodriguez.
Also attending is the board psychologist. Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Keith Theodore Coolidge, 321343.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Keith Coolidge, inmate number 321343. He is serving a sentence of 15 years, execution suspended after 8 years, followed by 5 years probation for manslaughter second, strangulation first, and violation of protection. As of today, record reflect parole eligibility date of October 6, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It's been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs: short track sex offender program, voices, utilizing a statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system. The offender's overall score on the RT falls within the low range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the moderate to high range. Sir, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. May begin.
You want me to read?
Yes, Mr. Coolidge, do you have a statement there?
Yeah, yes, I do. Okay, I'll read
Okay.
it. All right,
Thank you.
First and foremost, I am very remorseful for the death of my brother. If I could go back and change things, I would. His death was a complete accident, and I feel as though I lost my best friend. Upon my release, I plan to sign up for Social Security disability income, and while I am waiting, I will apply for a masonry job. I have also graduated from an advanced manufacturing course here. I have taken a CDL course while I have been incarcerated. I am about to get my CDL permit, so upon my release, I will take the driving portion of the course and obtain my CDL license. I have not seen my son in 10 years. I am excited to become part of his life and to become a good father. I have been taking my mental health medication for the past 7 years, and I plan to continue taking them for the rest of my life. I know taking my medication is the key to my freedom. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Coolidge, thank you for your opening comments. We're going to be asking you a few questions. At the end of the questionings, we'll deliberate and give you our decision. Are you ready to get started?
Yes.
Okay, panel member Barry will begin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Coolidge, thank you for taking time out to write your statement for us this morning. We appreciate your expression of remorse, and we appreciate your acceptance of responsibility. Let's talk a little bit about the crime itself. So why were you and your brother in that camper?
We were just talking. I came over and we were talking, and he was drinking alcohol, and whenever he drinks alcohol, he wants to wrestle. So we were wrestling, and I tried to put him in a sleeper hold, but I was off, and it turned into a chokehold, and it just went all bad from there.
Okay. And then what did you do after?
I went in the house and I told my father and my sister, and had them call 911.
Why didn't you call 911?
Because I wasn't thinking of it. I didn't have my cell phone.
Did you think that the victim was alive?
Yes.
Did you touch him? Was he moving? Was he speaking?
He wasn't. He was passed out, but he was breathing.
So why wouldn't you have called 911 then? Did you use his phone?
I don't know. I wasn't in the right frame of mind.
So why did you go to your girlfriend's house then and change your clothes?
I'm not sure. I was manic at that point. And whenever I'm manic, I'm not very coherent.
Okay. So how many times have you experienced your manic issue while you've been in prison? Episodes, yeah, while you've been in prison.
And while I've been in prison?
Yes.
0, because I've been taking my medication every day for the past 7 years.
Okay, so why wouldn't you take it when you were out in the community?
I didn't think that I needed it, but now I know that I do need it, and I will take it for the rest of my life.
Why would you think you didn't need it?
Just because of how good I felt, probably.
Did other people tell you that you were?
Yes.
So why didn't you believe that?
Something in my mind wouldn't let me believe that.
I just want you to know that we did receive letters of opposition for your being released early.
Yeah.
Did you think that your family members think that you're able to return to the community and not commit any other crimes?
I think my mother and my aunt do, yeah.
What about your siblings?
I don't really talk to them.
Why?
I don't know. I just talk to my mother and my aunt.
How about your dad?
I don't talk to him.
Why?
I think he's bad. I think it took him a while to forgive me, but I think that he has forgiven me. My aunt told me.
Okay. So now let's move forward. Tell us why, some of the reasons why when you were out in the community, you would stop taking your medication. I heard you say that you felt that you could do it with you felt good, so you stopped taking it. Any other reasons for not taking your medication?
No.
So what happens when you start feeling well again, when you're out in the community and people are telling you that you're manic or you're showing signs of aggression?
If that happens again, I will check myself into the inpatient hospital. But I don't think it's going to happen again because I am dedicated to taking my medication every day for the rest of my life. I don't want another accident like this with my brother to happen with somebody else.
Well,
I know that I need it. I know that I need it, and I'm going to take it every day.
Well, I hope that you do, Mr. Coolidge, because your history is very concerning, sir.
Right.
I mean, it dates back to 2003. You had so many bouts of aggression and harm to others. I mean, even in the hospital when, they would try to help you calm yourself down and you showed aggression then. So I'm struggling a little bit here with your ability to stay out of trouble out in the community because you what has been okay, let me start here. When did you receive your current diagnosis? You don't have to tell me what it is. I'm asking like years wise. Like, were you 20? Were you 19? How old were you?
I think I was 18.
Okay. So since 18, you've known that you've struggled with this disability. So
yes.
What would make you think that okay, I heard what you said. How many times would you say that you've gone off and on your medication now?
Maybe 10.
What were you and your brother arguing about?
We weren't arguing, we were wrestling.
I saw when you called your girlfriend, she said that she heard you two arguing about something about loyalty. Your sister also told the police that she heard arguing and yelling from the camper. So something was going on.
I think he was having trouble breathing and I was yelling at him to breathe.
So, Mr. Coolidge, what do you think you need when you're out in the community to be successful?
I think I need a stable place to live, meals 3 times a day, and medication.
And what happens when the medication that you're on, what will you do if it starts to no longer be effective? What do you do?
I'm going to admit myself into the hospital and get my medication fixed.
So tell me some of the signs that you are able to identify as the meds no longer working, some of the things that maybe you experience.
Mania, trouble sleeping, loss of appetite. That's about it.
Do you find that you get angry about small things?
Yeah, yes.
And do you have someone to assist with your medication and stuff when you're out in the community? Do you have a physician?
Yes, my mom and my aunt.
No, I'm saying you're a doctor.
Do I have a doctor?
When you're out in the community, someone who will help you with.
The Norwich Hospital I usually go to. Backus Hospital?
So you don't have a physician to help you with your medication regimen and maybe someone to speak to with therapy or anything like that? No,
not right now, but whenever I get out, I plan on finding a person to do that for me.
Okay, so you need to do that now.
Yes,
That's important because based on your history, I'm going to tell you that this is a big ask for me. You know,
Yeah.
you failed several times when you were out in the community. And although you've been able to be compliant while you're in the facility, you've really, really struggled under supervision out at previous. And now it's escalated from you're just being aggressive and assaultive to you're now having taken a life. So,
Yeah.
I mean, while I appreciate all of your efforts, I'm grappling between the nature of your crime and your history versus what you've been able to demonstrate since you've been in the facility, and it's a struggle. So
okay.
I appreciate your speaking with me, Mr. Coolidge. I do wish you the best. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So, Mr. Coolidge, let's talk about being in the community for a few minutes.
Yes.
So, suppose you get parole.
Right.
Tell us in small steps what your plan is. What's the
Well,
most important thing to do first?
to get my medication squared away is the
Okay.
most important thing. And then to find a stable place to live. What I was thinking was, my mother owns a house and my father has a RV. I was gonna move the RV from my father's house to my mother's house to be able to have a place to live there on my mother's property. And I'm gonna sign up for SNAP so I can get food and make sure I sleep every night, make sure I have my medication. And
Okay.
yeah,
Okay, all that sounds, everything you mentioned is very important
right,
to you living a lifestyle in the community that's law abiding
right,
and no risk for the community and no risk for you.
right.
Other than Bacchus Hospital, is there a clinic or a program that you've participated in or in where you live that you think you could go back to?
Yeah, maybe it's in Putnam. It's a day treatment program.
Okay.
I went there just to get my medication squared away, and they have therapy there. So maybe if I was having trouble, I could go back to there and get my medication and everything squared away.
I think the panel probably struggles, I can speak for myself, but with the word maybe, right? So you're here today. Your brother's death was caused by your overly aggressive behavior on him, physical behavior. And part of what we've heard from you today is that, you were not on your medication at the time. So when you say things like, maybe I'll do that, that's concerning.
That's just the way I speak. I'm definitely going to
So let's
it.
talk indefinites, right? Let's talk about what absolutely must happen and how you're going to make that happen.
Right. Okay. So whenever I get out of here, I'm definitely going to follow up with my medication. I'm definitely going to take my medication every day until I pass away. I've never been so stable in my life as I am right now. I love who I am right now. I'm the best version of me that I've ever been. And the key is to sleep every night, 8 hours a night, take my medication, and make sure that I eat. Because whenever I don't eat, I get manic.
Well, I all of that is important for the medications to work correctly, right?
Right, yes.
Okay, so let's talk about being on parole and probation.
Okay.
So suppose today you're granted parole.
Right.
So you'll be on a period of parole, looks like for maybe close to a little less than a year.
Right.
Then you have 5 years of probation. According to our records, you have not finished a parole or a probation period successfully.
That's correct.
All right. Why do you think this will be different? And tell me how you think probation and parole can help you.
I think this will be different because I have never been in this serious of trouble before. I am going to follow every law there is. I'm going to take my medication every day, sleep every night, and eat every meal that I need to. I don't know.
Okay, so let's talk about how probation and parole can support you.
Yeah.
In your plan. How do you think probation and parole can be supportive?
It will keep me on a tether to make sure that I don't go off the deep end again, knowing that I have probation to go to every week or every month or whatever it is. I think that I will stay more grounded and free.
Okay, so let me also tell you my thoughts. So probation, yes, they are going to be asking you all those questions about how you're living your life. Are you going to treatment, doing what you're supposed to? But suppose you're not feeling great. Suppose you're not happy with the way you feel. Probation, parole, they have resources instead of, writing a violation or locking or looking to arrest you.
Yeah.
If you're willing to make some efforts, I'm sure that in the right situation, they can help you with additional referrals. Most people are concerned to tell probation and parole that they're not doing well because they don't want to go back to jail.
Right.
Right. But there is the other side where they have a lot of resources and help. They can make help available to you.
Okay.
For example, suppose this whole situation with living in the RV does not work out.
Yes.
Right? So maybe probation and parole can help you find some temporary housing.
That would be great.
Yeah. They can help support you if your SNAP isn't readily available. Maybe bring it, show you where you can get other services.
Right.
Yeah. And I say all that because in your situation, it's going to be very important that you recognize when you need to be asking for help and not be afraid of what the consequences might be.
Okay.
Yeah. Treatment is a big part of your success in the community.
Yeah.
And you can get a lot of support through the treatment programs because when the parole officer asked you what would be a high risk situation, and you said people who are offended by my crime, that is, something that I think is legitimate.
Right.
Yeah. So that could be difficult to manage, difficult to work through.
Right.
Yeah. What else do you think would be hard for you in the community?
I would say pretty much just the reaction of the community itself to accept me back into being a normal person. I don't want there to be I don't know the word. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. I mean, I'm not sure that to be a normal person, but to live in the community, to follow the rules, to go to probation or parole, to go to your treatment programs, to be able to advocate for yourself when you're not feeling well.
Right.
Yeah, those are all important things in the community. Sometimes it's difficult, especially if you find yourself with no place to live, right?
Right, right.
Have you been homeless before?
I always have my mother's house to fall back on, so I've never really been homeless. I have gone camping for a week or two at a time, but I wouldn't consider myself to be homeless, you know what I mean?
Okay. Well, camping is not really a stable
Right,
residence.
right.
So I might consider that somewhat transient, right?
Right.
Okay. All right, Mr. Coolidge, anything else that we should be talking about today that will help us make our decision?
No, I think that pretty much covers it.
Okay. Okay. You've taken a lot of programs, the CDL program, advanced manufacturing,
Yes.
sex offender program, voices.
Yes.
Did you feel like one program was more helpful? Plus, you've been participating quite in mental health treatment.
Right.
What do you think has been the most helpful for you throughout this incarceration?
I think that the CDL program and the advanced manufacturing program have helped me a lot, keeping my mind busy and allowing me to move forward through this incarceration speedily. Yeah.
Yeah, you have no disciplinary report, so.
None.
Must-
I've never been in trouble at all. Not
Yeah.
one complaint.
That's pretty good considering how long you've been incarcerated.
Right. But it's not just, it hasn't just been this 7 years. The whole time I've been in prison before that, I've never gotten in trouble either.
Yeah, I have one prior disciplinary report, but I don't know how far that goes back.
Oh,
Anyways, but overall, you
yeah,
know, it does appear that, you know, you can follow the rules.
right. With medication.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Coolidge, thank you. Mr.
Thank you.
Rodriguez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, Mr. Coolidge, my colleagues have covered a lot of questions already, some that I would have asked. Did you get a chance to take the anger management program?
Say that again?
Did you get a chance to complete your anger management program that was on your OAP?
They never told me that I had an anger management program that I needed to complete. I thought that they would have notified me or I would have got some type of letter, but I haven't gotten anything like that. So I
did. It is on your OAP. But you know, it was signed quite a long time ago. The only other question I would have, how have you been dealing with being the person who caused your brother's death?
It's very painful. I wake up every morning and I try to think that he's in a better place. And knowing that I put him there is heartbreaking.
My question was more around, have you been working with anybody in the facility around that particular issue?
No.
Okay, thank you very much for answering my question. I don't have any questions.
All right, Mr. Coolidge, we're all done with questions for this morning. Stay right there. We're going to deliberate and then we'll give you our decision.
Okay.
Thank you. All right,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Berry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Mr. Coolidge is, he sounds very good here today. He was able to gain some insight into his behaviors based on our discussion. I appreciate the fact that he's able to acknowledge that he needs to remain on his medication regimen to stay out of trouble. My concerns are his history and the nature of this crime. I mean, he's been under supervision previously and has not been able to complete it successfully. And he says, you know, that he admits that he did struggle, but he understands now, based with your discussion with him, that he can utilize the probation and parole for as a resource. I appreciate his being stable now, his being the best version of himself, his ability to identify what he actually needs, his meals, stable housing, and to stay out of trouble. I'm just concerned about his behavior when he's not in a controlled environment, when he is not complying with his supervision, and the escalation from, you know, argument to physical to death is also a concern to me. So as I said, I was grappling, but I'm not going to be in support of Mr. Coolidge's request for discretionary, well, it's not requesting, the discretionary parole today because of his criminal history and the nature of this crime. He only has, it's almost September, so 6 months left with us. And he does have the 5 years of probation, and I really think that he could use those 6 months to focus on getting, you know, a physician. So when he's released in like a solid release plan, because he's all over the place, right? I mean, aside from him knowing that he needs the medication, I think that he needs to research what's available to him when he's out in the community so that he hits the ground and is successful in running on a probation. So it's a no, sorry.
Okay, thank you. So I do share most of your concerns. I mean, his criminal history is certainly of a concern as well. I do recognize that Mr. Coolidge is able to recognize what was going on at the time of the offense, how his mental health affected that situation. And basically, it was a result of him admittedly not taking his medication as prescribed because he reportedly thought he felt pretty good. I read through the mental health evaluation and see that, you know, he has been compliant, that takes with sessions when needed, medication as prescribed. He does score low risk to recidivate. His only risk factor is, as you pointed out, is his criminal history. He has no disciplinary reports. Certainly his history on community supervision is a concern. But for me today, I do hear somebody that recognizes the needs and of his mental health condition and the importance of treatment in the community, the importance of his medications. He certainly takes full responsibility for the offense and for his condition at the time of the offense. Other than the anger management program, he has satisfied programs on his OAP. He, as we said, he has remained DR free. You know, we have had no contact with his mother, but throughout many of the documents, it does appear that his mother and his aunt are support for him in the community. I do think he would benefit from some time on parole and in the halfway house if that's needed to sort of get himself referred and settled into a program. He certainly has a history of programming in the community. So I'm sure getting back into a program is something that he can manage. So for me today, I am in favor of granting his discretionary parole. Mr. Rodriguez?
Very challenging case.
Yes, it certainly is.
In front of us today, because he does sound good today. You know, and he has definitely displayed some insight, the fact that he needs his medication, and that seems to keep him in a very stable situation. My concern in this is when he's out on the outside. I mean, he's in a very structured kind of environment right now, right? But see, he would be taking his medication and not somebody would be on top of that happening. My concern would be back on the outside because his history doesn't reflect that when he's on the outside, he's able to really be able to do that. I mean, I'm hoping that this is a moment for him that he has taken very seriously. I'm also concerned that he didn't take the anger management program because, in fact, a lot of his history is around aggression and anger. And I think it would have been a good program for him to have taken. I'm not going to be supporting the discretionary today. I think he could use the time to, I agree with my colleague, to work on his release plan and really, you know, connect with the outside to be able to set up his person that he needs on the outside, his medical concerns, so that he's guaranteed that he's going to be seeing somebody upon his leaving. That's kind of where I'm at with Mr. Coolidge today. This is a terrible situation. It really is. To me, it's the nature, circumstance of the offense.
So nature and circumstance, criminal history, and I heard inadequate release plan. Are you fine with that?
Yes.
Okay, and I'll draw the minority. So in the matter of Keith Coolidge, 321-343, there's a motion to deny discretionary parole for the following reasons: nature and circumstance of the current offense, criminal history, and inadequate release plan. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? Aye. So it's denied by majority vote. Mr. Coolidge, we were unable to vote you to parole today. The panel would like you to use the next few months of your sentence to really focus on what you need to get set up for yourself in the community.
Okay.
Okay, maybe you can also do that anger management program, which will help you more with regulating your emotions.
Okay, I'm all set.
All right, you're all set. So good luck to you now.
Good luck to you, sir.
Yep.
Keith Coolidge, man, 321-343.
Sir,
Hello,
your name?
Richard Molyneux.
Give me one.
Give us a
Who is
second.
this?
Give us a second.
Mr. Richard Mullen.
Yeah, Molinek. Molinek.
Yeah, ends in an X.
Gotcha. All right, thank you.
Good to go.
Good to go.
So we're gonna go ahead and get started with your case.
All right,
Morning.
great.
Name is Ross Chandler. Today is Tuesday, August 25th, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Appeals. Following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record. Certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Good morning, Councilmember Barry.
Morning, Councilmember Rodriguez.
Also attending is the court psychologist. Sir, please state your name and MA number for the record.
Richard Molyneux, 292367.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application from Richard Molyneux, MA number 292367. He's serving a sentence of 6 years, execution suspended at 30 months, followed by 3 years probation for 2 counts criminal possession of firearm ammunition. Offense weapon as of today, record reflect parole eligibility date, July 7, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed, shows the offender has completed the following program since its last hearing. Tier 4, utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system. The offender's overall score in the SRT falls within the high region risk for recidivism. So this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. May begin.
Should I read my letter that I wrote?
Yes, go right ahead.
I'd like to start by thanking you for the opportunity to meet with you today. I understand parole is a privilege. I appreciate you and respect your decision. I admit I was wrong to carry firearms, and I can only imagine how scared my victims were. I should not have been under the influence of anabolic steroids. It was a bad decision on my part, and I truly am sorry. I regret my actions every day. Since being in prison, I've been humbled. This has been a drastic awakening. I've stayed out of trouble. I've completed Tier 4. I also completed the CCAR Recovery Coach Academy program, completed 90 NAAA meetings in 77 days. I'm currently enrolled in Prison and Peace, have a job as a tierman, and have had that job for more than 6 months, and also was Community Member of the Week. I'm learning a lot in the program. I've learned a lot about conflict resolution, how to manage my emotions. It's taught me about identifying my emotions and then acting appropriately before reacting the wrong way. Prison and Peace has taught me about active listening, which has helped me with identifying other people's emotions. This way I can be better at responding less aggressively. I'm also learning to be less aggressive and more assertive
my communication with my peers. I plan to get in touch with CCAR when I get out, finish my training to become a recovery coach, also get a sponsor and attend NAAA meetings regularly, get back in touch with my therapist and start a regular schedule with her. Also spend time with my brother, sister, and cousin, and my uncle. My brother has 2 kids and 8 grandkids. My sister has 3 kids. My cousin builds remote control boats that he wants to do with me. My sister and cousin can help me get back on disability and affordable housing. She can help me get an apartment where she lives. My brother can help me get work at Electric Boat. I'm asking to go to the halfway house because I need help and structure to aid in a helpful transition. This will give me time to get back on disability and start working. Also help me till I find an apartment. Once I get an apartment, I want to get a dog. I had a dog before and it kept me grounded. I was responsible for more than myself, so I stayed focused. Thank you for your time.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Molyneux. Pronounce your last name for me.
Molyneux?
Molyneux. 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 Got it. Thank you. Your opening statement was great. In a nutshell, it was very good. Answered a lot of questions, gave me more information about what you've been doing. I did not, for some reason, have the information about the recovery coach training.
I brought the certificate.
Good for you. Okay. I was concerned when I was reading your substance abuse history and it included steroids. You know, we don't see it very often, but it is very powerful and very addictive.
It caused some health concerns, so
Yes.
I now have a heart condition, so I can't use them again.
Yeah, they're just bad at the way you were using them. Very bad for your health long term. I'm sorry to hear that you're experiencing that. This is a here for you. You were here before the panel last February and you had just started the Tier 4 program at the time.
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about what you gained from the Tier 4 program and how you think you can use that in the community?
So it taught me how to deal with people more assertively, how not to be aggressive, also how not to be so passive.
There's a lot of contradictions in that statement.
I know. So the thing is I'm normally a passive person, but I was aggressive when I was on steroids. So I've lived both sides of the coin, and being in prison, I've been very passive. And it's taught me to not be either. It's taught me to live more in the middle and be assertive in what my standpoints are, what my points of view are, and not to come across aggressively and also not let people take advantage of me.
Okay. So just to kind of paraphrase a little bit, make sure I'm understanding. So the steroids, my understanding is they do have a tendency to make individuals act aggressively, but you feel you've, through the program, learned to respond assertively, not aggressively.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
So the other thing I've learned is handling my emotions better. So there are a lot of heartfelt times in the program. I made close friends. I had a lot of opening up and sharing past experiences and deep emotional impacts in my life. And I didn't act out on them as I would have in the past. I opened up, I talked through them, I confided in my peers, I confided in my counselor, and I didn't bottle the stuff up and keep it in. So teaching me how to handle things so that I wouldn't get triggered further down the line.
Okay. Sounds like you've come to appreciate the benefits of group therapy for one,
Yes,
counseling, and you see how it, can really help you work through difficult situations and learn not to shy away from them, but manage them in a more constructive, positive way.
yes,
Yes, because these offenses are certainly that of a person who was very aggressive and acting incredibly recklessly.
yes,
Yes. So your release plan is to go to a halfway house?
yes.
All right. And I heard a lot about employment, EB, and then you talked about Social Security disability and part-time. So what is your plan for supporting yourself in the community?
So I wanted to start out with disability and then work on regaining my faculties and my strength and abilities so I could get back into the workforce again. My brother could get me a job at Electric Boat, but I hear Electric Boat will hire you straight out of prison. They give you some time where you have to get off parole because of all the time that you spend going to follow-up appointments and things like that while you're on parole. So that's what I heard. I'm still going to apply, but I'm just making sure I have a backup. Also, the recovery coach avenue is something that my sister would like to see me do. And I've already started the process. And the apartment complex she lives at is not far from a CCAR location. So I'll be able to finish my schooling and I could do that online. And my sister has given me a tablet and a cell phone so that I could do the follow-up programs that I need to get my recovery coach accreditation.
Okay.
Online. So if I can't leave the halfway house for the schooling, I can do it online at the halfway house.
Yeah. Well, I hear a lot of very positive things about that release plan. I do think that the halfway house is a great place to start. Sounds like you've got support in the community. Your sister sounds like she's very, I don't want to use the word involved, but she wants to support you.
Yes.
As much as she can. Employment, disability, all that you can sort of work out, I suppose. And the fact that you're including CCAR in your release plan, whether it's to be a recovery coach or to be just a member of their community, I think will benefit from the way you talk about the Tier 4 program. I think you're going to find that CCAR's going to be a very similar environment.
Yeah.
Supportive, encouraging.
No, we work with CCAR already in the Tier 4 program. So there's a CCAR advocate that we meet with every other week. So that's been a huge help so far also.
Good. And I heard in your opening statement, and I did read your 90 and 90 meetings. That's something you plan to continue in the community?
Yes.
Okay. Right. Well, you're certainly saying all the things that are important for a good, solid release plan and a relapse prevention plan. What about your mental health? Have you identified someplace in the community that you could get services?
So I do have a therapist that I was seeing before. So I still have all of her information and can contact her and get back into a regular program with her. She accepts Medicaid, so I could get right back on track.
Do you think anything's going to be hard when you get back in the community? You anticipate what could be obstacles for you?
Well, for me, I put on some weight being in prison, so for me, getting back into exercising is going to be somewhat of a catalyst to make me want to think about steroids again. And that's the one thing I've thought of already, and I've already been addressing it and been facing the fact of exercising without the use of steroids. And because I have a heart condition, I can't even use like over-the-counter supplements. I have such high blood pressure. So I have to watch what I do. But I've been working out here, lifting weights. It's just I can't do it regularly.
Yeah. A lot of people are into walking these days.
I've been walking on rack also.
Good. All right, Mr. Monyu, I appreciate your answering all my questions. Let's see if my colleagues have any follow-up. Mr. Rodriguez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not very many. Do you have your driver's license?
No, because I have a seizure disorder.
Okay. Okay. All right. No, listen, you sound very good today. Your opening statement was very well done.
Thank you.
Seems from your discussion with my colleague that you really put a lot of effort into your release plan and into figuring out a relapse prevention plan, and you're working with CCAR. I don't really have a lot of questions for you. I just wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Ms. Berry?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have any questions.
All right, thank you. So we're going to deliberate now. Just give us a few minutes. You can stay there.
All right, thank you.
All right. Right. So I think that this rehear certainly benefited Mr. Molyneux, and he's gained a lot of insight from the Tier 4 program, was able to gather up many resources that will help him in the community, and I was very comfortable with his relapse prevention plan. I thought that he put some considerable thought into his high risk too, which is very interesting considering his substance use and how he could be triggered there. He has no disciplinary reports. He does score high for risk to recidivate, but it does appear that he has taken programs that address his risk factors. He does have, as I said, a good release plan and no disciplinary report. So I would be in favor of granting his discretionary report today. Mr. Rodriguez?
For all of you, I'm also in favor, Madam Chair.
Okay. And Ms. Barrett?
Just add that he has not had the other opportunities on community supervision. So I believe that even though he'll be done next, he'll have about a year left with us if he's trying to parole today. I think that the supervision that parole could provide for him will be beneficial before he transitions over to 3 years of probation. And I would encourage him to develop a positive rapport with his supervising officer so that he can communicate some of the things that he may need or some of the difficulties he may face with just transitioning back into the community. So I would support parole as well with mental health, no alcohol, and halfway house.
I had anger management as well. And I had a general stay away from the Sullivan's Cafe, which is where one of the incidents occurred.
Yeah.
I had mental health evaluation, true.
That's what I heard. But I also show that he wants to go to a halfway house in Norwich or Hartford. I didn't have the Sullivan place, and I'm sorry, what else did you say that you have?
Anger management.
Yeah, anger management. I think that may be covered. I don't know. We can put it. I don't know if you'll have enough time to do all of that, but.
And the old neighbor, PS. Any thoughts about a general's no contact? Okay. So in the matter of Richard Molyneux, 292367, I make a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after August 25th, 2026 with the following stipulations. No alcohol, halfway house placement, mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary, community-based treatment for anger management, and a general stay away from Sullivan's Cafe in Naugatuck. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Did you get all that?
I got that. Thank you.
All right.
Good luck, sir.
Best
Thank
of
you.
luck to you.
This concludes the hearing for Richard. May number 292367. Officer,
Craig.
Yeah.
sir, can you please have the CO come in real quick?
Who's that? The CO?
Yes.
Right.
This, just to let you know, so Mr. Craig, we will see him last today.
Craig is last.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, no problem. So you want, what's your?
Yeah, we can take the other gentleman.
Okay.
Thank you.
The other one?
Yeah.
Craig, you're going last.
Good morning.
You're president.
Sir, what is your last name?
Palmer, Palmer.
Oh.
Yeah, I like all the whole square. So, Mr. Palmer,
Yes.
good morning. Unfortunately, we need to continue your hearing today. You needed to have, because there's violation of probation, we need to have a designation review on whether it's a 50% or an 85% designation. And that is a separate hearing, which is very important before a regular parole hearing. So you're going to be continued today and you'll be notified of your next date.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for understanding. You too.
So I'm panel member Barry.
Okay, I'll make a motion to continue. Mr. Palmer. Excuse me, I got it. I'm going to make a motion in the matter of Reuben Palmer, 236-229, to continue him for reasons of a designation hearing. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Need to state our names, please.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Panel member Barry.
Panel member Rodriguez.
Case continuation.
Good morning, sir. What's your name?
Uchino, Neil?
Pacino.
Yes, sir.
First guy.
Oh, Bertino.
Pacino. Yeah. Neil. Pacino.
Here we go.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Pacino, we're going to go ahead and get started with your case.
All right.
Morning, my name is Ross Cameron. Today is Tuesday, August 25th, 2026. And this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. All my board members are present this morning. I state their names on the record, certify that they've reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information for preparation.
Good morning, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Panel member Barry.
Morning, panel member Rodriguez.
Also attending is the board psychologist. Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Neil Uchino, 369659.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Neil Pacino, inmate number 369659. He is serving a sentence of 20 years, execution suspended after 6 years and 6 months, followed by 10 years probation for possession of child sex abuse material. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of March 10, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It's been reviewed, shows the offender has completed the following programs: Voices, Tier 2, And problem sexual behavior track 1. Utilize the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system. The offender's overall score in the SRT falls within the moderate range of risk for offenders. So this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. May begin.
I think I should be granted parole. I had it written down, but I forgot. I'm sorry. I learned my lesson. I know what I did was wrong. I take responsibility. I regret it. I just want to get this over with, and then so I want to get out and help my mom because she's getting older and she was alone. My stepfather just died last year, so I'm trying to get out there to Vermont and help her out.
Okay, Mr. Pacino, thank you. I know you forgot your statement, but we're going to be asking you some questions, so I think it'll help you remember some of the things you wanted to talk about.
Yeah, no problem.
All right. So Mr. Rodriguez will begin with the questions this morning.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Pacino. I would have liked to have heard your statement. I wish you would have brought it in so we could have heard your statement. So let's talk about, first of all, this is not the first time you've had this charge, kind of a charge, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. What do you think is going on with you?
I'm not going to blame it on COVID, but during that time is when it happened because I was home alone all the time. I didn't have anything to do. I don't know why I did it. I just wish I never did.
You took the sex offender program, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is this the only time you took it, or have you taken it before?
I've taken it when I was on the street.
And can you tell me why what you learned didn't stay with you?
I don't know. It was a moment of weakness, or I don't know. I wish I could explain it.
What happens? What happens if you're released and you have another moment of weakness?
I'm not gonna. This has been a wake-up call.
I'm sorry?
No, I said this has been a wake-up call. I'm never gonna mess around again.
But this is not the first time, correct?
I understand that, but now I'm 50 years old. I want to stay out and not deal with this ever again. It's been tough.
It's supposed to be tough, by the way.
I understand that, yeah, no.
Well, tell me a little bit about what supports do you have in the community that can really support you around this situation?
My family and friends.
Behavior. Any professional people?
I'll probably have to go to the group out there, yes.
Yeah. All right, so why don't we talk about some of the programs? You've taken voices.
Yes, sir.
Tell me a little bit about what you learned about that.
It was about the victim's point of view and
I'm sorry.
it was like,
Can you talk a little slower for me? Because I'm really having a hard time understanding you.
I wanted what happens to the victim and all, and how it affects different people and everything else.
Do you think this has affected victims on the outside?
Definitely, yes.
Yeah. Promoting this, how did you start promoting this kind of behavior?
Yes.
You took tier 2.
Yes, sir.
Right. What did you learn from tier 2?
That drugs aren't the answer for anything.
And have you, since you were using alcohol, and were you by the way, were you on alcohol or drinking or anything during these episodes?
I was only using marijuana.
Have you worked out relapse prevention plan or a plan to kind of deal with any of the substance abuse issues?
Yes, that was with tier 2.
Well, what plan have you worked out for yourself?
Smoke weed every day. My antidepressants instead of medicating marijuana.
You're going to use what?
My antidepressants.
Oh. You want to move to Vermont?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I was planning on doing it before I re-offended and came back.
Oh, you were planning that before you came back?
Yeah.
I'm trying to, kind of get a sense from you. of how much preparation you've made to, when you're released, to kind of have this stuff under control. Because you've been released before and it hasn't worked out for you.
Yeah, I understand that.
So, so I'm trying to get a sense of how, it's going to work for you. And I'm not getting that from you at this point. I'm not hearing that from you.
Well, he's gonna get out, get a job and stay clean and just.
Well, you're going to be on the you're going to be on the sex offender registry, right?
Yeah, I know that.
Is that going to be a challenge for you?
No, it wasn't before.
Yeah, it wasn't before.
No.
I'm not getting a sense that you really have a good grip on the challenges that you're going to be facing and the ways that you're going to resolve those things and a strong plan to be able to deal with them when you are released.
I understand, but when I get out, I'm gonna just work and I'm not gonna mess with the internet or anything like that. I'm just gonna.
Were you working before?
Yes.
And did you have these issues before, right?
Yeah, but I wasn't
So
doing it.
working wasn't resolving the problem.
I understand that, but
You've taken the sex offender program now and before, and I'm not hearing what you learned from it that will help provide you the support that you need so that you don't do this anymore.
I understand, but what I want was
can you tell us what it is you've learned from those experiences that tell us that it makes sense to release you at this particular point?
I understand. It affects everybody, the stuff I did. Not only me, my family, or the victims, but in every way, it's just, I don't know how to explain. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, that's my concern, because I'm not, that's where I'm concerned, because I'm not hearing a clear picture of you having the insight, gaining insight from having attended those programs.
I don't know how to explain. I know what I did was wrong. I'm never going to do it again. I understand I did it. I don't know. I'm sorry.
Well, those are my concerns at this point. I know you've taken programming, and that's a good thing. That's very positive for you. But I'm feeling that you really haven't gained the kind of insight that, for me, would make me feel comfortable at this point. But I'm going to pass it on to my colleagues to hear what they have to say and ask, and see how you respond to that, and maybe some more information will come out for me at that point. But thank you for answering my questions this morning.
Yes, sir.
Panel Member Barry?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Vecino, you struggled before when you were on probation. It looks like you participated in treatment 4 times prior to this one, and you struggled.
4 times? Well,
4 times. I have in 2012, you were unsuccessfully discharged because you were accessing the internet, and you had unauthorized email addresses, you were chatting, and you were viewing child sex something images.
in 2012, no.
In 2012, yes.
I
That's what the treatment provider provided us. Then you also had another one in 2014 where you were remanded back to prison because you were not complying on probation. Then again, in 2018, you were unsuccessfully discharged because you failed to register and they violated you. And you got you got a conviction in 2015.
that last one, I never got the thing in the mail for the registration.
Well, regardless of, that's not our issue. Our issue is that you need to be held accountable for your whereabouts. It doesn't matter why you didn't register, sir. The problem is that you didn't register.
Yes, but I never got the thing in the mail to register, so what was I supposed to do?
Contact them and let them know. You know that you're required to appear on the sex offender registry for a certain number of years. Is that correct?
Yes, I understand that, but
So that it's your responsibility to contact them and say, I did not receive my letter. Was it mailed out?
I never received it, so I don't know. I didn't know. I was waiting for it to come in the mail, never got it.
So let's talk a little bit more about
your participation in sex offender treatment.
Okay,
What are some of the things that trigger your desire to engage in this kind of behavior?
I was just being alone at home because I had nothing to do and I was
So you
stupid.
had
got
nothing to
into it.
do, you couldn't read a book,
Well, that's true, but
you couldn't watch television, journal?
I did
all
that,
those
yes.
things? So how do you avoid loneliness in the future?
Well, when I get out, I hopefully get up to my mom and be around people where I know I shouldn't be doing anything.
You have to have more of a plan than that, Mr. Pacino.
Well, I was gonna work, take care of her, take care of the house.
You need to take care of yourself.
I understand that too.
And not only that, it's problematic that you were on probation and you continue to engage in this behavior.
But then in 2012, I never did that again. I don't know where that's from.
It's from the report that I received from the connection.
Yeah, I understand, but that wasn't me in 2012.
Okay, so who was it?
I have no
Were they
idea. I
writing
don't-
about somebody else in your documents?
But they never told me that I did that in 2012.
I'm telling you that you did.
I understand you, yeah, I know, but I never did that.
Okay, here's the thing. So you weren't you didn't have unauthorized internet access on a phone or a device that you weren't authorized to have?
Not in 2012, no.
What year was it then?
It was 2022 was when I had it.
That's this violation, sir.
Yes.
But this is your fourth, I see you violated your probation 4 times. Are you aware of that?
No, I know it like 3 times I don't know what the first one, I forget what the first one was. That was when I was with my father.
You had 4. You had one in 2014, one in 2018, another in 2022, and another one in 2024.
I was incarcerated in 2024.
Well, you may have been incarcerated, but you weren't sentenced for the violation until 2024.
I was not aware of that.
Okay. What happens if you can't live with mom?
I'll hopefully get a parole to Connecticut and go back to my job and stay clean, stay back jail, stay positive. Whatever program I have to do.
All right, Mr. Buccino, I listened to your responses. I think the concern is that we can appreciate that you admitted to the parole officer that you have these images. I think there's concern that you don't have a true, a relapse plan, or, just saying that you looked at, that you viewed them out of boredom. It seems to me that there's probably more to it. And having done the amount of sex offender treatment that you've done, I think we would be hoping for a little bit more insights from you into your behaviors. Let us talk about your case and we'll give you our decision in just a few moments, okay?
Okay.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Sergio's fine too. Well, you've kind of hit it. You kind of hit it. I don't get a sense that, first of all, the program that he's taken, I don't get a sense he's gained any really insight from them. I don't hear a really strongly established plan for himself, a release plan or a relapse plan to figure out how he's not going back to these behaviors again. He had poor performance while on supervision. I'm just not sensing any real offender change at this particular point. So I'm not going to be supporting the discretion parole today. And hoping that, he kind of really takes a look at it. Maybe if he would have brought a statement, we would have heard a little bit more. I don't know, but the way it's presented today, I'm not supporting of it.
Thank you. And Ms. Berry?
I also am not in support of discretionary parole. I don't have him returning for another hearing. I think that his performance while he was on probation was very concerning. Despite his having supervision, when he was out in the community, he continued to engage in deviant sexual behaviors. I also am concerned that he's unable to really identify ways to combat, these behaviors in the future. And he doesn't really have a lot of community support. I know he keeps talking about his mother, but, she's been around all this time and it still has not stopped him from engaging in this type of stuff. So I don't believe he's suitable.
Yeah, I agree. There was really a surprisingly little amount of offender change displayed. His history is sex offense, child pornography, 2010, the failure to register with multiple violations. And for me, talking about the release plan I made a note that there's not much difference to this one than it was previously. So I think for us today that it also needs to be a concern. So Mr. Rodriguez, what did you have?
Inadequate evidence of offender change, inadequate release plan, poor performance while on probation. I guess you could say criminal history too, but I didn't have criminal history.
Anything
Those
else?
three.
You good with those? Yes. As criminal history is of concern, but those three are fine for me.
Right. So in the matter of Neil Bacino, 369659, there's a motion to deny discretionary parole for the following reasons. Poor performance while on community release, inadequate evidence of offender change, and inadequate release plan. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Right, Mr. Bacino, we're unable to find you suitable for parole today. Hopefully you can do maybe some more programming to help you develop a suitable release plan for the community and garner some additional support to help you be successful. All right, good luck to you.
Will I have another, like a parole meeting, or what happens now?
You will not have another parole hearing.
So I have to max out?
If maxed out or community release, it'll be up to parole, up to DOC.
When would I hear about that, with community release?
I think we're all done with today's hearing. I don't have all the answers to those questions. You can probably talk to the counselor there at the facility. Okay, good luck to you now.
This concludes the hearing for Neil Bacino, 36965.
Well, why we
Sir, what is your name?
Christopher Kudov?
Who?
Kudov?
Law.
Oh, cool. Cool.
There you go.
Sure.
All right, we're up. We're gonna go ahead and get started with your case. Boy, my name is Officer Shamrock. Today is Tuesday, August 25th, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record. Certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Panel member Barry, good morning.
Good morning, Pamela Rodriguez.
Also attending is the board psychologist. Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Christopher Kudov, 426-878.
Hearing is being conducted in consideration of the full application for Christopher Krumphoff, inmate number 426-878. He is serving a sentence of 7 years, execution suspended after 20 years, followed by 223 months of probation for possession of child and sexual abuse material, for violation of probation for the underlying offense of illegal possession of child porn. Second, as of today, we're under the parole eligibility date of July 22nd, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It's been reviewed, shows the offender has completed the following programs: anger management, problem sexual behavior, track 1, utilizing the statewide collaborative offenders evaluation system. The offender's overall score on the SRT falls within a very high range of risk for recidivism. Sir, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I'm sorry, sir. Madam Chair, I apologize. Officer Shamrock, will you just confirm the sentence again? I spaced out. Sorry.
have 7 years, execution suspended up to 3 years, followed by 222 months of probation.
Which is about 18 and a
18
half
years.
years. Yeah, well, it was 20 years, so the violation brings it down.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Krutoff, do you have an opening statement for us today?
Only this is my first time doing this. I wasn't sure what to expect.
Okay, so this is your opportunity to say why you should be granted parole. You can make a statement or we can ask questions to get started.
Just ask some questions. I don't have anything right now.
Okay, all right, Ms. Berry will begin with questions this morning.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Krutoff, just for clarification purposes, are you required to appear on the sex offender registry for life or just 10 years?
Life, unfortunately.
So tell us what you think you need to be successful out in the community, because, I mean, you've participated in treatment.
Right now, I'm not sure because I tried everything. I tried therapy, I tried inpatient, outpatient.
And that's my point. And none of that has seemed to help. So I'm asking you, what is it that you think you need to be successful, sir?
What I need to do is for myself is just be open and honest always about what help I do need when I need it. That was part of my problem. I was telling people what I thought they wanted to hear.
What did you think they wanted to? I don't understand that statement.
That they wanted to hear that I was doing, I was doing well. I was doing well with therapy. I was doing well with my programs.
Okay, so let's talk about who the people are that you're referring to.
My therapist, the program people I was going to,
What would make you think that that was stuff that they wanted to hear when they're there to help you?
I know it's just that I've gone through it so many times. I felt like I was just repeating over and over the same old thing.
So I understand that you've never been on parole before, and I appreciate our discussion. So my question to you is, what do you think is going to be different for you on parole? Because you were under supervision, they put you in a reach bed. You were still continuing to view pornography. So then they send you to the January Center where there's a heightened level of supervision. And you finished it, then you came back and you did the same thing over again. I'm not sure what it is that you think that we can do to help you.
I'm not sure at this point either because like I said, I've gone through all the programs over and over. I keep telling myself I don't want to come back, and I keep coming back.
Yeah. I mean, your sexual deviant behavior started in 2004. I mean, that's what we have record of, and it's continued up until, 2023. How are you not receiving any tickets in the prison for exposing yourself or your own kind of gratification?
The only tickets I've gotten so far is refusing housing.
I know. My question is, how have you been able to regulate your mind there in prison, but you can't seem to do that out in the community? It's like you're obsessed. It's a compulsion. Is that the obsession? Obsession, I think.
The only thing that's been helping right now, but the only thing that's been helping me is going to church every week. And, staying with that, because on the outside, when you don't have access to your religious services as part of what you like to do to keep your mind in the right state of mind, it's not there.
Well, church shouldn't, I'm not going to say it shouldn't. I'm glad that church is able to help you because I think that that's important, having a spiritual, or a religious relationship. I can appreciate that. But at the end of the day, you as a 55-year-old man know that what you're doing is wrong. And I think that you think that because you're reporting it on yourself, like you're coming clean yourself that you're some kind of martyr. And that doesn't, you know, and I hate to put it that way. But you really, it's really, if you're able to tell people what you're doing, you should also be able to stop yourself from doing it. Why do you, as like a 12-year-old would need someone's constant supervision over their whatever they're doing, like their internet access, or you know what I mean? Like a child would need that kind of. I'm fishing for words here today, but and I'm concerned because you're saying that in your behavior that you need someone constantly over you to prevent you from doing this again.
I'm not trying to say that. I'm trying to say is, see, the thing is, when somebody gives you a phone and they don't block, literally block the access to the internet.
Why do they have to block it? Why? Why can't you say, I'm not supposed to be doing this and not do it? It's not their responsibility. It's your responsibility, sir.
I understand that. But when you have access, Dave puts it this way, if they had put on there that they were a supervisor, completely supervise it, which they didn't do. So they said, here's the phone, make sure you contact us, don't use the internet, that's all they said.
So while you're in prison, do you have access to drugs?
No.
You don't have access to drugs. There's no drugs in that prison?
The only thing I'm taking is just my medications. I'm not taking anything
My
else.
question to you is there illegal narcotics in that prison?
I'm sure there is, but I don't deal with that stuff. Well, I've never dealt with the stuff when I'm on the outside. What do I deal with it now?
That's the point. That's the point that I'm trying to make, that there is access. You have access to drugs, but you choose not to engage in that. That's the point that I'm trying. You have access to a lot of things in there that I'm sure that you don't participate in. If you're able to apply that mentality, like drugs are disgusting, why aren't you able to apply that same mentality to your sexual deviant behaviors?
I have no excuse for that.
Yeah. And that's the problem. So, Mr. Rudolph, you know, I wish that there was something that we could do to help you, but you have to first help yourself. You know, and unfortunately, with your history, I really struggle to say that you're suitable for discretionary parole when you haven't demonstrated that previously. You know, you rate out as 55, very high in terms of risk to recidivate. And we really couldn't get a score on your risk to recidivate with a new sexual offense because of the nature of your crimes. You know, but you're a risk to yourself. You have to stop. You have to want better for yourself at some point. Aren't you tired of being in prison, sir?
Yes, I am.
It's not going to change if you continue to do what you're doing. And I understand it's an illness. I do. I just do think that you need to engage in, maybe get a different therapist. If you feel that your therapist wants you to say certain things, find someone else. Find someone that specializes in your kind of crimes so that you can work through them. Perhaps there's something underlying that you haven't addressed. And I don't know what that is because I'm not a therapist, but there has to be something else that you just maybe haven't touched on yet that triggers, you know, these kinds of behaviors, you know. I appreciate your speaking with me, Mr. Kurloff. I have to be honest with you and say that, you know, based on our discussion here today, I really don't hear very much evidence of offender change. So it's difficult to say with certainty that you're done with this lifestyle. So I appreciate your speaking with me, though. Thank you. Sure.
Thank you. Mr. Krutov, I just have a couple of follow-up questions.
Absolutely.
You've participated in a lot of treatment.
Yes.
The treatment that you completed there at the facility, the Track 1 program, was there anything that you got from that program, gleaned from that program, that has changed some of your thinking?
Here's the thing, yes, I did, but that's the problem. I haven't been using it. And I don't know why.
Okay. So you benefit from, you feel like you could benefit from the treatment, the information, the skills, the strategies you get are useful. You're just not using them. You're not applying in the, okay. And your release plan today, how is that different from release plans before? No? Okay.
I don't know, because I haven't talked to probation yet, so I don't know what's gonna happen from them.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's going to be a lot of what was required before, but is there anything you can look at that says, I'm changing this piece and hoping for success this time? Or are you planning for the same thing and hoping for success?
My goal is to, when I get out of here, is be able to find the right therapist that specializes in this. Not just that, try to find the right kind of medication that will help, other than what I'm taking right now.
Are you taking medication in the community?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Have you identified any red flags since you've been in prison now? When you look back, are there any red flags that you think you missed, triggers that you have identified to help you this next time around?
My triggers are just basically just staying away from any kind. I know what my crime is, but it's basically my way of thinking is right now, like I just gotta stay away from pornography, period.
Mm-hmm.
That's where it all started. You didn't just start with child pornography, it started with just regular pornography. And unfortunately, it just went downhill from there.
Okay. Do you have a substance abuse problem? Do you use drugs or alcohol?
No.
Okay. You know, it's interesting because you score a 5, right? And I know that you told the parole officer you deny drug and alcohol use, but then when I read the summary from treatment, it says you want to attend 12-step meetings for alcohol.
Well, because unfortunately, see, what I'm afraid is myself, I have an addictive personality. Now, I'm afraid, I know once I put down the pornography part of it and put that out of my life, I'm afraid that with my addictive personality, I might end up start drinking, and then I might lead into something else. And that's what I'm afraid of, especially when you have a family history of drug and alcohol abuse in the family.
Have you ever sought, other than the treatment groups, any other support groups in the community to help you with your addiction to pornography?
I was seeing, back when this first started in 2004, I was actually going to a men's group for this particular behavior. And unfortunately, all it took was one day of not going to it, and it just, my whole life just like everything went downhill.
Okay. Well, I think it's important to think for you to, or I would encourage you to focus on that at one point it was helpful. Yes. Much like substance abuse, sometimes it takes several tries.
Yes, it does.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Mr. Korchoff. Mr. Rodriguez?
I don't have any questions.
Okay, so we're going to deliberate about your case now. Give us a couple of minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I really do wish that there was something that we could offer Mr. Kula, because he really does need a level of help that I don't even know
he's even able to identify. I mean, he's tried so many different things over the years and he still cannot help himself. You know, and continues to engage in this behavior, knowing that this cycle, you know, he's going to wind up right back in prison. I really do view him as a risk based on our discussion here today and his prior treatment, and his inability to be able to give us any substantive information. His inability to either makes it even more problematic for me. So I will not be in support of discretionary parole. I think that he still has much work to do, and I hope that he's successful with his 18 and a half years of provision he has followed.
I agree. I am also not in favor of discretionary parole today for many of the same reasons you've already stated. I think for Mr. Kuchok, the long period of community supervision could benefit him in terms of whether it's deterrence or support in the community. But his behavior dates back to 2003, which is a long history. And I am encouraged that he recognizes his addictive personality. And I also encouraged that at one point he states he was attending meetings. We don't have any information to that effect, but he found them helpful. So perhaps those two things will help to guide him in a more suitable way in the community. Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm also not supporting for the reasons that both of you laid out.
And reasons, Ms. Barrett?
Nature and circumstance and adequate evidence of offender training. And I mean, I don't hear any substantive relapse prevention plan or a substantive release plan. So,
Okay.
If criminal history is there too.
All right. So in the matter of Christopher Krutoff, 426-878, I make a motion to deny discretionary parole for the following reasons: nature and circumstance of the current offense, inadequate offender change, and inadequate release plan. Do I hear a second? All in favor? Aye. All right, Mr. Krutoff, you know, you're not that far to end the sentence. Perhaps you can use this time to get your resources in line. So when you step back into the community, you'll have some sort of support, whether it's those meetings you talked about, a therapist. But we do wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Okay, now.
This concludes the hearing. Christopher Kuchok, number 426-878. Mr. Wandlingford, right?
Yes, good morning.
We're gonna go ahead and get started with your case.
Yeah,
Morning, my name is Officer Shamrock. Today is Tuesday, August 25th, 2026, and this is a hearing in Connecticut Board of Appeals. Board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutory required documents and available for information preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Panel member Barry, good morning.
Panel member Rodriguez, good morning.
Also attending is a psychologist. Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Bernard Wendling Court, 280-257.
Hearing is being consideration of the parole application for Bernard Wendling Court, inmate number 280-257. He is serving a sentence of 20 years and 18 months, followed by 20 years special parole for illegal sexual contact with a victim less than the age of 16, sex assault first, violation of probation with the underlying offense attempted sex assault first, assault on public safety officer. As of today, records reflect parole eligibility date of December 26, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It's been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs. Tier 2, thresholds, problem sexual behavior, track 1, and beyond fear. Utilize the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system. The offender's overall score on the RT falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Utilize the static 99R. The offender's overall score for the sexual offense recidivism falls within the moderate to high range. Sir, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Well, to be honest with you, I don't really deserve anything, to be honest with you, but during my time incarcerated, I've been through multiple challenges and, trying to better myself in different aspects of trying to do programs and stuff like that. My past had a lot to do with, drinking and, popping pills and stuff like that. And it just leaded me to like a wrong path, me being abusive towards, females, me being abused mentally, sitting here for this long period of time is going on 19 years now. And, I feel real stupid and I feel real bad for the victims that was part of my case because I had issues. I have anger issues. I've been like that since a kid. I don't know what triggers that. I don't know where it comes from, but that's something that I've been continuing to work on during the course of my incarceration, by doing programs and stuff like that. I've been, majority of my whole life, I've been institutionalized. I don't know nothing else but prison. And, I feel like at this point in time in my life, I'm actually able to think clearly on what I'm trying to do with my life as far as trying to take care of me. My mother, she's sick, she has cancer. I have an older brother that's, in rehab. So it's just like, there's so much stuff that's going on that I'm missing being in the world. And, I was hoping that, you guys can kind of take into consideration, as far as trying to nurse me back into society with a halfway house, because I'm going to need it. To be honest with you, I'm nervous. I only have a couple of months left to go home, and I'm kind of already overwhelmed, just being in this dorm alone, dealing with a whole bunch of people. I've been dealing with it. It's really bad for me with the anxiety and stuff like that. But truthfully, I'm ready to go. I really am. I'm really trying to do things for myself as far as get out of here, getting more treatment and doing better in society because, I think it's time for me to do better for myself so I can start treating myself right as well as my family and, be part of the community. I don't really know what else to say.
All right. Well, that was a pretty good opening statement. Thank you, Mr. Wanlencourt.
Thank you.
What we need to hear from you today is why you think you're suitable for parole. And we need to evaluate or assess, how you've changed, how these behaviors are, I don't know, maybe in your past and you're going to be able to live in the community and not be a risk. What do you think about that?
No, being in here, I realize the flaws that I have. And, that's something that I've been dealing with and I've been talking to mental health. I've been dealing with mental health for a very long time. And the mental health counselors that I did have, we had good rapport. And, me, being institutionalized and not really having a counselor growing up and dealing with it in prison, I've learned to kind of deal with my issues in the inside. But as far as going home, I feel like I need more treatment as far as going home. I'm going to try to sign up for as much stuff as I can as far as mental health, as far as, taking more classes as far as, how you say, for my behavior, my sexual behavior. I think I need to start, it's kind of hard to say. I'm not really used to talk, but
All right, so let me just tell you a little bit about today's hearing. So as I said, that was part of what we wanted to hear from your opening statement, and the three of us will be asking you questions
yeah.
to get a little bit more information, which will help you with that.
Okay.
At the end of our questioning, we will deliberate and we will give you our decision.
Okay.
But, and then you have 20 years of special parole to follow this
Yes.
sentence. So regardless of what happens today, we'll be setting conditions for that
Yes.
20-year special parole term.
Yes.
Okay, you all set to begin?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to begin with questions this morning, and that was part of my question was, how have you changed? But let's just kind of go back and talk about the charges that you're incarcerated for. They're essentially sexual assault
Yes.
of two different women.
Yes.
Yes. And how old were you at that time?
Probably in my 20s,
Mhm.
25, 26.
Right. So now you're 45.
Yes.
I heard you talk quite a bit in your opening remarks about anger.
Yes.
So can you reflect back at that time in your life and tell us a little bit how you see anger
I see anger.
involved with those offenses?
It's kind of hard for me to explain. Like, I feel like somewhere in my past, something has happened. I don't remember it or nothing like that, but it's something that it triggers me when I drink and stuff like that. It's like another person. Like, I don't recognize that person as I'm sober now. Being that I've been locked up for going on almost 19 years, I'm able to, see the bigger picture in my wrongdoings. And, I see stuff on TV and stuff like that. When I see stuff like that on TV, it starts to hit me more because I start to see myself when I see stuff on TV. Like, is that really me? Is that how people see me? And I just feel like, I'm a disappointment to, people. I have a family that love and care about me. And it seems like, my drinking and my anger and all that was more important than me being there for my family and stuff like that. I don't know if I'm explaining it right, but.
Well, I hear what you're saying, that when you see programs on television and maybe there are violence or offenses against women, you can see how you see yourself portrayed in those. I'm paraphrasing. Is that fairly accurate? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Because, they're very violent offenses.
Yes.
You score very high for risk to recidivate. So to be back in the community, even on the sex offender assessment, you score moderate to high, which we do not see very often. And you were on probation when you committed one of these offenses for the same type of offense. So our concern is quite heightened in terms of how you'll live in the community and not pose a risk. You have taken some programs. You took the sex offender treatment program quite some time ago. Was it 2019 is my information?
Yes.
I also have information that it was offered to you to take again, because they've changed it a bit since that time. And you have declined to take it. Is that accurate?
Yes. The reason why that I didn't want to take it because I knew by me taking that program, and I was going to do it, but I spoke to my family, and because of that, taking the program, it exposes me to other inmates. As far as me doing the program, when I did the program before in Osborne, I went through the same situation with problems with that ended up with me sitting in PC. So when the lady came and offered it to me, I was gonna take it, but then I hesitated because I had spoke to my mother. She said, you know, if you feel like it's gonna cause you a problem, you know, try to talk to the lady and stuff like that. But I just don't want to find myself in another situation where I'm catching tickets and I'm going to SAG for fighting somebody hurt me. I just didn't want to go through that whole motion all over again. That's what it was.
Okay, well, I appreciate your honesty about that and, you know, your need to try and protect yourself. For us, you know, those programs are really critical in terms of giving you tools and strategies to be able to manage those behaviors and emotions in the community. You know, your level of anger and acting out towards women. You did take it in 2019. Do you recall taking it back then? You said at Osborne.
Yes.
Do you recall anything, some significant elements of that program that you feel you will take with you in the community to help you?
Yeah, when I took that program, we had the dude Tannen, I think his name's Tannenbaum. He was a pretty good direct person as far as, you know, being patient with us, being understanding. And he brought a lot out of me that I didn't know that it even exists. And it made me, it just, I don't, to be honest with you, I don't even know how to explain it. It's just like.
Oh, when I hear you say to me, it took something out of me, I didn't know it exists.
Like.
Took what?
It showed me that I have some type of, you know, for one, the anger, I have some type of trauma in my past that I really don't remember that I'm suppressing. And I don't really know what it is. And I don't know what it is that tricked me to be the way I am, honestly.
All right. So in taking that program and recognizing that you have trauma and anger in your past that is a part of how you respond to these offenses or how you respond to that, what strategies or plan do you have to address those feelings in the community?
Well, for one, I'm gonna definitely participate in mental health and whatever classes they have in the world as far as to do with sex offenses. I'm gonna do whatever program to keep me on track so I can be able to succeed out there and not repeat the cycle that I was on. Stay away from the drinking, be on the proper medication, you know, being around family and stuff like that.
Okay. All right. I mean, I know for certain that you'll be referred to a community-based program for problem sexual behavior.
Yes.
You're also on the registry, you have a lifetime registry.
Yes.
Condition or commitment. What do you do to keep yourself occupied? Because you haven't done very many programs.
Whatever programs that I did sign up for, it wasn't really nothing else that was offered to me. A couple of ones I volunteered for, but there was really nothing really offered to me in those times. I ended up taking the initiative to sign up for other stuff. They had also a program that they had in Osborne with Skills Up Association, which helped me to, deal with situations as far as, with the anger, how to see situations clear and, how to assess the situation or the problem, how to walk away from the issue, stuff in that nature. But mostly all the programs that I took is pretty much I volunteered for all those programs.
I did notice that you took thresholds twice.
Yes.
Okay. All right. You took the programs. Like I said, you took thresholds. The dates, sorry.
2014 and 2000. Right, thank you. Yeah, and then in between there, you have this assault on a Department of Corrections officer that you received a separate conviction for of 18 months.
Yes.
So for our purposes, you've done the sex offender treatment program, you had done thresholds, you're living in the community, and then and now you're back to this assaultive behaviors. So instead of sort of your behavior regressing in terms of violence, here it is again. Was anything going on at that time? I mean, it's a pretty violent attack.
So the situation when that occurred, I blanked out. Like I really don't know what to say about that. I really don't. Because the situation is I was carrying a shank on me due to the fact that I was having issues because of my situation as far as my crime in here. And the incident that happened that day, I had dropped my shank, the weapon, and when I went to pick it up, it just went south from there. And between her screaming and all that other stuff, it just sent me into a trance. And to be honest with you, I don't really recall what happened that day. It just happened between the screaming and all the officers running in there. It's like I dealt with a lot of stuff after that. I've also gotten beat by the COs. I've also went through situations as far as them messing with my trades and stuff like that, sending me in end cells, talking about all special trades. I've starved myself for a month. I've been through a lot of situations with that. And I've done the AS program. I completed the program. Ever since then, I caught 2 tickets after that. And I've been okay since. I got my medication together. I'm always going in attendance to my mental health. But at that point in time, I don't know what happened at that time. I blanked out. Like, I really can't say. I really can't.
So your release plan, as you said, is you'd like to go to the halfway house. You think you could benefit from the structure and the resources offered. I would agree with that. I did note that you're thinking maybe you can get employment as a landscaper.
Yes.
Okay. Is there any reason why you chose that profession? Somebody in the field?
No, that's something that I, growing up, I'm used to doing. I have somebody that is kind of holding a job for me as far as that. So they're giving me a chance, despite my past history, they're giving me a chance. And, with the support of my family, like I said, I have my mother and I have an older brother. My mother has cancer right now. So, me, making it back to society and be able to, get whatever time I have left with her, that's a given right there.
I'm sure that's an everyday worry for you.
No, it is, you know what I mean? Like, and, I feel bad because of my decisions that I made as far as me staying in here. I haven't been a good son to her, and I think that she deserves better than that. And I need to get myself on track. I feel like whatever help as far as the halfway house that they can give, I think I could benefit from it. It's been 19 years I've been incarcerated. I feel like I'm ready. I'm ready.
Yeah.
I'm ready.
I mean, at age 45, we want you to be ready to go back in the community. The 2021 disciplinary report is significant.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank.
One thing, and
wait. Move your hands, and the light will come back on. There we go.
I feel like I really would benefit from the halfway house. I feel like, discharging and just going out to the street like that, I'm gonna be overwhelmed with that.
Yeah.
I really am. And I spoke to my mother about that. I spoke to, my brother like that. My brother has been incarcerated before, so he understands what I'm saying. And, I really am looking forward to go home and go to the halfway house, But whatever decision,
regardless of what happens today, we'll be adding a halfway house to your release. So that should happen.
That's cool.
Okay, good. All right, let's see if my colleagues have questions. Mr. Rodriguez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, Chair's covered a lot of area with you already. Just a couple of things. 19 years, things have changed a lot.
I know.
On the outside in 19 years.
I'm nervous.
Yeah. I can,
Yes,
you know what, I could understand you being nervous no matter what happens today, being nervous on the outside. Because the other concern that I have with that is, you're feeling that you don't have any control over your anger. That's a somewhat of a concern for me. You didn't want to do the group because you were concerned that somebody might say something and you might have an angry reaction to it. And I'm assuming get into a fight.
It's not necessarily that. It's the things that come along with it. I'm not trying to get into no altercation. I'm not trying to have nobody hurt me. I'm not trying to hurt nobody. That right there alone itself, that's what made me go to PC. I was just released out of PC a couple of months ago. I was I never been to a level 2. This is my first time, and I'm still adjusting. Dealing with all these people around me, I get bad anxiety, but I've been dealing with it. But you have a lot of people in the block that has a tendency of exposing people that got sex cases. I just didn't want to deal with that because in a place like this, it's like your hand is forced. And I don't want my hand to be forced. I don't want to fight nobody. I don't want to get hurt. I want to make it back.
I hear that from you. But my concern is on the outside. You're still going to be carrying that on the outside because you're going to be on the sex offender registry for life. So some people are going to find out that you've had these kind of charges and issues on the outside.
Of course.
So you're just not being steady with your anger. Just kind of concerns me.
I feel like, as far as, my drinking and stuff like that, I'm over that aspect of my addiction part. I think my addiction had played a big part in it. I don't think about drinking no more. I don't think about getting high no more. That's past tense in my life. I just want to be able to move forward. I'm just looking for a chance. I know I don't messed up in my past.
I hear that from you. I really do. I hear that from you throughout your discussion with my colleague. That's what you really want to do. Again, being on the outside is going to be different than being in.
I know.
Okay? So stresses and the things that you're going to have to manage on the outside are going to be different. You're not going to have somebody, although you're going to be on special parole, you're not going to have. I mean, there are going to be times when you have to deal with it on your own thing. You're not going to be in a confined area.
I know that.
So that's,
to be honest with you,
that's where I'm kind of, like you're nervous about it. I'm nervous about it for you. Yeah. You know what I mean?
I appreciate the concerns. Whatever, like I said, whatever decision you make, that's something that, I just gotta have to deal with. But I appreciate the opportunity to be able to come down here and, speak, and touch grounds on things. But I'm ready. I'm ready to go home. I want to go back to my family. I want to be able to hug my mother before she passes. God forbid.
I hear that, and you're going to be released pretty soon anyway.
Yeah.
Your EOS date's I think August.
Yeah, but from this time until now, it's still a long time. Anything can happen. So
it is. All right. Thank you for answering my questions.
No, you're welcome.
Good luck to you. Good luck to you.
All right. This is it.
No. You got another person.
All right.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Ms. Berry.
Thank you. So Mr. Raymond, I keep hearing you saying, I've been down for 19 years. I've been down for 19 years. Do you know that this is an 85% case, which means that this is one of the most violent offenses a person could commit. Yes. And you committed 2 of them. So 19 years in comparison to your being out in the community with the mentality that you had at that time, was absolutely a risk to public safety.
Yes.
And so you were where you needed to be until you calmed down, which it sounds like you have. My concern with you is you said you blanked out with this CO. Was it a CO, a social worker? What was she?
Social worker.
What did you do to her?
Well, from what I stated on my statement, because of the problems that I have over my case.
Care about because of the problems.
No,
I'm talking about what did you do to this lady? What did you do to her?
When I took the shank, she started screaming, and I told
You
her
did that
basically,
before the shank fell. What did you do to her before that?
I didn't do anything to her.
It says, I'm looking at the transcript, and it says that you it says that you reached over the table, you grabbed her by her hands, her head, around her head area, above her shoulders. She tried to push you off him. And then you punched her at least 3 times in the back of the head. She saw something across her vision, could not describe fully what it was. And then it starts talking about shame.
Yeah, I don't recall none of that.
Well, I mean, so here's the thing. If you can't recall any of that, and you did say that you blacked out, and that was recent. So you keep saying 19 years, but just 5 years ago, you were beating the crap out of an innocent woman.
I wouldn't say beating the crap out of somebody.
She had a swollen eye. Just looking at she had a swollen eyelid. She had bruising on her head, and she got an injury to her neck. I mean, a person just going to work, you think that they should be subjected to that kind of treatment? She was there to help you.
Social worker.
Right.
And I mean, these bouts of anger, and you still taken no anger management. And not only that, 19 years, again, I am going to keep going back to that because that's the majority of what I heard. Just 5 years ago, you had another episode of anger where you can't explain where it derived, and it resulted in another person being. So how can I justify releasing you out into the community because you demonstrated some evidence of change? And I understand prison is difficult, especially it makes it even more difficult based on the nature of your convictions. But when you're still demonstrating that same rage, it's manifesting itself in different ways. Well, I can't say in different ways, in the same way, because it's violent. I mean, I wish that there was something more that had you not received that disciplinary infraction, or had that not happened, maybe we'd be having a different discussion.
Yes.
But
you're right. You're 100% right.
Just displaying that continued behavior, it's a risk to public safety, Mr. Wittencourt. It really is. I wish that it was something different, because we really do want to help you, but you got to help yourself first. And I commend you on your efforts to, you have not received a ticket in over 2 years. I'll give you that. But the no tickets over 10 years and the repeated violent behavior, it is just the two just don't jive. So I appreciate your discussion, and it sounds as if you really do aspire to go out and do great things with your life, and you'll have the support that you need because you have this 20 years of special parole. I suggest that you really utilize your parole officer while you're out there, because it will be difficult. Especially, and this is all over. So this stuff is in the news. If we just type in your name, pops up.
Is there
People are
any,
gonna know. Go
is
ahead.
there any like program that you guys could provide out there for me completely to have more better treatment? If there's any help that you guys can give?
So the treatment for problem sexual behavior out in the community will absolutely be beneficial for you. Because you rate out moderate to high, they're going to take a deep dive into what's causing these behaviors.
Yeah.
And so hopefully you'll be able to get some of those answers that you need.
Address your anger,
Right.
also mental health needs.
Yeah, all of that, it will all be encompassed in different forms of treatment, but you have to be amenable to the treatment.
Right.
You can't go out there with the mentality that I don't need it. You need it. That's why you are where you are. If you could control yourself, you wouldn't be there.
No, you're right.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I would just add to panel member Barry's statement that your rationale for not wanting to take the sex offender treatment program again that was offered to you, because of some problems at the facility, you could have similar problems in the community. You're on the registry for life. You need to think about how that affects you and what the risk is and how you're going to manage that. How people see you. It sounds like that is a concern for you and it is a trigger for you.
Yes.
All right, so we're all done with our questions. We're going to discuss your case. Just give us a couple of minutes. You can stay right there.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So I do think that was a good discussion with Mr. Wanderlane-Court. And I do think he recognizes some of his triggers, but going back to the original charges, they're, as we've noted several times, they're very violent in nature. The newest charge for the assault on the counselor is just an indication that there is some underlying work still to be done. It's unfortunate that he hasn't been able to take anger management. He took tier 2. I think trying to be involved also with some community programs, with maybe connecting with CCAR, will give him a place in the community also in terms of having a sober network, helping him with his alcohol use. Because as much as we appreciate that he says he's all done with it, it's a little bit different when you're back in the community. He scores high for risk to recidivate and scores moderate high for risk to recidivate on the static 99. He has addressed some of the risk factors involved, but there is still additional programming, I think, that would make give him a greater opportunity for success in the community, as I stated, the anger management program specifically, and connecting with some sober networks. He does have support with his mother. I do appreciate that he wants to go to the halfway house. I think it's probably a good place to get started. The fact that he might have some help with employment, I think, will provide some stability. But I think for today, he's not suitable for discretionary parole based on some of the additional program that's needed, the charges themselves, nature and circumstance, and his disciplinary history. So, Mr. Rodriguez?
Madam Chair, you laid it out very well. I'm also not in favor of discretion parole today. The anger does concern me. Obviously, I shared earlier.
Thank you. And Ms. Baird?
I've expressed my concerns, Madam Chair, and I appreciate your laying everything out, and I agree that he's not suitable.
Okay, so we also need to set special parole conditions. I had no alcohol, halfway house, mental health evaluation and treatment, community-based treatment for problem sexual behavior, no contact with minors.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. Say it again.
No alcohol, halfway house, mental health evaluation and treatment, community-based treatment for problem sexual behavior, no contact with minors. I have a couple of victims, one from the violation, so that would be a general no contact, AF and TH. And the new charge for the second arrest, I have a K and no last name. All right. And then we did not do the DLC step. Anything else?
Reasons for denial?
Nature and circumstance, poor institutional adjustment, and inadequate institutional program participation. Anything else?
On probation.
Probation when he committed the offense. Those are fine. Yeah. All right.
So in the matter of,
I mean, do we want to talk about inadequate evidence of offender change? I mean, we do hear some insight from him today. But the fact of the matter is that he still is not able to regulate his anger management at this, at this time, especially based on the new crime, his refusing to participate in the Polk, like the rationale, it's the criminal.
thinking. I'm encouraged in terms of offender change by the fact that there's recognition of anger and his triggers. The need for treatment in the community for it. I did hear elements of offender change. I find I personally used that when, as in a prior case, just did not. But if you and Mr. Rodriguez would like to include that.
That's I think why we're discussing this, because I'm grappling with you've completed these programs, you've been talked about it, yet he went on to get a new conviction. Also his programming with the criminal thinking is there. Yes, he's able to identify that alcohol triggers something, but he doesn't know what else triggers it. He blacked out, he said. He committed this offense against this person in prison. Being able to identify that you blacked out does not mean that
no, but I do give credit for being able to recognize what's necessary that offender change in terms of I don't need any treatment as opposed to this is what I need. This will help me. I recognize that these are my issues, or these are my
I understand.
Triggers, and this is how I will manage these.
I know that I need help too. Okay.
I'm good with inadequate evidence of offender change for the same reason. I don't think he's really been able to really gain the insight he needs to be able to control his anger. I mean, he's clearly he said it himself. He even started his conversation with, "I don't even think I'm not sure I deserve this." These are the readings that I think part of that is that he's really not there yet. He has made some changes, absolutely. There are some recognizable changes you can see, but I don't think he's really.
Do you want to include that then?
I'm good with Mark.
I think I would not have argued it, Madam Chair, honestly, if we would have said we spent so much time on discussing the continued behaviors, so I don't think it would have been an issue without that. So, okay.
Look at that?
Yes, okay.
So in the matter of Bernard Wanderlane Court, 280257, make a motion to deny discretionary parole for the following reasons: nature and circumstance of the current offense, poor institutional adjustment, inadequate evidence of offender change, inadequate institutional program participation. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
I further make a motion to set the following special parole conditions: no consumption of alcohol, halfway house placement, mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary, community-based treatment for common sexual behavior, no contact with minors, a general no contact with AF and TH. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, Mr. Wanderlane Court, you heard our discussions, and we'll set the special parole conditions that do include the halfway house that you believe will be important for your return to the community. Right, along with mental health treatment and treatment for problem sexual behavior.
So that's a yes on the halfway house?
It's a yes on the halfway house. It's a denial on discretionary parole.
So what's that mean then?
It means you'll go to end of sentence.
Okay.
Okay? And in the meantime, you know, I think it would be beneficial for you to try and take an anger management class if that's doable for you.
Yeah, I guess, you know.
Okay? All right, connect with some maybe CCAR to help you get some sober community people, some sober networks in the community.
Well, you know, I was hoping that you guys would help me out, but I guess,
Yeah.
you know, but I guess the decision's a decision, so. But I appreciate it. Thank you for the chance and the opportunity, so.
All right. All right,
That's
good
it?
luck. Good luck. That's it.
All right, yeah.
Close the hearing for our. Number 280-257.
Good morning.
So we're agreeing with it.
Excuse me?
Is it Mr. Donalds?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Donalds, we're gonna go ahead and get started with your case.
Good morning.
Morning, my name is Prophet Shamroy. Today is Tuesday, August 25th, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Committee of Board Park Goals.
Bless you.
Following board members are present this morning by stating your names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for information and preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Deborah Smith Palmieri. Panel member Barry.
Join Panama Rodriguez.
Also attending is the board psychologist. Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
My name is Siddiqui Donalds, 337-564.
This hearing is being conducted for the consideration of the parole application for Siddiqui Donalds, inmate number 337564. He's serving a sentence of 10 years, execution suspended after 3 years, followed by 3 years probation for criminal possession of a pistol revolver, risk of injury to a child. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of September 24th, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It's been reviewed, shows the offender has completed the following program since his last hearing. Thoughts? Utilize the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system. The offender's overall score in the SRT falls within the high range of risk for citizens. Sir, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
First, thanks to the Board of Parole and Pardons for granting me another chance at being considered for parole. I am here to take full accountability for all my wrongs done and acts that has caused my incarceration. During this period of incarceration, I had time to reflect on my past actions and behaviors in the community, and I truly apologize and take full responsibility for all of it. I have reflected on my wrongs, accepted my punishments, and have engaged in all required programs. I have completed all programs set forth on my OAP and also took the initiative to complete some voluntary courses as well. I did a CLICK program that helps build communication and relationship between parent and child through reading. Tier 2, a drug program that helps to identify triggers that lead to relapse and to highlight that there is addiction in everyday things and to associate with positive people to combat those struggles. Voices, a victim-centered program that teaches that there are victims in all manner of crimes on society that includes from the victims themselves to also families and society as a whole. The domestic violence program that instills there is all types of domestic violence from financial, emotional, verbal, and to not limit DV to only the physical. The New Thoughts program, a comprehensive class that strengthens our mental thought process and teaches a new way of thinking and for the betterment of perceiving our life circumstances in a different way. Looking for the positives with working toward a greater outcome to our situations. I have also completed significant hours in volunteer courses from a fatherhood course to obtaining employment with a criminal record. Through all the courses taken, the ones that made me look at my current situation as not the end, not to give up, is the peer recovery support courses that enlighten me to understand that my past encounters and convictions can be used as lived experiences and used to help others deter them from future criminal activities. My updated plans upon release now includes pursuing a career field of becoming a recovery support specialist. Again, I am truly sorry and I apologize and take full responsibility and accountability for all my past actions and behaviors in the community and while incarcerated. And I would like to be given a chance at being granted parole to enter society and continue my educational and career pursuit of becoming a better member to my family, a better father to my children, and a productive member of society. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Donalds. We appreciate your opening comments and you preparing them for today. Mr. Rodriguez is going to begin with questions this morning, and when we're all done with that, we'll deliberate.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Dodd. Do you remember me?
Yes, sir.
Was in your last hearing?
Yes, sir.
Almost the exact opening statement.
Kind of, a little bit, just a little bit more on programs added to it.
Yeah. I went back to 2022. You had a parole hearing in 2022.
Yes, sir.
And at that time, the panel really, praised you for a lot of the work that you did. I believe they granted you parole that day.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And then something happened. You're back again. Then you saw us the last time.
Yes, sir.
And then after you finished our hearing, you got 2 tickets.
Yeah, I was going through, my cousin had passed away, and I would truly apologize for that. I should have approached the situation a little bit better.
That was one of the things that we asked you not do.
Yeah, I understand, sir. I truly apologize, and I accept all my responsibility for that.
You know, I'm a little challenged by that because, you know, you were given an opportunity initially, 2022, you know, said that the opening statement you just read, it's almost identical to the one you read in 22 and almost identical to the one you read last year with us. And I'm just, you know, I'm wondering if in fact you're really, you know, when you're taking these programs that you're really kind of getting the insight that you need in order to make things work for you. What seems to happen with you that it doesn't work?
Through the New Talks program, I've learned to sit back and evaluate the situation before I make a decision, like what's gonna happen a minute after, 5 minutes after, or 10 minutes after, with my reaction to the situation and what would the consequences be. And now I've learned to just not immediately react to certain situations and to just sit back and think about it.
What happened that you didn't do that when you got the last tickets? In
I was
November?
going through a lot. My cousin had just passed away, and then I got the denial for parole, so I was just going through a lot, and I apologize about that. I was wrong about that.
And I appreciate you accepting responsibility for that. You know, my concern is that on the outside, you know, you're going to face those kind of stresses as well.
Yes,
and
sir.
Are you ready at this point to deal with them in the right way? That's, you know.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to see you come back.
Yeah, I
definitely have to sit through.
I apologize. What were you saying?
No, I don't want to sit through another hearing. I have to sit through a hearing with you or someone else. You know, I want to see you get it together.
I will, sir, and I apologize for my past behaviors, but at this point, I'm tired of being incarcerated.
Talk to me about your release. Talk to me about your release plan. What's your plan?
I had submitted a plan upon release, and when I went for the interview, he told me that y'all would still have all of that. I'm planning on pursuing more educational stuff. I still have employment waiting upon my release, and I'm planning to do some counseling and to participate in more programs and community services upon my release.
I mean, I appreciate the progress that you've taken. I mean, I have to be honest with you. I'm concerned about that you couldn't, you know, keep it together when we let you the last time we did the last hearing, that you couldn't put it together.
Sir, at this point, I have to keep it together. My daughter just started Southern University. I missed her graduation in June. And then I still have a little 3-year-old that I have to help take care of. So I can't let incarceration be a part of my life anymore. I'm truly done with this.
Yeah. All right. I don't really have any more additional questions for you at this point, Mr. Donalds. I'm going to pass it on to my colleagues and go from there.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Donalds, the issue that I have with the nature of your disciplinary infractions is that it appears to be a continuation of the behavior that you demonstrated out in the community. When the victim in your case contacted authorities, she was scared for her life. She said that the two of you had broken up and that, you know, she just called and said that someone stole money from her. Wait, let me just see. That there was a man on her porch, and he wouldn't leave. And she was afraid that you were going to hurt her. And so then, you come inside, they give you an opportunity to come back for another hearing. And because you didn't get your way, you started displaying, using language to the staff in there or taking it out on the staff in there because you didn't get your way. Do you see the connection?
Yes, ma'am.
So how do you justify that, especially since you completed all these programs?
There's no justification for it. I was wrong, and I accept all my responsibility and accountability for all of that, ma'am.
I mean, what do you do if you're at work and you're having a bad day? Stuff like happens just because you're in there. It doesn't mean that it doesn't happen out here. And so how do you talk to your superior? Do you use insulting language to your boss?
No, ma'am, I would never do that. I've learned from the.
Go ahead.
I've learned from the programs that I have taken that that's not the right way to approach a situation or to engage in any type of encounter, no matter how bad the day is I'm having, to just take a breath, think about the situation, and then come back and approach the situation in a better manner.
Mr. Donalds, you knew that before you took a program. You knew that. I mean, you're 37 years old. You're not 12.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, how do you need to learn emotional regulation.
Yes, ma'am.
Just like you said, learn how, if people say something that you don't like or you don't, breakups happen, go your separate way, and then you come back when cooler heads prevail. How are we supposed to expect you to do what we're discussing when you haven't been able to demonstrate that in there?
You're right, ma'am, and I apologize.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks. So, Mr. Donalds, you said that you've learned different techniques to manage your emotions so you don't have these outbursts. Give me an example of when you used one recently.
The other day when I was using the bathroom, I had already wiped the bathroom off, the toilet off to use it, and then somebody just cut in front of me and used it. I was kind of upset, and I asked the guy, like, why did you do that? He said he didn't care or whatever, and I just took a deep breath, and I said, you know what? It's okay, I'll just go when you're finished. And I just walked away, because I'm thinking about the future and not to let my past keep replaying itself in my life going forward, because I'm truly tired of being incarcerated. Like I'm done with this. I can't. This is not for me.
We hear a lot. We want to hear, I'm tired of this. I don't want to be incarcerated anymore, because nobody should want to be incarcerated. With your life dictated down to the minute. You took new thoughts. Tell me give me one or two things that you took away from new thoughts that you're going to use when you're back in the community.
Is to start to look at things in a different perspective. No matter how bad the day is going, try to look at pick the positives from out of it, and to just engage with positive people, to be around new people that's trying to do better for themselves, and to stay away from like the old ways of how I used to live.
All right. Well, I think those are good things to take away. How about anything? Did you talk or learn anything about weighing out consequences of your decisions?
Yes, ma'am. I learned that when a situation arises, it's good to just take a step back and to think about what the consequence would be of me reacting immediately to it, a minute or 5 minutes later, and to really sit down and think and contemplate about that.
So when you got these 2 disciplinary reports, looking back, what would have been the strategy to avoid that?
I would have just stayed quiet. And then when I had some time to calm down, I would have probably approached the officer a little bit better. At the time, I just jumped right into, I was stupid. I was wrong, and I apologize for that.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that. We're going to deliberate about your case now, and we'll give you our decision in just a couple of minutes. All right, Mr. Rodriguez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I mean, obviously I had some concerns about the DR that you had right after the hearing, last hearing that we had. I mean, obviously it's one of the concerns that I did have, Mr. Donaldson. Having said that, he has taken some programming, which we asked him to do. He's taken a program before that. Yeah, there were a lot of high hopes for Mr. Donald because he had his paralegal certificate. You know, the thought was that maybe he'd be able to really use that when he went out the last time. Didn't. I hope maybe this time he reconsiders that and rethinks that. I'm going to be supporting his discretion. Yeah, I'm going to get the opportunity on supervision, and I hope he can get himself together. He can accept the responsibility for his DRs. And that's kind of where I'm at this particular point. He's taken programming. He's done things we've asked him to do. He's got about 6 months or 7 months left before he ends a sentence. I'm going to be supporting the discretion approach.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Berry?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will not be in support of Mr. Donald's early release. You couple the weapons with the inability to control your anger and the failed releases. I see prior supervision. I don't find him. I don't see very much evidence of a change, so I'm no.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I do agree with Mr. Rodriguez. There have been programming and taken since those disciplinary reports. They are disappointing. I do appreciate that he was able to explain some of the techniques and skills he learned from the programs, specifically new thoughts, because I think that's an important way of managing behavior, being able to look at consequences and weigh those out. He does have a decent release plan with support in the community. So I will be also in favor of granting his discretionary parole. Conditions, Mr. Rodriguez?
He had a sponsor. I don't think he had a sponsor.
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't. Well, he did.
I don't have confirmed or not. He has cousin. A halfway house in the case. Yeah, domestic violence.
Who did you have? I don't have initial.
LT and ZD.
All right, and reasons for denial? That's very inadequate evidence. All right, in the matter of Siddiqui Donald, 337-564, I make a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after August 25th, 2026 with the following stipulations. Halfway house placement if needed, community-based treatment for domestic violence, and no contact with victims LT and ZD. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Aye. So it's a majority decision, Mr. Donalds.
Thank you, I appreciate it. And this time, I will not let y'all down. Y'all will never see me again. Thank you.
Well, that is the goal.
Let's hope. We hope so. Best of luck to you, sir.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Okay.
Close hearing for Siddiqui Donald, 337-564. Sir, what's the last name?
Mr. Menifee?
All right, we're going to go ahead and get started with the case.
Yes, sir.
My name is Carl Shamrock. Today is Tuesday, August 25th, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons. Following board members are present this morning by stating your names on the record. Certified they have reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information preparation at this time.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Panel Member Barry, good morning.
Panel Member Rodriguez, good morning.
Also attending is the board psychologist. Sir, please state your name and MA number for the record.
My name is Roderick Menifee, 279926.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Roderick Menifee, inmate number 279926. He's serving a sentence of 10 years, execution suspended after 36 months, followed by 3 years probation for 2 counts violation protective order, threatening first, failure to appear first, possession with intent to self-dispense narcotics. As of today, record of parole eligibility date of May 8th, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed, shows the offender has completed the following programs: domestic violence, utilizing the statewide collective offender risk evaluation system. The offender's overall score in the SRT falls within the very high range of risk for recidivism. Sir, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Mr. Menifee, this is your opportunity. This is your opportunity to tell us why you should be granted parole.
Well, I wrote a little note. May I read it, please?
Yes, please, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I'm going through a little stuff right now. This is a kind I wrote when I was supposed to have parole July 28th, but it was continued. But my son was tragically killed 2 weeks ago, and I just left I went to the funeral home yesterday. He was only 19, so I'm a little numb right now. But I'm gonna read what I wrote.
Okay.
Prior to this.
Yeah, that's it. We're very sorry to hear about your son. I did read that.
Yes, I'm sorry.
And I am glad you were at least able to go to the funeral home.
Yes, man. I went yesterday. It was the worst.
Yeah. Yeah.
But this is what I wrote, miss.
Okay.
I write this letter with humility and remorse and sincere commitment to the change. I full responsibility for the harms of my actions I caused. I now understand that my words were abusive, and facing that truth has been one of the hardest and the most important steps in my life. I'm deeply sorry for the pain I created, and I'm committed to ensure it never happens again. My time in custody has forced me to confront parts of myself I once avoided. Growing up with instability and emotional abandonment shaped me in ways I didn't fully understand until now. I carried wounds from childhood into adulthood, and those wounds became unhealthy patterns that hurt the people who cared for me. Through domestic violence classes, counseling, and honest self-reflection, I've learned how to communicate without anger, how to sit my emotions instead of reacting, and how to build relationships rooted in respect and accountability. My children are the center of my motivation. While I've been incarcerated, my daughter was sexually assaulted, and my son attempted to take his life. Not being able to hold them, protect them, or comfort them during their dark moments has been the deepest pain I've ever felt. Their suffering has strengthened my resolve to break the cycle I once separated and to become the father they need, present, stable, and safe. I have also developed a heart condition, and both of my grandmothers are in declining health. I hope for the chance to be with them, to show them the man I am working to become, and to support them while I still can. I am grateful to have a dedicated support system and a stable home waiting for me. I am returning to people who believe in me and my growth, who hold me accountable, and who encourage me to continue my education and pursue a better future. I am committed to living with dignity, humility, and purpose. I cannot undo the harm I caused, but I can honor it by living directly with patience, honesty, and respect, guiding every step away. Thank you for taking the time to read my letter. Let me read my letter for considering the person I am becoming. I submit this with sincere remorse, genuine hope, and a commitment to continue the work of change every day. Roderick Menifee.
All right, thank you for that. I'm sure it was nice to have all that ready to go for today. considering all you have going on now. We'll be asking you some questions, Mr. Menifee, and then we'll deliberate at the end and give you our decision.
Yes,
All right,
ma'am.
Ms. Berry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Menifee, my condolences for the loss of your son. I wrote down that you had a 19-year-old, 15-year-old, 14, and two 2-year-olds.
And two what?
2-year-olds.
No, I got a 3-year-old. I got a 3-year-old, two 15-year-olds, a 19-year-old, and an 18-year-old.
10-year-old, 18-year-old, two 15s,
Yeah,
a 3-year-old, he said, and who else?
my 3-year-old, two 15-year-olds, my 18-year-old, my 19-year-old that just passed away.
So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's still 5. It's still 8.
Still 5.
Again, my condolences for your loss. And I mean, honestly, and I'm not trying to be funny in any way, so I really hope that you don't take it that way. But you're in on weapon charges, and your son is tragically shot and killed. So you can see the harm that having weapons out in the community, and you see the impact that it has on our community. It's unfortunately, it sometimes happens that we're unable to really see that until it happens to us or until it lands in our laps, you know, and unfortunately, you know, that seems to be the case with you now. Having experienced that, tell us what you think about your behaviors out in the community.
My behaviors, you know, I'm very emotional. I go off emotion. I'm not like the average person out there. I'm very soft inside. I go off emotion, hurt, and I have a good heart. I just make bad decisions at times. But I've never hurt nobody. I'm not a violent person. I've never ever hurt nobody. You know, I'm always with my kids. I'm always with my mom. Like, I don't have a bad bone in my body. I know it looks bad on paper because it's history, but if you really look at it, like, I've never hurt nobody.
Well,
you know,
this victim says that you put your hands around her neck. And you threatened to kill her.
No, I've never hurt nobody. I've never hurt nobody. Never put no hands on her. I take responsibility for me doing the threats. You know, I say a lot of things when I'm upset. I say things.
I know, we received your letter that you sent to the parole officer.
Oh, yeah, and I like to hit on that too. I was upset, frustrated. Like I said, I go off emotions. I was just trying to get home to my kids. I didn't mean to write that. I wrote it off anger and fear. I never threatened nobody in the letter. You know, I would just say
it was very disrespectful.
No, I was disrespectful.
And it just shows a continuation though of the behavior that you displayed out in the community. You can't go around, it does though. But you because you didn't get your way, you felt, oh, everybody else is going home. I see all the the language that you used in there, I'm just like, I know that that's probably just the way that you talk. You know, sometimes I can have a filthy mouth as well, but that kind of language towards a person of authority to try to get them to move your date up was unacceptable. Apology or no apology.
I get it, miss.
Yeah.
Like I said, I act off emotions. I was upset. You know, I've been incarcerated, my family going through things. I done got three different DCF workers calling me about my kids on each different. I got a son that's 3 years old. He ran outside, you know, when his mom was at work and his siblings was asleep. You know what I'm saying? She needs me. DCF called me about that. I have a 17-year-old daughter that was sexually assaulted. DCF called me about that. And then I had another child that almost killed himself, you know, because he was being abused by his stepfather. I was also called about that. Like, I had a lot in my head going on. And throughout all this, I've been writing and writing and writing and writing and writing and writing. And through all this, I don't have no tickets. I'm still in my own little zone. I don't be around nobody. And I'm ticket free. And I know, like I said, miss, sorry or not sorry, but like I just said in the beginning, I go off emotions. I be so hurt and upset, like why that everybody is not hearing me. And I feel like me writing something like that or me saying things like that is only gonna bring it to the light and people will understand and listen to me when I react the way I react.
Well, but here's the thing though, Mr. Manafee, you said in your opening statement that you've learned how to communicate without using anger. But that's completely contradictory.
No, I learned that in my domestic classes.
Okay, so anger doesn't apply to any other aspect of your life aside from your intimate partner?
No, it does. Just like me writing that letter on.
That's the point that I said, that you were able to, you learned to communicate without using anger. You have had 5 different protective orders with 5 different women. That's concerning. You have to learn how to regulate your emotions, Mr. Manafee, or you're going to be in prison for the rest of your life. I mean, I can appreciate having passion. Passion is, you know, you're passionate about how you feel about your kids, about what their experiences. I understand that. But when you go about trying to resolve those issues in a negative way, that's when the crimes start happening. You know what I mean?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, I wrote down that you took domestic violence 3 times at least in the facility. How many times have you taken it out in the community?
Twice.
So what is it that you're not getting? That doesn't translate out into your ability to communicate. I see that you have a new girlfriend, right?
I have a what?
A new girlfriend?
Yeah, yes, I do. Yes, Andrina Bernard. I've been with her since 21.
Okay. And she appears to be supportive of you. So that's a good thing. We did get letters of support on your behalf. So it shows that you do have some support in the community. Do you know that you've been on community supervision 10 times? And how many of those 10 times do you think you completed it successfully?
You said I've been in community release 10 times?
Some probation, DOC community release, parole. I saw that you even got an early term on parole. How many times do you think that you completed that successfully?
Maybe twice.
Once. So you have to look at things from our perspective. In terms of risk to recidivate, you rate out very high. You have 9 failed releases out in the community. You completed programs similar to the one that you completed this time, and you still recidivated. And you look at the nature of your crimes, and you add in the weapons. I see another weapon in 2007. I mean, it's a lot to say yes to. It's a lot to overlook. Like I sympathize. My heart aches for you. I couldn't imagine, honestly, I couldn't fathom being in a position where your child, you lose a child and you're not there, you know, and you can't breathe properly. Because I know that in there, if you show any kind of vulnerability, you're targeted. I get it. However, my job is not to sympathize with you. My job is to look at what I have on paper. I don't know you, and base my decision on how you changed in versus public safety. And I don't have a lot to be able to support is what I'm trying to say.
Yes, I'm not, I swear, I'm so totally different right now. Like, even before I came to jail, like a year before I came to jail, I'm so different. I don't think the same. I'm about to be 44 years old. I don't think the same. I don't act the same. I don't be around. the same, I don't be around the same people. I don't be around, you know, negative people no more. I don't drink. I don't be around the smoking, and I don't, that's not even in my vocabulary no more. Man, I'm about to be 44 years old. I'm old now.
You're not old. You're too old to be acting like you are, but you still have your whole life ahead of you to live.
I'm old for this. I'm done for this.
Right, I agree with that.
I'm tired of the COs. I'm tired of the you know, I got a heart condition. I take medication for the rest of my life now. You know, I'm not even, they're not even sending me to my appointments I'm supposed to be going to at UConn.
But Mr. Manfee, you're acting as if you're getting a disservice, but you're in prison because you committed crimes. You're not there just because for no reason.
I'm tired of all that.
Right, well.
I'm tired of committing
you have to change, you have to change the way that you handle your situations. And I show that your drug score is a 4 because you smoke marijuana, PCP, those were some of your drugs of choice.
Oh.
That was years ago? Okay. And
years ago.
But you still had addiction services on your OAP. How come you didn't take an addiction services, a tier 2 or a tier 4 program?
I tried to. They said it wasn't, I tried to. They said it wasn't, I have to do it. You know what I'm saying? Because if they give you a paper that you have to do it and you deny it, they take 25 days from you. So yeah, I tried to, and they said I don't have to do it.
All right, Mr. Manfee, again, I appreciate your discussion with me, and I'm glad to hear that you are changing your views and that this, the death of your child has really opened your eyes, and now you can see, you know, the errors of your ways. And I'm sorry that you had to experience that in order to be able to actually change.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's okay. I commend you on your efforts, and I do appreciate your speaking with me. And I was going to turn the hearing back over to our chair, but go ahead and say what it is that you said.
I'm sorry. I mean, I'm also going to say I changed my name, my whole name, and I done moved out of where I grew up at. I live an hour and some change away now. And my name is Roderick on paper right now, but since I've been incarcerated, I done changed my whole name. You know what I'm saying? I just don't want to be around. I don't want to, my first name and my middle name. But I had to keep
the inner person. Like, you can change your name, but you have to change inside.
No, I ain't changed. That's why I changed everything is what I'm saying. You know, I started with my name. I'm starting with the inside. I don't, you know, and I'm just trying to move forward in my life. It's hard to believe that based on the letter that you sent. So I'm trying to grapple. Have you ever heard of a baptism? Like when people get baptized and they go down in the water and they come back out, it's like it's an outward expression of an inward change. So you're giving yourself this name, this new name, but it has to start on the inside. So I'm telling you, I already started in the inside.
Good. That's great. That's great. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rodriguez?
I don't have any questions about it. I just want to say, you know, I'm sorry for the loss of your child.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Mr. Menifee, I don't have any questions for you either. Give us a few minutes while we deliberate about your case.
Yes, ma'am.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. So while his criminal history, it just exceeds I don't even really know where to start. I think I pointed out to him with the irony of the poor performance when he's been out on community supervision. The letter, even though he didn't get a ticket for that, I cannot find enough positives here to vote in support of his release. Like, I would love to give him that opportunity, but I don't have enough here to be able to do that. So it's my vote will be to deny Mr. Menifee, based on his criminal history, the major circumstance of this crime. And I also had a good set of offender change of the letter that was submitted, even though he apologized for it, still shows a continuation.
Okay. I would add poor performance on community police. I mean, it's not often we see that many failures. Mr. Rodriguez? For me, I really struggled with the criminal history. The offenses themselves are just outrageous, really. But the multiple violations of protective orders with all different victims, I struggle. I feel bad. Mr. Menifee is in a very difficult situation emotionally.
It's difficult to be able to fill that in here.
Yeah. And I appreciate it since P.O. Williams spoke to him about the letter, brought it to his attention how it was inappropriate and unacceptable. So I think that goes some way of a teaching moment. So are you good with those?
Yes.
Okay. So in the matter of Roderick Menifee 279926, I make a motion to deny discretionary parole for the following reasons: nature and circumstance, criminal history, and poor performance while on community release, and inadequate evidence of offender change based on the letter from May 2026. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. All right, Mr. Menifee, we were unable to find you suitable for discretionary parole today. Hopefully you're able to get your release plan together before the end of sentence and, maybe get some programming lined up for the community to help you work on your grief and your emotions. Good luck to you.
This concludes the hearing for Roderick Menifee, number 279926. Is it Mr. Shaw?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Shaw, we're going to go ahead and get started with your case. Good afternoon. My name is Bob Shaw. Today is Tuesday, August 25th, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Court of Pardons. Following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Mr. Shaw. I'm Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Panel member Barry.
Panel Rodriguez.
Also attending is the board psychologist. Sir, please state your name and image number for the record.
Quentin Shaw,
Inmate number, please.
374624.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Quentin Shaw, May 274624. This hearing sentence of 3 years, followed by 3 years probation. For burglary third, violation of probation of the underlying offense burglary first, and harassment second. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date is November 23rd, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It's been reviewed, shows the offender has completed the following programs. None. Utilized the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system. The offender's overall score in the SRT falls within the very high range of risk for recidivism. Sir, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I feel as if I should be granted parole because I believe that everybody deserves a second chance, despite what they did. And it doesn't matter how you start, it's how you finish. There's certain things that, I've been through along the way and stuff like that, as far as, my mother passing and stuff like that. I'm just trying to, get on with my life and do, positive stuff because I want to make my grandmother and stuff proud before she passed away. I don't want her to feel as if I'm going to be a burden to her and stuff like that. And, and kind of saddens me. I have to keep, coming through, to come into jail and, and my support system is, not there for me 100% fully. And, it's time for me to straighten up my act because I'm just going to be by myself and nobody wants to be by themselves in the end. So.
All right, Mr. Shaw, thank you for your opening comments. We've reviewed all the documents for your file and we're going to be asking you some questions. Then we'll deliberate and give you our decision. So I'm going to begin with our questions this afternoon. And I found your opening statement kind of interesting. Everyone deserves a second chance. It's not how you start, it's how you finish. Now, you've had a few opportunities in the community. You're back in on a violation of probation. So that's one opportunity that you didn't take advantage of. And then you have a new arrest for another burglary. And you were on probation for a burglary first, which, in our view of things, there's not a lot that's more serious than that. So for me, you're going to need to tell me a little bit more about how you think you've changed so that when you're back out in the community, you're not committing more burglaries, harassing people.
Yes.
You harassed, is that your old girlfriend that you were going to release photos of her because she wouldn't give you money?
Yes, that was my old girlfriend. About that, I apologize about that and stuff like that. That was my totally wrong being. She didn't do nothing to me whatsoever. It was just, me having a bad day. Me not having a place of employment and stuff like that, but she didn't deserve that whatsoever. And, I take full accountability on that. And I'm not a bad person whatsoever. But what I want to do is when I want to get out, I have a place in employment is at a warehouse, which is Town Car Tire. I have, a person that said they were going to get me in there. When I was on the run currently, I had a person that said they can get me in Yale. So I keep my options and stuff open and stuff. I know, some people that can get me employed and stuff. But, with me having a warrant, I couldn't really go nowhere and stuff like that.
Well, why didn't you take care of the warrant? Kind of get, if you want to change, if you want to be this person that's changing his life, why didn't you turn yourself in on the warrant if you knew it was there?
I was kind of nervous and stuff like that because my grandmother was telling me like bad news about her health. So I wanted to be close with her because when I did 5 years before, my mother passed away on me, asthma attack. So I had to, deal with that incarceration. So I was kind of nervous about that happening again, like this time around. So, but everything is on the up and up. She's okay. And she was even telling me also that, get it situated. But, I was just, being stubborn and hard-headed and not listening because it happened. And I've been there before with somebody dying on me while I was incarcerated. So I thought that was the proper thing to do. But in all actuality, it only made things worse. So.
All right. So you're not working and you're committing burglaries to support yourself?
With that, I would say, when I was on the run and stuff like that, it was that going on and I was, like using and stuff like that. Like I was using drugs and stuff like, so I needed like treatment as far as that goes. And I was working while I was on the run, but I had got fired. I was working at Milford Barrel Place.
That seems like a good job to me.
Yeah, I was working at Milford Barrel Place, cleaning barrels and stuff like that. But I ended up getting fired and stuff like that because he was like, he didn't want, no police or anything coming there, but he could also vouch that I was a good worker and stuff like that. But he didn't want to jeopardize, his thing, what was going on. So.
So, Mr. Shaw, I don't want to drag this hearing out unnecessarily. give you any kind of false hopes. But if we look at your case as a whole, you know, your violation of probation and the underlying charge are significant. That burglary first is really a very serious charge. And the fact that you couldn't comply with probation is very, is very concerning for the panel. And then you're threatening your ex-girlfriend, committing burglaries. You know there's a warrant out. You don't turn yourself in. But here you are now incarcerated. You've got new disciplinary reports for using drugs. You have not completed an addiction services program, and you just, acknowledged, which I think is so important. I give you a lot of credit for that. You need drug treatment, substance abuse treatment, and you still haven't. You're still doing the domestic violence program, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. So and you're not far to end a sentence. Your end of sentence is June 2027. Yeah. So as long as you kind of stay on the straight and narrow, do your programs, you're only about 10 months from your end of sentence, which leaves you time to finish domestic violence, do an addiction services program if you can get yourself into one, and really kind of work on your release plan.
Yes.
So for today's hearing, there's just not enough accomplished to find you suitable for parole today.
Understood.
Okay, I'll see if my colleagues have questions or feel differently.
I think you put it pretty well. I think he needs to do a little bit more work on himself, with his substance abuse treatment, as well as a release plan. That will help give him the recovery supports in the community as well.
Yeah. Not to mention, I think that he needs to talk to his grandma, because his grandmother also recognizes that you still have some more work to do in there. So it's a denial.
Yeah. If you want to live with your grandmother, you need to really be able to be a help.
Get yourself together.
And not be dependent.
Yes, understood.
Right? Yeah. You can get all this done, Mr. Shaw, before you release, and substance abuse seems like it's right in the forefront, something you need to get a handle on.
Yes.
Look for CCAR, find people that when you're going to be back out in the community that you can count on to be good, solid, positive support. Okay?
Yes.
So for today, we're not going to be able to find you suitable for discretionary parole for, I would say, poor institutional adjustment, nature and circumstance, and inadequate program participation.
Yeah.
I would say the nature and circumstances is key, but he also was on probation. Failed for. We talked to him about that. So I would add the performance while on community supervision, something along those lines.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So in the matter of Quentin Shaw, 374-624, I make a motion to deny discretionary parole for the following reasons: nature and circumstance of current offense, poor institutional adjustment, and poor performance while on community release, inadequate program participation. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. All right, Mr. Shaw, try and get those programs done, give you the best help for when you get out.
Okay.
All right, good luck.
You too.
This concludes the hearing for Quentin Shaw, event number 37460.
Hello,
Sir, what's the last name?
Croft.
You get to go with Kyle Croft.
Let me get him on my screen.
Yeah. It's just Rodriguez, 1 minute.
Okay.
All right, good to go.
Good afternoon. My name is Officer Shamroy. Today is Tuesday, August 25th, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are present this afternoon by stating their names on the record, certified I have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information for preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Panel Member Barry.
Panel Member Rodriguez.
Also attending is board psychologist. Sir, please state your name and
My name is Robert Cockcroft,
Inmate number.
352478.
this hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Robert Cockcroft, inmate number 352-478. He is serving a sentence of 66 months for a violation of probation, with the underlying offense 2 counts of risk of injury to a child. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date, July 26, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed bond programs, voices, utilized the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system. The offender's overall score in the SRP falls within the higher range of risk for recidivism. So this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Okay, first, I don't know if you guys got any of my letters, but I have a letter from my NA sponsor and my mother. Am I allowed to read them, or how? I sent them in the mail. I don't know why they didn't get to you or anybody didn't get them. I sent them to Officer Williams.
Okay, well, let's start with, you, do you have a letter, an opening statement letter?
For me, no, but
No, okay.
I'm gonna speak, freely.
All right, so let's start with this. Tell us why you think you're suitable for discretionary parole today.
Okay, I feel that, as I gotten older, I became more self-aware, and I know I need to make a change, and I have to make a difference in my life. I can't be a people pleaser anymore, and that was like one of my downfalls, was trying to appease everybody else, and I lost sight of myself. With that being said, I know when I come home that I have to make a difference for myself. I have to want to be different, and I'm so sorry, and I feel so terrible. And in the beginning of my sentence, I used to beat myself up so bad because I came back to jail again. And I wanted to do something different. And, I found a sponsor in NA, and I'm doing the steps, and I'm really, really making a difference. Through when I was home previously, I did fall into the trap of addiction, and it was so bad that I ended up getting something wrong with my heart, and it just completely changed everything that was going on in my life. And I think right now, to be a productive person on parole and a member of society, you have to want it, and you have to want to make a difference. And that's just something that I stand by. I have a lot of determination, and working on myself has been something that I've never done in my past. I haven't took any time out to really focus on what the core problem was, and that's something that I am doing, and I am going to continue to do. With that being said, thank you for hearing me out, and I really appreciate your time for seeing me.
Okay, thank you. So
Yeah.
we're gonna ask you some questions.
Okay.
And then we'll deliberate at the end. I'll tell you, I don't see those letters in the file. Yeah,
Okay.
so hold on to them for now. Okay? Hold on to them. All right, Mr. Rodriguez is going to begin with questions.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Cockcroft, thank you for your opening statement. To be honest with you, this was a really serious offense.
Mhm.
I mean, the risk of injury to this infant, are you taking responsibility for that today?
Yeah, I took responsibility for it before. It was a horrible incident. It was just a very bad night with me and my kid's mother. We were fighting, we were arguing, and I walked in on her. You know, she was with somebody else inside the house, and it turned into a very bad altercation. And tried to grab my son, and I tried to leave, and she jumped on my back, and it was just a very horrible day. And yeah, it was something that
Well, based on what I've read of this, you minimize your responsibility in this and pretty much have blamed.
No, I take full responsibility for being a very not an adequate father the way I should have been. I should have handled things differently. I take full responsibility for my actions. Yes, I do.
Were you high when that happened?
Yes.
So, I mean, I'm gonna go right to my point. For me, you haven't taken, what program have you taken? Because I don't see any programs listed here. You didn't take addiction services yet, have you?
No, but I have done the Voices program. I have another.
But you took the Voices program, and I didn't hear one thing in your opening statement about the infant in this case, in this situation. And you took Voices, and part of that should have been about the victims in this situation.
Voices was more or less of it. It was talking about specific crimes. It wasn't anything specific. They went on to talk about like arson and rape, and they wanted you to get an understanding of serious crimes.
And its impact on victims. Correct?
Yeah. They had that. That was the last.
Do you think you owe anybody an apology?
Of course.
Is this an opportunity you might want to make that apology, or?
I apologize to my child's mother. I apologize to my child. There's nothing I can do to take it back, but besides try to make it better. Whatever happens in the future, I'm going to make it. Like I said, I know that's something that I have to make a difference.
Yeah. Okay, so you're taking Voices. You have not taken any addiction services program, correct?
No, it was just a referral. Yeah.
And did I get a notice that you refused a mental health evaluation?
No, I did it.
Yeah. You were supposed to be seen in July, and you didn't make the appointments?
I never had one in July. They called me down.
All right.
Like a few weeks ago. I did it with a lady. I remember doing it.
All right. So my real concern is here that you have a very serious offense. You have not taken all of your programming yet. And for me, I would not feel comfortable at this particular point without you having taken some programming in addition to what you've done. And I heard that you got involved with an NA person and an NA sponsor, and I think that's really good and positive, for you to do and important. But it's not, that the requirement here is to take an addiction service program, so a tier program, some sort of tier program while you're there. And so that's kind of my challenge with your particular situation, that you haven't taken a whole lot of programming yet. So it's hard for me to kind of measure your evidence of change without having taken those programs. So required to be taken. And there's still time available for you to take them. So I really don't have a whole lot of questions for you today. I'm going to pass it on to my colleagues and see what they have to say.
Ms. Berry?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Cockcroft, I saw that you were in tier 2 in another facility until you were transferred. You were in there for 2 months.
Right. Mhm.
And I also showed that you're participating in the MAP program.
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me why in 2019, 25, you were in tier 4 and they removed you because you failed to comply?
What did you fail to comply as far as what?
Were you in the tier
The
4
program?
Yeah. Were you in tier 4? Yes or no? At some point?
No.
You
No,
were
I was,
never
I
in-
was, I was in tier 2. In
So,
2019,
Never completed.
No, but in 2025, I read 2.5, moved, failed to comply. In 2019, you were discharged without prejudice, and then just let me look in the RT screens. Tell me while I'm looking that up, will you tell me why you're on the wait list for a sex offender program?
I'm on the waiting list for a sex offender program?
Yeah, like I see you for a wait list for SO. No,
No, that's not. No.
I have the same thing.
it is odd. That's why I must be a typo. Because I don't see any of that in your criminal history. So I was just curious to know. It's on your.
No.
It was on there.
What is tier 4 when though?
April 25.
Thank you.
25. Then to comply.
Right.
Yeah.
Fail to comply. Well, I've been on the waiting list to get into tier 4.
It says that you were in the tier 4 program in 2025, and you were removed because you failed to comply. Why would you fail to comply?
I don't have an answer for that. I don't think there was anything failed to comply. It was just.
Are you ready to commit to your sobriety, Mr. Cockcroft?
Yeah, definitely, for sure.
Because, you participated in the tier 4 program before and the tier 2 program.
Yeah.
And perhaps the tier 4 program, what's required of you in there may be a little bit beyond what you're ready to commit to. Is that fair to say?
No, not at all. I've completed
Because
it
tier
before.
4 is the best program that you can be in, especially given your substance abuse score and your drug of choice.
Mhm.
I'm not going
completed
to
it.
tell you where to go. I'm not going to tell you that, but I'm going to tell you that you do need a program. I don't care if you take it 52 times until you get it.
Right. Absolutely.
And, I've reviewed your file extensively. It's in particular this risk of injury. And it said nothing about you walking in on your girlfriend being with another guy.
Yeah, it was never revealed to the police because it was a long story. They know about it, but we never wrote any statements or anything like that.
So tell me, what does that have to do in relation to this child that sustained severe injuries? What did you do? Because you found her with him and then what?
And I grabbed him out of the carriage and it was just, we were fighting back and forth and he hurt his arm and his rib.
Yeah.
I grabbed him.
Have you ever been on the MAP program before?
No.
And how is that working for you?
It's working really good, actually.
And do you plan on continuing that?
Absolutely. I participate in groups every week here. I volunteer.
Well, Mr. Crawford, you really do have some more work to do to prove to us that you're ready to go. You did get this detox ticket in 2024. So I wouldn't be able to support your discretionary parole today either without your doing some more work on yourself and really showing that you're able to demonstrate evidence of change and a solid relapse prevention plan. And, you have more work to do. You're not done until 2029. So, there's plenty of time for you to get the help that you need while you're in there. And you keep violating this period of probation. So something's not clicking.
Yeah.
And I'm not telling you to do the program for me. I'm telling you that you need the program for yourself so that you can stop this vicious cycle that you're on. We make mistakes. I understand that. The baby that wasn't, a lapse in judgment. But now you have to focus on getting better for yourself. Because you can't help anybody else until you help you. And you haven't been able to do that. You've been putting poison in your body for
a long time.
Almost 15 years.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. So I don't have any questions. I think we're all in a very similar space. We're going to talk about your case now. Give us just a few minutes.
And now you should,
Yeah, I think well.
Programming, I don't see really any change. The nature and circumstances of the offense were very serious. There's poor performance on probation. You've got 4 releases that you have to take care of. Currently on probation. I mean, there are a lot of areas that we could forget in this particular case. I mean, I can release plan. I mean, I can.
Participation, poor performance on community supervision and inadequate release plan. But I did have him coming back for another year.
I have that too.
I do too. 1 year?
Yeah, a year. Give him a chance to do some programming.
Even in that 1 year, that doesn't mean he's automatically going to get it.
Yeah,
He has to work.
he needs to understand that.
That work you have to do. That's going to help you.
So I had inadequate evidence of offender change, inadequate institutional program participation, inadequate release plan. What else?
That's good.
That's good.
Yeah,
Okay. That gives them, it puts them in a space for us to bring back. All right. In the matter of Robert Carcroft, 352-478, there's a motion to deny discretionary parole for the following reasons: inadequate evidence of offender change, inadequate institutional program participation, and inadequate release plan. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The panel will rehear this case in August 2027, recommending that Mr. Costcroft complete an addiction services program, remain disciplinary free, and any other positive programs that will assist in his rehabilitation.
And a relapse prevention plan.
And come back with a relapse prevention plan. All right, so we are going to bring you back in a year, giving you an opportunity to do, hopefully, an addiction services program, develop a relapse prevention plan, do any other programs that you think will be helpful to you in the community. I'm sorry we didn't have those letters, but to be honest, I don't really think they would have swayed our decision today in any way.
Okay.
It is about the program participation. Okay, so we'll see you in a year.
Good luck to you, Mr. Polk.
Yeah, thank you. All right.
This concludes the hearing. 2478. Mr. Feliciano?
Yes.
All right, we're going to go ahead and get started with your case. Good afternoon. My name is Ross Shamwright. Today is Tuesday, August 25th, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are present this afternoon. If I state their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information for preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Panel Member Barry.
Madam Member Rodriguez, good afternoon.
Also attending is the board psychologist. Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
My name is inmate Feliciano David, 435594.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for David Feliciano, inmate number 435594. He is serving a sentence of 5 months followed by 2 years special parole for violation of probation with the underlying offense conspiracy to commit as the first criminal possession of pistol or revolver, violation of probation, underlying offense carrying a pistol without a permit, the larceny of 30. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of July 20th, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shown the offender has completed the following programs since its last hearing: anger management, utilizing a statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system. The offender's overall score in the SRT falls within the higher range of risk for recidivism.
I have convictions as a violation of probation, larceny 1, underlying, and another one with a criminal possession of a weapon. I also have another criminal possession of a pistol or revolver, and then a larceny 3rd. Okay, I thought you said something different. Okay.
Utilizing statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system. The offender's overall score in the SRT falls within the higher range of risk for recidivism. So this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. Maybe again.
I feel like I would love the opportunity to be granted parole because since the last time I got denied, I did my programs. I learned a lot during my program about the choices I made and how my choices has consequences. And how I want to better my future, you know. I have a child out there who's 6 years old. Last time I seen him, he was 1 year old. And I want to have a better future for him. So he can be able to be out there in the community and uplift the community, be better for the community, you know, as well as me as well. Make some poor choices, you know. I can't take him back, but what I can do from here on out is what counts. I can make better decisions now. I could be a better man, could be a better father, could be a better role model, you know. Don't want to stress my family out anymore.
All right, Mr. Feliciano. Sounds good. Appreciate you thinking about why you would be deserving of parole today. This is a read here. You were before the panel last, let's see, August, was it last August?
Yeah.
Wow. All right, so it was a year ago.
Yeah.
Yes.
And here you are today. So we're
Yes.
gonna, same routine, we're gonna ask you some questions and we'll deliberate and let you, and give you our decision. Ms. Berry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Feliciano, I'm glad that you were able to complete the anger management program. I'm curious to know, were you ever offered a New Thoughts program or Good Intentions, Bad Choices while you were there?
So depending on the facility I was in, they didn't have the program for me, so they would change it, you know. So when I got here, they decided to change New Thoughts to Voices as on my OAP as a mandatory.
Yeah.
I have no clue why I asked, but they said it was part of my OAP.
So they removed the New Thoughts and put in Voices?
Yes.
I think that the New Thoughts program would have been good for you.
Yeah.
One of the things that the last panel asked you to do, because you were so passionate about wanting to change. I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I think you wrote this written decision. Would you like to speak with that?
No, go right ahead. I'll follow up.
They asked you, you were so passionate that you really wanted to change, you know, and so they heard you and they said, okay, we're going to give you another chance at this. Go back there and take some programs. And what else did they tell you to do?
Stay ticket free, you know.
Were you able to do that?
Try,
yes.
You know.
No. Were you able to comply with the last panel's recommendations?
No.
I mean, you got, after your hearing, 2 more tickets. One was a fight, and another one for security tampering.
Yes,
Why are you fighting in the facility?
poor choices I made. Poor choices, you know, I've done it, can't take it back. All I can say is, you know, I apologize, and pushing forward, you know, I'll do my best to be the best person I can be and be the best man.
I hope so, Ms. Feliciano. You're still so young. You have a birthday coming up. You're gonna be 25 and still in prison.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just ridiculousness. You were on supervision when you committed this offense, and then you got two more new sentences while you were out on probation. Like, what do you like jail?
No, not at all.
Why can't you get you together so that you don't have to go back there?
Can you say that again, please?
Why can't you get yourself together so that you don't have to go back there?
Why?
Listen, you have all these weapons. You have 2 weapons convictions now, and you have 3 failed releases. It appears to me that there's some lifestyle that you're trying to live that you're unable to separate yourself from. And the only outcome that I can tell you about that is either death or prison. I mean, you're going to lose your life living out in Waterbury, thinking that you need a gun for protection, and you're going to cause your own self serious harm. Why didn't you get your high school diploma?
While being incarcerated or before?
Period. Why weren't you in school?
Bad mental health issues. I had bad mental health issues. I was dealing with a lot of losses at the time, you know, and it was getting to me, and it was causing me to go over the edge sometimes, you know. And
where'd that get you though? Where'd that get you?
In jail.
Do you not want better for yourself?
Now,
I just don't understand. You're throwing your life away. You really are. You're not stupid, right?
no.
So why can't you put some of this energy that you have in instead of being a gun toter, you know, and I know that that's country, but instead of going out and getting these firearms and trying to sell drugs and stealing people's expensive cars and all that, put that energy towards your education. Become something. You're still young enough to turn your life around. Be someone for your son.
Yes.
I mean, you know how many people I see here that's twice your age, 3 times your age, and they're still telling us the same mess that you're saying to us right now?
Absolutely right.
I mean, I just don't know like what to do. Sometimes I just want to shake you guys because you just don't get it, you know. And now you live in a time, especially in Connecticut, where they really want to help people such as yourself. There's so many resources for you.
Yes.
Resources that people like myself have no, like we can't take advantage of it. Like I'd love to go to Yale for free. I can't go to Yale for free. I mean, there's so many different resources out there for you. I need you to get yourself together, seriously. And who did you tell the officer was your sponsor?
Say it again.
Who did you give to the officer, Officer Williams, as your sponsor?
Christine Cooney.
And so when he called her, she had no idea who you were.
Seriously?
Did I read it wrong?
No, you did. Did you give him the right telephone number?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure that he asked for her name.
Yes.
Yeah, I give. Excuse me. Can you repeat? Do you know the number? Do you have the number?
We can't. We don't. This is live stream, so we don't want to give the number across because it will be distributed all over.
I apologize.
Yeah, I mean, you need to get yourself to get your contacts in order. Make sure you have a solid release plan. You're going back out into the same town. You need to have some supports aligned for yourself, some positive things for yourself to do. Like, I don't know But I know there's a lot of stuff in Woodbury. I do know that. All right, I'm all set. Thank you.
Thanks. So did you do the anger management program?
Yes, I went through with the anger management program. And if you
Okay.
don't mind, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I also did, there's a new application that was available to us on the tablet, and I got certificates on it as well, like 5 or 6. You know, it's Adobo. And I completed some Adobe certifications and stuff like that, just to show that I'm preparing myself so I can be better for the community and from my family and my child as well.
I saw that.
Yeah. Well, that's good. We're glad you utilize. That's new. So we're very
Yes.
happy to hear that you're utilizing that program, that application, and taking programs in there. So,
Yes.
you know, Mr. Feliciano, I was on your last hearing and I wrote the written decision for bringing you back, right, for
Okay.
another hearing. And
I appreciate
I often take notes and quote, and I have in quotations, you wanted to have a productive future. You want to be a better parent, which is a lot of what we heard today. And I'm just a little surprised that you would leave the hearing and then let yourself get involved in some nonsense again.
Yes.
Another fight, you know, you're young, right? So sometimes we know that there's nonsense, but you're young and you're a parent, right?
Yes.
So you got to be thinking beyond you.
Yes. That's absolutely right.
Yeah. And I had a note here for your last disciplinary reports. From the last hearing, you told us that those disciplinary reports, now you know to take 10 seconds before responding. So what happened with that?
I mean, if I explain the situation, I don't want to make it sound like an excuse because I've done it, you know, it was wrong. But situation was, I got jumped and I defended myself, you know what I'm saying? So even though I still swung back to defend myself, I was wrong, you know? So even if I was to tell you the situation, it would still look like an excuse once again. And I'm not here to give you excuses. I'm here to tell you what I'm gonna do to better myself, you know what I'm saying?
All right. So you can't go to the address that was given because that person says they don't know who you are. So whatever the situation is with that.
Yes.
You did not have an employment place last time. Did you put any effort into thinking about where you would be working?
Yeah, I was gonna work, I was gonna get back to my job at Amazon and in Windsor, the warehouse.
I have that someplace. I don't see that in here anywhere. And when you say get back to that place, I don't have any information that you were working at Amazon at one point. Taco
Yes.
Bell, TJ Maxx,
Yes.
Amazon. I thought that was Panera.
I didn't see that. So.
Yeah, all right. Amazon. And now you need to go to the halfway house. What do you think about that?
It's not a problem with me.
Did you find a place for your mental health services?
Not yet, but I was going somewhere to get my meds because I was diagnosed with schizophrenia. So I was going somewhere in Hartford to get my meds, and it was like reevaluating me every month and checking up on me, and I would go. So I'll go back there.
All right, thank you, Mr. Feliciano. Ms. Rodriguez?
I don't have any questions.
All right, so we're all done with questions. We're gonna chat about your case now, and we'll let you know what we decide. All right, Ms. Berry?
Madam Chair, I'm a stickler for, having these offenders come before us, especially after we give them another opportunity, and basically throwing the opportunity out the window. Mr. Feliciano is still very young, and Regardless of what we do today, he will be under parole supervision because he has 2 years of special parole. To follow his incarceration. I had him denied because the disciplinary infractions, and because he was not capable of refraining from engaging in fights and security tampering while in the facility, I didn't see much evidence of offender change, and I would have liked to see him do a lot more programs. So it is, I'm a yes.
Yeah, I'm a denial as well. If you add the 2 new tickets, that's 15 tickets in this incarceration. You know, it's a lot. It goes a little bit beyond making bad choices. I do appreciate that he took responsibility. I'm happy to hear that Mr. Feliciano is using the tablet. He can maybe even begin to figure out how to work on his GED, which will get him just a little bit further along. But I heard a lot of the same things that we heard last time, and not a lot of progress in a more positive direction. So, Mr. Rodriguez?
I'm in agreement.
Okay. So, poor institutional adjustment.
His plan, we're not sure.
Yeah, and we got to set conditions for special parole, halfway house. Yeah, I got 3.
Anger management, anger management.
And I had anger management from the last time.
He took anger management in there after his ticket, so.
Yeah.
Right, and I'm going to add mental health evaluation and treatment. And anger management, right?
Are you?
As a follow-up to what he's taken in the facility.
No, if that's only for domestic violence. Domestic violence is 2-part. I mean, anger management is 1 part.
So in the matter of David Feliciano, 435594, there's a motion to deny discretionary parole for the following reasons: poor institutional adjustment, inadequate evidence of offender change, and inadequate institutional program participation. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Right. I also make a motion to set the following special parole conditions: halfway house placement, mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary, and no contact with co-defendants Kelvin Robinson, Gregory Pena, and Naquan Farmer. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? All right, Mr. Feliciano, you don't have very far to end a sentence. Utilize that tablet to help you get situated to be out in the community. You can probably even start looking at that mental health provider and getting an appointment for when you're back out.
All right,
All right, stay away from the nonsense.
all right.
Concludes the hearing for David Feliciano, case number 4559. What's up, Mr. Feliciano?
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Are we all set to go with Mr. Craig?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Craig, we're going to go ahead and get started with your case.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Officer Chandler. Today is Tuesday, August 25th, 2026. This is here in the Connecticut Board of Departments. Board members are present this afternoon by stating their names on record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for information preparation in this hearing.
Good afternoon, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Panel member Barry.
Member Rodriguez, good afternoon.
Also with us are members of OBS. Also attending is the board psychologist. Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Andrew Craig, 434-558.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Andrew Craig, inmate number 434558. He is serving a sentence of 13 years, execution suspended after 5 years, followed by 20 years probation for illegal sexual contact victim less than age 13, risk of injury to a child, violation of protective order. As of today, record reflect the parole eligibility date of December 18, 2026. There is victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It's been reviewed, shows the offenders completed the following programs, short track sex offender program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score in the SRT falls within the low range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the low range. So this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. May begin.
I prepared a speech, this. I think I should be granted parole because I've been given the opportunity to reflect on the harmful behaviors I displayed while abusing alcohol. I think it is important to mention that I feel ashamed about how I conducted myself and how I treated the victims in my crime. I would like to take the time to tell the victims of my crime, their family, my family, and our community how genuinely sorry I am for the way I conducted myself. Throughout my incarceration, I have been able to learn new coping skills and ways to reevaluate my behavior. The programs and correspondence courses I've done have given me more awareness of the damage I have had on families and society overall. My progress with my sobriety and my mental health have become important factors to reduce the likelihood of me making making the same mistakes again. I have a strong network of support from my family and the community. I have planned out what I want to do with my future moving forward. I plan to further my education and advance my skills. My goals are to create a better life and career for myself and have a better relationship with my family. By sustaining a healthy lifestyle and sobriety, I will be able to make more responsible choices in the future. This is the first time I have ever been convicted of a crime. I'm asking you to please grant me the chance of parole and living a more responsible life. I've also written out a recovery plan if you'd like to hear that.
Sure, go ahead.
My recovery plan for life after incarceration will be to continue using my newly learned coping skills and adjusting my behavior on a daily basis. I will replace toxic behaviors stemming from my alcoholism with more appropriate and mature behaviors. I believe this will lead to more responsible and cognitive ways of thinking. In this way, I will be less likely to make the same mistakes again. Some of the steps I think I can benefit from would be attending AA program, finding a sponsor, remaining sober, removing barriers limiting my skills in education while focusing more on my mental health needs and practicing healthy behaviors. It is time for me to be more transparent and accountable rather than to continue living in the dark. I believe I will live a better life in the light.
All right, thank you, Mr. Craig. We appreciate that. We do have input from the Office of Victim Services today. So at the end of the hearing, we will hear from them.
Okay.
Right. So I appreciated all your opening comments. We're going to ask you some questions this afternoon. When we're done with the questions, we'll deliberate and then give you our decision.
Fair enough.
All right, I'm going to begin with questions today. So I did, as I was started to say, listen to your opening statement. And I do appreciate that you take responsibility, that you apologize to the victims, that you were able to talk about the fact that you learned new skills, new coping skills. Can you tell me, you were using alcohol when you assaulted these two victims?
There's only one victim, but yes.
Yes, yes. Two different charges. Yeah. All right. And when's the last time you used any alcohol?
7 years ago. The time of the arrest. 2019.
Okay. And the victim's response was that this had been going on for quite a while. It was not a one-time offense. Would you agree to that? Do you agree with that?
I disagree, yes.
You agree or disagree?
I disagree, sorry.
Okay. So the victim's response that this had happened before, you say is wrong, incorrect?
I feel it was inaccurate.
Inaccurate.
Yes.
What was inaccurate about it?
Pertaining to the situation of the accusation saying I had sexually assaulted her, I don't think her statement was given to prioritize that I was abusing her. It was more or less that she said this happened more than once, was that she was entering the room that I was in multiple times to jump on the bed and to continue to watch YouTube versus clean her room like the rest of her siblings were.
All right, well, that's not exactly how it was put in the reports. All right, so I did read that you did the short-term sex offender treatment program.
Yes.
All right, and I read that you developed a relapse prevention plan that include internet safety. What is your relapse prevention plan?
Obviously to stay sober, to keep a healthy relationship with my family, maintain my job, my relationship with the community. I practice better behaviors, healthier behaviors, maintaining more of my mental health, and don't be more dependent upon substances. Don't rely on any substances in general.
Okay.
I plan on also furthering my education. I want to pursue more of college, and we've just explored new EDOVO programs on the tablet, and it's opened more opportunities for me to practice IT technical schooling. And that's something I've always wanted to pursue, and I feel like I want to continue with this.
I also read in the summary that you identified cognitive distortions and triggers. What would you say are your triggers?
I have a lot of anxiety, a lot of PTSD. My nervousness is elevated under a high pressure environment. There was a time, yes, I had a very short fuse, and I would respond negatively to situations that wouldn't be an argument or something. I would escalate an argument, and I wouldn't be able to have control over my reactions properly. I feel like now I've taken a lot of measures and steps to practice on how I respond, how I control myself from entertaining an emotion that can only lead down to a negative path. And cognitively, I stay away from substances generally. It never helped my situation with my cognitive thinking or drinking or abusing any substances. It never has a good result.
Okay. I did, you know, there's an indication you were intoxicated when this occurred, yet when you did the sex offender evaluation, you said that alcohol was not a problem. And when I go back through your history, it looks like there's some level of intoxication through your whole history.
Yes, I started drinking when I was 30. I was never into alcohol, never abusing substances ever in my life. And in 33, that's when I had ended drinking and using any substances. The time of the incident, yes, I was intoxicated. Being a problem, yes, it was a problem.
I also read that from the sentencing transcript and from the evaluation of the sex offender in the community that you denied.
I did.
Is
Yes.
that still your position?
It is. I through the process of the time I was arrested, I spent 5 years on pretrial probation with a bracelet on. I showed no reoffenses. I did everything the court had ordered me to do. In the first month of the time of the arrest, all discovery had come back with DNA proving negative of any male DNA on the victim, DNA testing itself came back with, that's what I said, sorry. A rape kit came back negative, DNA came back negative, and there was a 45-minute interrogation video of the victim, with the victim stating nothing had happened at all. With the adamantcy of repeating questions with an interrogation setting, where the victim had stated, no, I had answered your question before, nothing has happened, nothing ever happened. That she considered me a helper and someone that was there to support, to help.
All right. Well, we're not here to retry the case.
Right.
I do want to point out that there are two separate incidents where you deny the offense occurred. Yet in the reports that we read, it seems clear that the victim's mother walked in on it. Witnessed it.
Yeah, through her statement, yes.
Okay. All right. All right. So have you done any other programs besides the short-term sex offender treatment program?
I have completed pre-trial. I have completed four different programs.
That's when you were in the community, right?
Yep.
Okay.
I completed anger management twice. Relapse prevention I completed, and intensive outpatient I have completed. During incarceration, I have done correspondence courses, 3 of them, and I've completed them and have certificates on me right now. I have done cognitive awareness, domestic violence, and substance abuse. I've completed all 3 of these programs, and they're 20-hour courses.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you taking the initiative to make good use of your time. You have not done an addiction services program with the facility, though.
I have been writing. I have not. I have been writing, and I have several request forms on hand that I've been writing for over 2 years now to get into each individual AOP program I'm required to take. I had just seen addiction services just last Friday. I start addiction services this Thursday. And it's due to be completed on 11/5/26. So October 26th, November 26th. No, sorry.
So that's
November
the tier
5th.
2. Is that the tier 2 program?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Have you developed any relationship with CCAR or thought about or attend any kind of support meetings for substance abuse at the facility?
I've also enrolled in AA programs, and I've been on the waiting list. I've been waiting for responses. Okay. I've had now 4 weeks since I put out responses to individual programs, and there's been nothing heard back.
It takes a little bit of time. All right, Mr. Craig, your release plan says you want to go to the halfway house?
If that's possible, yes.
That's possible. Do you also have a spouse in the community?
I do.
Or is it a partner?
That's my wife, yes.
Are you married?
Yes, I just got married last year while incarcerated.
Last year, while you were incarcerated? Okay. And I have an indication you can go back to work at the farm in Basra.
Yep.
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you. Mr. Rodriguez?
Any questions, Madam Chair?
Yeah. Ms. Berry?
So, Mr. Craig, I thought that I read in the decision information summary that you accepted responsibility, that you admitted to committing this crime to the officer.
I accepted the responsibility because I'm taking the plea bargain, so I am accountable for all the actions, understanding what the responsibilities were.
That's not what that's not what the report said. So I'm going to pull it up now because I thought that it was extremely odd that you denied committing this offense up until that point, and then when it's time for your hearing, now you say, I did it. But
I'm not saying I did it. I'm saying I'm taking account.
Let's talk about that. What did you do to this child?
I was very intoxicated. I had broken a TV. In front of 3 children who were eating their dinner.
I'm talking about that one. I'm talking about the sexual assault. What did you do to her?
Well, in the statement, I was accused of.
Asking you, what did you do to the child?
is forced to make the child and give me fellatio.
So what then did your saying to the chair that there was evidence to show that she was coerced basically into saying that this happened more than once? What was the significance of that statement?
I don't know. I'm not clear on the response, but that was.
I mean, it's either you did it or you didn't.
I didn't do it.
You what?
I
Did you
didn't.
just say I didn't do it?
I didn't perform any sexual acts on any child ever in my life.
I didn't. So having a child perform a sexual act on you is better?
So or
My
vice
question
versa.
is that better?
No, ma'am.
So why do you keep, I'm not sure why we're going back and forth about the verbiage. It's all that.
Right.
I mean, I don't know what adult male would stand in front of a child with his pants down and his penis hanging out for no reason.
I understand.
I'm done.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Craig, we're going to hear now from the Office of Victim Services.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, panel. I do have the legal guardian, grandfather of the child who would like to address the panel today, as well as the mother. And I will be calling them. One moment.
To the grandfather.
Thank you. You may begin with your statement. Hello.
My name is Peter Mitchell. Hello, are you there?
Yes.
Yes.
Are you there? Okay. My name is Peter Mitchell. I'm the grandfather of Peyton Diaz. Since this incident, she's been seeing a therapist. Since the situation happened. Peter Mitchell. Hello, are you there? Yes. Are you there? Okay.
We've lost you, sir.
All right. Am I here now?
Yeah.
Yes, and sir, we'd ask that you not use the victim's name in the future as you go on with your statement.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you for that.
Since the situation happened there, she's been seeing a therapist, psychiatrist. She's been having a hard time dealing with male figures in general. And I don't think the recipient has been, accountable for what he's done. It's denial, acceptance. He didn't do that. I don't believe that he should be entitled to early release when he's ruined this person's life. Her grades have fallen in school. Her attitude has changed. She's dismissive of male interactions around her. She hasn't discussed things with me. She's only discussed it with her therapist and her psychiatrist. She's under medication for this incident. She's having a lot of developmental problems because of this. I was told I was not allowed to talk to her about it there, but I can see the problems that have developed because of this. She's also written a letter. I'll let you talk to my daughter so she can read the letter that she wrote with the therapist and the psychiatrist. Thank you.
Okay. So she writes, to whom it may concern, I want to request the denial of an early release. I really don't want him to be released from prison at this time. There is a small chance that I could see him, which I don't want to risk. Even though there's just a small chance, I don't want to feel the discomfort or the remembering of his face, even the thought of it happening. Even though this happened back in 2019, I still get flashbacks to this day. Some things I have noticed that have changed about me include I get more annoyed or aggravated at little things. It's hard for me to listen and stay calm, and I get the urge to hurt people. I get more uncomfortable with older men, especially men. I don't like talking to people that are older than me, even just a few years. I get very uncomfortable and closed off. Because of this, I want to ask not to accept his request of an early release. Respectfully, the victim.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for that. Please continue to view. Thank you, panel. Thank you, Ms. Hamlet Williams, and thank you to the victims for coming forward and speaking and reading the letter from the victim herself. All right, so Mr. Craig, we're all done with the questions, and we will now deliberate. Give us a few minutes to discuss the case.
Yes, ma'am.
So, there's a few factors here. That the acceptance of responsibility is really inaccurate, if we want to use that word. There's a few different versions of it. We did hear from the victim. I think Mr. Craig is trying to choose the words that would make him less culpable in all of this. Give him credit for being on pretrial and
You're not muted. Ms. Williams, I don't know what line that is, but it's not muted.
there it goes. Okay. Mr. Craig has no criminal history. He does score low on the risk instruments. And he has taken the short-term sex offender treatment program. I think for today's purposes, the concern for me would be that he's taken the program and he's still struggling with sort of his role in the offense itself. Also, he does have a significant alcohol addiction, which also seems to be, to me, a little confusing throughout many of the reports. He does have an issue with alcohol. He doesn't. Now he does. I appreciate that he's been sober for a number of years, he reports, and that he has put together a relapse prevention plan that includes mental health treatment and sobriety. But I do think for today's purposes, there's more work to be done. And I would like to see him do some more programming. I was considering a rehear. However, because he's not due till 2029, his release is not till 2029. I do want to consider, though, that means notification to the victim again, and possibly bringing the victim forward. But he does need to do an addiction services. He needs voices. maybe new thoughts. I mean, there are a number of programs. He has no disciplinary reports, and he does have a release plan that includes support in the community and employment, which is where he was working prior to this incarceration. So I do think that there's some positive pieces on the outside to support a successful reentry. However, he does need programming. So that's my position.
Oh, you want to go?
I would honestly argue that, so although he does have support in the community, his wife lives with people that the officer where she was unable to give their names or their ages or any of that stuff. So that's a little, bump in the road. We don't know what exactly he's not going. He doesn't have a solid release plan or a solid place to live. I also, it's too many inconsistencies. I don't know, I don't know what Mr. Craig was trying to do, but I think that based on everything that we've heard here today and the nature of this crime and the injury and impact to the victim, I would not support discretionary parole either, and I do not.
I'm basically in the same place. I don't find Mr. Craig really had to have established the insight necessary to kind of, be successful on the outside at this particular point. And, conflicting information we got, it was just a little too much, to be honest with you. The nature of this offense was pretty extensive, as well as, I'm not there.
Okay, and a rehear?
I would be willing to begin taking programs, absolutely.
Right, I would do maybe a year, 18 months.
18 months, I would say.
Which is August to August, February of 2028.
Yeah. I'm glad he's taking some of those correspondence courses and stuff, but I think he really needs some real down, to earth training programming.
And, more about voices, more about his thinking. All right, so in the matter, let's do nature and circumstance, inadequate program participation, inadequate evidence of offender change, and victim impact.
Yeah.
Just for the record, I'm in favor of the reader.
Right. So in the matter, Andrew Craig, 434-558, there's a motion to deny discretionary parole for the following reasons: nature and circumstance of the current offense, injury and impact to the victim, and inadequate evidence of offender change, and inadequate institutional program participation. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. And panel member Rodriguez and Smith Palmieri are in favor of rehearing this case in 18 months, February of 2028. Panel member Berry is not in support of the rehearing. All right, Mr. Craig, that's
Best we can do.
the decision for today. Hopefully you can do an addiction services program, maybe some other positive programs to help you be a little bit set to live in the community and be productive and successful. We are concerned about your substance abuse and about your about the inconsistencies for your role in the offense.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
This concludes the.
Thank you.
You may number 434-558.